Hello everyone and welcome to the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid Blitz. We're here in the lovely Marriott Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm David Howell and I'm joined by my good friend, the legendary Peter Leko. Peter, it's a big weekend. We have 3 days of chess ahead. Of course, some sad moments, but mostly it's going to be a celebration of chess this weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, hello David, welcome everyone. Yeah, very emotional. I feel very emotional. I just came back from Charlotte 10 days ago, and I was even honored to give a masterclass lecture as a tribute day, as Danya tribute day. That was amazing, and I have so much emotions.
Yeah, and I was feeling emotional too. I was trying to prepare some things to say, but I couldn't find the right words. And I think Danya would mainly want us to kind of enjoy the chess. Hopefully there's going to be a lot of fun games ahead, fun moments. So we'll be talking about that over the course of this weekend. But in the meantime, of course, it's a very exciting tournament that we're all here for. But I do want to take a quick moment to remind everyone at home watching, main reason that we're here right now is for the Naroditsky Memorial Fund. We're here to support everything that the Charlotte Chess Club are doing there. The Naroditsky Memorial Fund is accepting donations, and everything does go directly towards supporting this hopefully annual memorial tournament. It helps supporting fellowships, young players, and plenty more. And you can help out by going !fund in the chat right now. And no pressure, of course, but feel free to get involved. This is all for a good cause. And it's all for Danya. And Peter, we have a rapid tournament today with some extremely strong players. Maybe we can check out the format before we reveal who's going to be competing in Charlotte. There's going to be a couple of sections, the Masters and the Challengers. We're going to be focusing mainly on the Masters. There are 150 US Grand Prix points available. It is a FIDE circuit event. Maybe one of the reasons that so many strong players have turned up, but I'd like to think that it's mainly to celebrate Danya's memory. It's going to be 7 rounds today of rapid chess, 7-round Swiss tournament. 10+5 is the time control, and we'll talk about it a bit later. But potential tie breaks. It's going to be a long day of chess, but Peter, hopefully it's going to be a fun one too.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the lineup, looking at the pairings with Fabiano, Caruana, Sindarov, Wesley So, and all the top US players, and also some very special names like Boris Gelfand and Vasily Ivanchuk are all here to celebrate this amazing tournament and Danya's legacy.
Yeah, and there we see one set of pairings with some big names. World Championship challengers. Here we see more big names. Levi Rosman is involved, Eric Rosen, Sagar Shah, John Bartholomew. Some really familiar faces have all turned up in Charlotte to support. Dina Belankaya, of course. Where do we even begin? Boris Gelfand there, Andy Woodward, Danny Wrench involved as well. Peter, it's a lot of players who knew Danya, who kind of faced him over the board, but also friends of his throughout his life.
Exactly, it really shows that what a mixed field it is. This is what we love to see in chess, that everybody gets a chance, everybody is so happy, and that people are connected by the love of this game, the passion for the game. And this was all his life, Danya's life and passion. And it's so happy, and I'm so happy that we have this amazing tournament in his name.
Exactly, and here we will see a ceremonial first move on board 1 between Irene Sukandar and Fabiano Caruana. This is of course going to be a fun game to watch. I'm I'm already trying not to get too emotional, but Daniel would have wanted us to focus on the chess. The more chess, the better. He played so much chess every single day of his life, and we're going to see a lot of action on the board this weekend. And we see Peter, head of Charlotte Chess Club, just making those final announcements before the games begin. And handshakes.
Yeah, and there's the handshake. So the official first move. Yes, 1e4, c5 is we're gonna see a Sicilian. That's always great.
Mm-hmm. And we have a lot of top players, a lot of content creators, a lot of big chess personalities. Who are you most excited to watch in action this weekend, Peter?
Well, all of them together. That's kind of my answer, because it's really so nice to see that, yeah, Danya meant so much to all of these players, and there is this tremendous tournament. Now we have the bird's eye view. One thing I would like to highlight, yeah, that on the second board we see Javohir Sindarov, the winner of the Candidates tournament, the challenger for the World Championship. Uh, Later this year against Gukesh. But on the third board, we see another Sindarov facing Wesley So. Yeah, that is the brother of Javohir. So a Sindarov connection. Let's see how Wesley handles this tricky situation.
Exactly. People aren't seeing double at home. Both Sindarov brothers are playing. I believe that Islambek Sindarov is slightly younger, just by around a year. And yeah, he's a lot lower rated, at least in Rapid. He's 1900, but Blitz 2300. I think he's a very good player. He follows Shavukir around to most tournaments nowadays, so he will definitely have picked up some tricks along the way, picked up some secrets. So it's not an easy start to the tournament for Wesley. And yeah, the games have begun. Where do we want to jump in first? What catches your eye?
Well, basically, okay, we have some little slow action for the moment, yeah, because it's everywhere developing, the opening. Well, basically this yeah, exactly. For example, Bortnik against Julian Song, because Alexander Bortnik, the Charlotte resident, the Blitz wizard, but this is not Rapid. We also know that he's incredibly strong in Rapid as well. I'm so happy to see Bortnik in action.
Yeah, me too. I saw Bortnik in Hong Kong recently. He's been playing a lot more over-the-board chess. Really nice to see, but definitely specializing in Rapid and Blitz. And Julien Song, very famous content creator based in France. I believe the biggest French language content creator out there nowadays. And it looks like he has a nice opening, nice position. Feels like Bortnik's trying to kind of freestyle and double fianchetto. It looks like a bad King's Indian to my eyes, but okay, still early days, of course.
Well, normally, if it would not be Bortnik, I would be very critical of what Black is doing. But this is a trademark of Bortnik, and there's always some kind of a spirit behind his moves. Yeah, we already see that it is a bad King's Indian, but he has some extra moves like A5 and knight A6 already played, so he's clearly intending to go then with the knight to C5. The bishop goes to B7, develops bishop G7, and there's always a lot of tension in his position to his opponent later on.
Yeah, and it's going to be a blocked one. Not many exchanges incoming. He's going to get castled. He's going to move his knight out the way. He's going to play F5 sooner or later. And
Ooh!
No,
Ooh,
that can't have happened, Peter.
A4. Yes, it happened. And yeah, it just shows that Julien Song is a content creator, not a grandmaster, because, okay, you just cannot make a move A4. Yeah, your whole body signals you that no, don't close the queen side. Now, all this setup that Black has created with A5, knight A6, the knight will beautifully stand on C5, and Black will potentially push F7, F5. It will be a massacre.
Oh dear. Yeah, I thought it was a glitch. I thought the board, something had gone wrong. I thought maybe he played A3, tried to push B4, but no, he's gone for this plan and Rook A3. I noticed some computers do like this in blocked positions, in closed positions, but yeah, giving away the whole queenside first is anti-positional, to say the least.
Yes.
Ouch.
Oh, yeah. I just could not, control myself. Yeah, when I see a move like A4, I said, no, please don't do this. Well, actually, it's very nice that we got the chance to do the commentary on it, so that everyone who is listening, following our broadcast, please make sure that you will never make a move like A4 in your games, because it will actually lead to some study-like, beautiful masterclass by Black. Yeah, slowly, step by step, Black will increase the pressure. In fact, Black is spoiled with a choice. He can even play knight F6 to D7, bring that knight to C5, then the knight from A6 can go to B4, and finally Black will anyway push F5, challenging the E4 pawn, and White is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and Daniel was a King's Indian defense player, and although, yeah, strange move order at the beginning, this has kind of become a King's Indian defense structure, and he would be loving this with black as well. One-way traffic, it looks like ahead. And yeah, I remember I made similar mistakes when I was young, just kind of not really understanding that white had to focus on the queen side. But yeah, this has not gone so well for Julien so far. Okay, do we want to stay here and witness what comes next, or should we move out and check out the bird's eye view again?
It is a big question. Yeah, for educational purposes, of course, we should be staying on this game, but probably for the fun fact and also to cover the whole event, I'm pretty sure we have tons of action. Let's go for the bird's eye view.
Yeah, I wanted to save you, Peter, from that horrible positional move that we saw, a4. I wanted to take us away, but it does look like yeah, that game will continue as we expected. That's in the bottom center, the purple board. What else here? It looked like Fabiano is taking some risks in the opening against Irene Sukandar. Interesting position. That's the green board on the top left. Maybe we can check that out. Some kind of Sicilian.
Exactly. Yeah, let's go there. Yeah, Fabiano played the Timon of Sicilian, the Timon of Pause, and we have seen it. Well, the computer, the evil bar highlights that white is doing great, but I also like what Fabi is doing. Fabi has set up this nice kind of flexible setup with knight f6, knight e7, bishop b7, hitting the e4 pawn. So yes, white is protecting it. White cannot afford to move prematurely e4, e5 because that would weaken all the light squares. So Irene is doing extremely well of not committing any mistakes and going for c4, fighting for the light squares and for the center.
Yeah, nice move, and maybe e5 a bit more appealing in the future. Fabiano stops that, d6. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle. Irene is such an attacking player, like very tactical. If she can go kind of keep pushing, push her central pawns, create some fire, then yeah, maybe she can turn this in her favor. But long term, I definitely back Fabiano with the white pawns being so weak and vulnerable, and a lot of responsibility on white's position, right?
Exactly. I was thinking like, how do I imagine playing this position from white side? And the move kind of knight b3 came to my mind in general ground, so that maybe white will be able to push c4, c5, and Fabio already immediately tries to get his knight to c5. The good news for white is that yes, and knight b3 is played. There was a clear signal you want to play knight c5, so we're going to stop that with knight b3.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess c5 can sometimes come for white. I'm wondering whether Fabiano tries to do something about his d-pawn. Rook can come back to d1 at some point. I was going to say a5, a4 for black, stop pushing, but I'm not sure whether there's time. He does go for that, Fabiano, but apparently a mistake, Peter.
Do I? Yeah, can I? I wanted to immediately say if a5, then count on knight d4, knight b5. Now, of course, clearly knight d4 is answered by knight c5, and it gets very tactical because then the knight hits the queen on d3 and hits the pawn on e4. And then maybe the big question that white does have the intermezzo move of knight b5. That would be fantastic. Yeah. Let me just show, because it's such a beautiful line. Knight d4, knight c5, and then knight b5 counter-attacking the queen. And that might be a big shocker.
Mm-hmm. I could just imagine Daniel like rattling out that variation. He's like, oh, knight d4, knight b5, knight to c5. Take, and then and white's going to win something at the end, right? Like in this variation, either the d6 pawn or a piece in this variation. Wow.
Yes, everything is hanging. So wow, big moment. Let's go back to the live position. Irene has a big chance, and I somehow sensed it that yes, normally the favorites are favorites, but the first round you feel that you want to win at all cost, yeah, to keep the momentum going. It's also only 7 rounds, and then maybe you can get countered. And if knight d4 happens, let's make sure Fabi is not falling from his chair. I'm already getting ready for the moment.
Oh, wow. As early as round 1, potentially a big shock. I think she might be forced to find it, Peter, because I was also thinking rook to d1, but after a4, white doesn't have time to take on d6, for example. I think white has to play knight d4 anyway. And then after knight c5, knight b5, and it's very similar, maybe less powerful for white, but I think she'll be forced to put her knight back on d4 soon, and still looks great for white.
And
Fabiano.
you told us, yeah, that she's a tactician. So basically, you really need a vision, yeah, imagination. That wait a second, my opponent is planning to go a4 knight c5, and actually, if I don't have a good reaction to that, then I'm in trouble because the e4 pawn will be weak. So she's kind of forced to find this great sequence of moves. Otherwise, Fabi will take over.
Yeah, and Fabiano has been playing very, very quickly. Like, maybe he's been underestimating things. The hardest thing about knight d4 is that her last move was knight d4 to b3, so she's just correcting her last move, but it's so much stronger now that b5 is available. I think she finds it, Peter. She's looking... Looks like she's looking at that square, or looking around the center. Oh, it's something else. It's e5.
No.
She doesn't find it. That
Yeah,
looks
she
panicky.
pushed e5. Exactly. Yeah. If like she believed Fabiano, yeah, that was the point. Yeah, that it's Fabi signaled I want to go knight c5, so she felt like I cannot let that happen. But now after e5, Fabi will be relieved. Yeah, d takes e5. Okay, it's also some kind of a messy line because I'm pretty sure that and d5 is played by Fabi. Okay, avoids any complications.
He knows her style. He wants to avoid any any tricks. He just wants to play really, really solid chess. But okay, d5. It still looks quite good for black to my eyes. I'm surprised the eval bar says that white's better because black's getting squares suddenly. Black's pieces are coming to life. White looks
Exactly, and
overextended.
this is what's happening. Yeah, that black is already taking over. It's a one-sided game. Fabi is super happy. He's also up on the clock. Yeah, he looks aside. The last couple of moves went exactly as he desired. The strategical feel. So computer was once again probably highlighting that some question was way to go. It's a two-count. Black is almost, in fact, yeah, just one more rook fc8, and then we go a4, and all the weaknesses in white's position will tell.
Okay, and looking good for Fabiano now after maybe dodging something a bit more dangerous. Irene missing a chance. Maybe we can go out to the bird's eye view because yeah, it looks like Wesley So is about to beat one of the Sindarovs. It's not Javakir, it's his brother. Maybe we can jump to that game, Peter, the blue board on the top right, because I did see a double exclamation mark pop up. Brilliant move. And it
Wow.
was a piece sacrifice from Wesley.
Wow, bishop takes g2, and now some knight will land on f4. The big question, which one probably doesn't matter at all. We are kind of expecting one of these knights to jump to f4. Probably knight e6 to f4 is even more forcing because the queen is then eyeing on h3 immediately.
Maybe we can just backtrack quickly and show that brilliant move. Bishop takes g2 from Wesley, and it was a
Yes, so
sequence. Yeah, he
knight
started it.
d5 with
Yeah,
a tempo. Exactly.
boom.
And then boom. Sacrifice and knight f4 check. It's not only about the mating attack, but also the hanging bishop on e2. And the
Yeah,
handshake, resignation.
yeah, handshake. It looked like it was about to be mate in two in the final position. Yeah, Sindarov, or one of the Sindarovs. Maybe he'll be hoping his brother gets revenge later in the tournament.
For sure. And Wesley for the
Exactly. You just don't mention the first name. That's yeah, that's the trick. I know lots of people here in Norway who do the same. They say, "Oh, I beat Carlsen." They don't mention that it was Henrik many, many years ago. Okay, so back to Javakir Sindarov this time. And what do you make of this position? It doesn't look so straightforward. And I believe Javakir's opponent is actually very, very underrated. On Chess.com, he's been around 3,000 before. Very dangerous blitz player. I've lost to him many times myself, actually. Very quick. And I don't know what
Wow.
opening it was, but black seems to have some kind of grip, at least in the center.
Yeah, it was something very strange. If you ask me what is the name of this opening, it's impossible to tell. It was and h5, the first line of the computer. Yeah, h5. It's a typical moment when white plays g3, creates a hook. Then black immediately jumps on the possibility. And I'm kind of expecting also that maybe Javo he wants to go rook a5, hitting the pawn on b5. But that can be just nicely met by c6. And black is super solid on the queen side. On the same time, he has some tremendous potential against white's king.
Yeah. I mean, looks like a beautiful position. and I think there might be an upset on the cards. Javuk is also down at 2.5 minutes against 5 minutes. I mean, any endgame's also fine for black. If the queens come off, black can just put a knight on d5 instead. Yeah, it looks easier to play with black and more time. Yeah, this could be an upset.
Yeah, well, basically queen e4 is damage control. Yeah, if white feels like, all right, I don't want to get checkmated, I'm even giving up on the chance of winning the game, but let me just try to be solid. Queen e4 trading the queens, and okay, basically you feel like I'm a favorite to win the game normally. Now I'm on the defensive, but I shouldn't have any trouble defending, and maybe in the future, if there is a chance, if there is an if, then I want to grab my chance.
Okay, queen e4 from Sindarov. So yeah, we're expecting some kind of knight maneuver round to d5 once the queens do leave the board. And yeah, Shelev Oberoi, potential here. Like, yeah, we're going to see some surprises, Peter. We're going to see some of these streamers, content creators, blitz specialists take down some top grandmasters. I just didn't think it would happen as early as round 1. Maybe it still won't. Still early days, of course, but good start to the game for black.
Yes, it is great, and also we can see that every single piece and pawn structure has the spirit, and that's why we love black's play so much. It's not a random kind of chance. He just very nicely outplayed Sindarov. Clearly, Sindarov was thinking like, I want to win this game at all costs, so probably was taking it a little bit lightly, and then his mistakes were severely punished by regrouping, and by now Sindarov is fighting to just somehow to save this game, to keep it, to hold it.
Yeah, and just while we stay here, in the meantime, updates on the other games we did watch. Bortnik did win very quickly against Julien Song. We kind of expected that after a big positional error from Julien in the opening. Yeah, it looks like Fabiano also with a big, almost decisive advantage now from the game we just watched. So, okay, the favourites coming through on those boards. Bishop to d2 played here. 2 minutes for Sindarov. Not looking easy though. Elsewhere, I'm trying to look for surprises. It looks like Danny Wrench, probably not a surprise, but he's going to win his first game for round 1. Levi Rosman also looks like he has a winning position, but both of those two are playing low-rated opposition. Yeah, it's nice to see them in action. I haven't really seen Danny play over the board for years. But here we are.
And actually that is very interesting, because if they are winning, it means that they will probably get paired against some very strong in the second round. Yeah, so we might be getting some very interesting pairing.
Exactly. Sindarov against Danny Wrench potentially. Okay, king to d7. That looks like a nice move. Still not bring his knight round to d5, but no rush. Okay, what's White's plan
Cemento,
here?
Exactly. Black has also played the rook back from d7 to d8, creating the possibility of putting the king to d7, a perfect cement. And eventually, potentially, we might be seeing this idea that you are highlighting, 97, knight d5.
Yeah, I was tempted to say cemento too, but I knew it was your catchphrase, Peter, so I was going to leave it for now. That's going to be the perfect cemento when the knight gets round. Well, knight e1's nice though. Bring the knight round potentially to d3. Try and trade off the dark squared bishops. Get into some squares.
Yeah, now I'm tempted to play h4. Yeah, get rid of that h-pawn and also try to break White's construction.
Yeah, h4, f5 he might be thinking about, knight e7, but there we go. It's always nice to trade off your isolated pawn, right? Just kind of open some files, potentially. Here we go.
Yes, knight d3. Now the big question is that who is playing for a win? Yeah, that is a very big question in this situation. because if you play as a strong player here with black, you think like, okay, it's a matter of technique. With my technique, I should convert. But when the weaker player has this better position, then the white player definitely believes that the stronger player, that I should hold it, and maybe I can still win somehow.
Exactly. And this game might go on a while. Maybe we can just check out the end of Fabiano's game. It looks like he's about to finish. But just for completeness, to see how he wraps up his victory. And yeah, he basically continued that plan, right, Peter? that pawn.
Yes, look at this pawn on a2. Black is probably also, yeah, setting up. Be careful. I just wanted to highlight that be careful. Create a luft for your king, because if black would have prematurely played rook b1, there would have been the shocking rook takes a2, and rook takes f1 would be met by rook a8 checkmate. So after creating the luft with h6, now black is of course clearly winning.
Oof, I didn't even see that, Peter. I just realized that you can even allow black to make a queen, rook takes b1, and then rook a8. But yeah, rook a2 would have been even flashier, and now it's safe. Now Fabi can do this, and I guess the threat is rook takes f1 and knight b1. Block the rook on the first rank.
Yes, rook c1. So maybe we just play king h7, because then we are threatening with your idea rook d3 cd and then take on c1 and rook knight b1, and there is no more rook c8 rook a8 check. So that's why then just sidestepping with the king and delivering this bomb.
Oof. I love it. Looks powerful, and I don't think white can stop that, right? Like king e3, you can do it anyway. King h7 played. We're going to see the bomb.
Played. Yeah. King e3, and Fabi will take, because it's also such a pleasure to finish the game like this. It's in Danya's spirit.
Yeah. Daniel would play this in a heartbeat. In a bullet game, he would find this. And Fabiano, of course, finds it as well. And, oof. Yeah, he could have won in other ways, but this is by far the most effective. King takes. We'll see a rook exchange. And knight b1. What a move. New queen guaranteed, and resignation now. There we go. Fabi gets the win. Wasn't smooth, but at least the one moment that we saw earlier, maybe Irene had a chance. But after that, Fabi turned things in his favor, never looked back. Okay, that means we move on to another game.
Yes, I do see the Eval bar saying that Sindarov is actually getting back. Maybe things got more murky than it should have been.
He was able to push his d-pawn and take on a7. That's why I wanted the black knight on d5, just cemento, block any tactics. But suddenly, still double-edged. Black still has some ways to control the white a-pawn.
Yes, but this is the grandmaster kind of feeling, yeah, that you automatically, like you said, that you transfer the knight to d5, making sure that white has never anything, because things can get out of control just as it did.
Yeah, things out of control, but Sindarov is quite low on time. Both players under the 1 minute mark. And, okay. I'm not exactly sure whether Sindarov wants to keep the knights on. It looks really scary to allow black's knight to survive. So surely he's going to take those off the board. There we go. Somehow get his bishop out of the way, put a pawn on a7, and then think what the next step is.
Yeah, but black has also so much activity, yeah, with these pawns. Yeah, he can push f5, a7 will be met by rook a8. If I would not be seeing the evil bars evaluation, I would not thinking that white is better here. Just very messy.
Very messy. And yeah, I don't think this is exactly what Sindarov wanted in round one. A messy position against someone who's very fast, very tricky. But f5. Okay, now the black rook has to go passive. Rook to a8. What else is he thinking about? Maybe a check first.
Yeah, he has to play rook a8.
Yeah. There we go. How does Sindarov make progress? Rook to a5 looks like one idea, although that invites some d4 tactics maybe.
f4.
f4.
Yeah, d4, f4, everything is hanging in the air.
This could still be a 3 result.
Not easy, because if... Exactly. Because if f4 and then suddenly black gets the pawn to f3, white's king can be checkmated. Yeah, this is a very scary kind of scenario. So f4 will have to be captured, and probably bishop to d4, but out of control. King g1. Kicking the rook away.
That's why black played bishop c7, because f4 is what he wants without allowing any rook takes d6, bishop takes f4 tricks. So kicking the rook back. Oh, that's nice. King to g2, stopping your f3 idea, Peter. But yeah, still a bit scary.
Yeah, but now white is in control. Yeah, now finally after kicking that rook back, yeah, insisting on f4, but king f3 is coming.
Yeah, black can get the famous diamond pawn structure. There we go. Beautiful pawns on light squares, but no pass pawns, not creating too many threats. Bishop to e5. Does white just defend that pawn on c3? Bishop exchanges probably you don't go for yet. King d2 on over at c1 played. Okay, it's time scramble. Anything can happen. 5 seconds for Sindarov. Ooh, fumbling his rook.
Okay, 5, going after the b5 pawn. But wait a second, king f6, if rook b5, we sacrifice the exchange with rook a7, then we are alive. I don't think white wants to allow this. King f6, come on, vamos. Yeah.
Yeah, have to. Maybe white, yeah, doesn't take king 5, just king d2 or bishop c5 looks like a nice move. Black doesn't have a plan, that's the thing. Black's just waiting now. Ooh.
But how do you win?
Oh, the other rook comes. The other rook comes now. He's getting his rook to h7 with a check, a skewer. Where's black's king hide? Oh, he's self-pinning here.
Ooh,
Feels wrong.
that is hopeless.
Maybe white can start exchanging everything off.
Yeah, but against king e3, I will have e5 after all the trades. Yeah, that's why I'm not yet lost completely. I have this e5 option.
Yeah, but then white starts
But
collecting
then you will
pawns,
start collecting. Yeah, okay, that's a problem.
Sindarov getting the job done. The white king's coming. And the pawns start dropping. Yeah. 2 connected pass pawns now for white on the queen side. That's just too much. Should be over.
And also g4 is coming. Yeah, you will be able to break even this construction. And then it's automatically finished.
That's nice. g4 now. Or just push first.
Okay, he pushes b5. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and now g4. Nice from Sindarov. Yeah, nothing black can do now. Black just needed one more move, rook b3 and king d6, and it would have been different, but... Okay. It's no coincidence he's the World Championship challenger. He's very good in all types of position, Peter.
Yes, absolutely. And we could also see his eyes and his face expression. Yeah, that how yeah, this was a very tough game, but now he's in total control.
We can see from the body language of Sindarov's opponent that he looked despondent. It always hurts more losing round 1. He probably expected, but it hurts more when he knows he had a good position with black. He had chances. But Sindarov too good in the endgame. And it looks like, there we go, handshake. All the games from this round have pretty much wrapped up now. I wonder whether we've still got Lenia Dominguez is still going. Okay, looks like this is the last board we have, and wow, okay, we could see another surprise on the cards. Lenia Dominguez is playing against Ryan Ambergi from the US and FM. I hope I pronounced that right, but maybe there's just no way for white to make progress here.
He went e4 check, yeah, because okay, the h4 pawn is the only pawn alive, and black will go king g4. It looks very much like a draw.
Yeah, and there we go, handshake. Wow, okay. Dominguez not winning. Looks like the biggest surprise on the top boards at least. And okay, Isaac Spence is still playing against Vasif Durabeli further down. I don't know if we can jump into that game.
Also, Aravind just won. So yes, I'm going to.
Ooh, John Bartholomew as well, still playing.
Exactly. We can let's check out on John Bartholomew. Wow, and it's a crazy position.
Rook f2. Now it's going to be a draw. Brilliant tactic, though, from white, giving up the rook on f2 like that to force the draw. And, yeah, rating underdog is going to hold against John Bartholomew here. There we go, draw. And now it does look like there's only one game left. And that is on board 26.
Here we go.
Durabili. Okay.
And he's squeezing. He has actually all the chances because there's this tactic with g takes h6 after king e7. So he's winning a pawn. There's gh and black cannot capture the knight because of h7.
Yeah, black just blundered this. But, oh, he goes forward. Isaac could maybe have gone back, and white still doesn't have so many pawns. There's still some drawing chances, but this looks like it allows some tactics. I don't see what immediately wins. Maybe white just takes the pawn. Yeah,
just take, and I don't believe that, because black is counting on bishop c2, king c4, king b3, so he felt like this is the only chance. But there will be some... okay, he plays king e4.
Okay, white still has to be accurate here.
But wait a second. Okay, but... oh, and he goes knight f7, believing the opponent, because now you can take and bishop c2. Now you have time to take and bishop c2. There was this very devilish knight g4, takes h6. Well, we're going to show it afterwards. Will white still win, or black will? I believe black should make a draw now.
Yeah, black's just going to go back and pick up the h6 pawn, and the bishop will easily deal with anything else. Looks like an easy draw now suddenly.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I still don't see that win actually. I'm trying to work it out, but missed opportunity from white. Yeah, this is easy hold now. White should just take on e5 for instructive purposes and put the king back on a1.
Yes. Okay, he does knight d6, but yeah, it's the same. Yeah, this game ends in a draw. Yeah, we're gonna show it afterwards. Yeah, because that was a very nice, small little detail.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the results. It looks like most of the favourites have won this round. We'll recap that for everyone shortly. But yeah, a few draws here and there. Not one-way traffic by any means. And yeah, I saw Danny Wrench on the camera. He walked past a moment ago. He did win his first game. Boris Gelfand drew. Yeah, some other draws elsewhere.
Wow.
And yeah, Robert Hess winning. I'm a big Robert fan this weekend. He gets off to a good start.
Absolutely.
Nice to see him back at the board.
Yeah, I remember you highlighted that whom I would pick. Now that you brought up Robert, of course, we are all rooting for Robert, and we are so happy that he is playing, because actually he should be doing the commentary, but he felt like he wants to play in Danya's Memorial, and that is amazing.
Yeah, I've been chatting a lot with Robert lately, and yeah, I know he would have been comfortable in either role, but he knows Daniel would have wanted him to play. I think Daniel was trying to trick Robert back to the board for many years, so nice to see that happen now. And there we go. It's a draw on this board, I'm assuming. But
yes.
In the meantime, Peter, maybe you can show us that miss win.
Exactly, we promised. Actually, it turns out that there was just one winning move, based on knight to g4, and then black has no time to pick up the pawn on f4, because then after h6, bishop c2, now you can play knight f6, and there is no way of stopping h7, and then, well, even then it looks a bit tricky that maybe black is in time to run after the pawn, connect with the pawn to e5, but judging the evil bar, it's supposed to be winning for white. So that was a miss, and if after knight g4 you don't take the pawn, you try to fall back with the king to f5, then you can make this lovely move, knight e5. This is a lovely move, because once again, if white gets time to protect the pawn with king e3, it's over. So the critical move is picking up the pawn, but then after h6, bishop c2, suddenly there is a knight d3 check, and then the pawn queens. So that was a missed opportunity, but with 10 seconds on the clock, a very tough question.
Yeah, very tough. I've been there myself. Sometimes it feels like you're just gambling, right? You think, oh, it's either knight f7 or knight g4, but I just have to pick one. And that's where instinct sometimes lets us down. But okay, just round one. We still have 6 rounds to go. Some of those favourites who didn't win, they'll be trying to bounce back. And here are the results, Peter. It looks like on the top page here. Okay, there was a surprise. Awanda Liang losing to Robbie Adamson. That is down towards the bottom of the page. Everything else went according to seeding, other than Lenia Dominguez's draw that we saw earlier. Maybe we can check out page number 2, where, again, most of the favourites won. John Bartholomew making a draw. Sagar Shah, Eric Rosen, Levi Rosman all winning. And yeah, not too many surprises on this page. Further down, Dina Belenkaya losing to former FIDE world champion Ruslan Ponomarov. That's a tough round 1 pairing. But yeah, as we mentioned, Danny Wrench won. Boris Gelfand drew. And Ivanchuk. Nice to see some of these players turn out, these legends of the game, Peter.
Yeah, it is amazing. It is amazing because they are such brilliant players, legends, but also knowing that there was this heartbreak game between Ivanchuk and Naroditsky in New York World Blitz, and I had the honor of doing a special commentary on that game now in Charlotte during the Danya tribute. It was such a game, such an intense fight, that at the end I basically asked everyone to applaud the incredible fight and the brilliant creativity of both these players, because whoever would have lost that game would have felt like a heartbroken person. It was just, the winner was really chess, witnessing that intense fight and finding brilliant ideas. Chucky actually, with 6 seconds on the clock, finds some crazy king maneuver in the middle of the board with all pieces on the board, and then later on going on to lose this crazy rook end game, the clock ticking down. That was incredible. And now seeing Chucky, it also shows that how much it meant for him also, Danya.
Yeah,
he's right here.
Exactly. That game went viral, but I actually spoke to Daniel about that, and yeah, he was talking about the emotion. Both players at their best, like Chucky showing some incredible ideas, but Daniel, a great defender, great tactician, survived long enough to win. There was one big shock in this round, Peter, so maybe we can pull up that game. It was Awanda Liang losing in round 1. He's been in great form recently, Awanda. He performed very well at the World Rapid Blitz Team Championships. But it looks like final position just a piece down for black. Maybe we can try and figure out exactly what went wrong for the Grandmaster here.
Exactly. I also just would like to add 2 words that I'm super happy seeing Awanda Liang on the US Olympic team. It just shows that, he had a tremendous year. He had the fantastic breakthrough. He passed 2700, fantastic results. So I also haven't seen that coming at all. Him losing in the very first round. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's a Stein, it's kind of Spanish. The idea is to play a solid game and slowly outplay the opponent, but what happened here? It did not work to perfection. Bishop f4, knight f8. Ah, wow, so it started with a blunder by knight f8. Actually, white could have picked up the pawn with bishop takes d6 tactics. Bishop takes d6, rook takes c8, and there is no good way of hitting on h2 because the knight protects the queen on d4. So actually black would have just lost material. So that's the first sign that Liang Awanda has not waken up yet. He's not yet in his best state, but after queen d3, maybe he senses that, wow, I survived, because usually it's typically you make this move, knight f8, and then you immediately notice that, oh my god, I blundered the tactic, but now this will never happen again. So what happened next? He stabilized, he got a normal position, but all of a sudden, I'm already not happy allowing this grip. Yes, there is something happening, but okay, still.
Okay,
it's a strategical battle. Ah, wow, but c5 is just a blunder. Takes, knight f5, right? No, f3, wow. So once again, he got away, yeah, because queen g4, h4, knight f5, you don't have to be a computer spotting this, and then pawn on d6 is falling. So wait a second, what's going on? The players are very nervous. It's the first round. You are not yet in the normal rhythm. So after f3, black traded the queens, got the knight to d4. Again, black is solid enough, everything is fine. So what happened here?
Okay. It feels like a wonder. Yeah, I mean, tactically making some mistakes, and it must have been a tactical mistake later to end up a piece down, and there we go.
Ooh. Oi, oi, oi. Just when he was thinking like I'm taking over and I will try to squeeze out something out of this kind of equalish position, maybe slightly better for black now with this lovely knight and this weakness on g3. Just fall back with the bishop to 6-6 and torture, but he was too optimistic when bishop d3 and suddenly knight e1 traps the bishop almost in the middle of the board behind enemy lines. What a crazy turn of events.
Ouch. I wonder Liang, he'll be back. He'll bounce back, of course, but tough start to the day for him. That's round 1 now in the books, and that gives us a chance to go on a short break. So we'll be back with round 2 of the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid in just a few minutes. Hopefully see you soon, everyone.
I think one of the things that maybe can be overlooked with Daniel's commentary is like the amount of empathy he has, like not only for his co-commentator and the way he's able to adjust and work with so many different styles of co-commentators, but also his empathy for the viewers, understanding that a lot of the people who have watched chess online are quite new to the game, are beginners.
Oh, he played it with 0.1 seconds.
Oh my gosh, he's getting a queen! But knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2.
And
Oh my god,
C2.
it's c2.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
He wins again.
And he had such a great way of breaking down very high-level, complex concepts in a very understandable way for the general audience.
As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that White can do.
I've always appreciated him as a co-host, as a colleague, but I also truly enjoyed the moments when he was just the goofball Danya and he would do impressions.
And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes he could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, okay, not this exact position, but something similar, okay.
Also, he's one of my most favorite commentators. The way he uses the English language is just something I could never hope to achieve. Very beautiful to watch.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. I mean, both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's...
That's not a word!
At only for one period, we were both commentators at the same time. I was looking forward to doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with Levy, and when I was watching them commentate, him and Levy, I thought this is probably the best duo chemistry that I've seen. But also his commentary with Robert, with Danny, I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just very genuine love to talk about chess.
Daniel was very much a dear and close friend. He's a friend first, somebody that I talk to almost every day. Really just a loving, caring person and somebody who I considered a great friend. Daniel was definitely the star of our city. Prior to Daniel moving here, we were doing great things in Charlotte, but was relatively little known what we were doing. He brought this great light upon our city, and he was such an incredible force for raising awareness of what we were doing here in Charlotte, and he meant the world to those who lived here locally and got to see him often. Well, of course, as a great friend and somebody who I worked alongside for 6+ years, I couldn't fathom the idea that his life just was over and that we wouldn't do anything to continue his legacy and his contributions to the chess community. So shortly after his death, I was already thinking of ways to do that. And it took some time to really think about what would connect to him, who he was, what he would have wanted. Prior to his passing, we had discussed the idea of hosting a large-scale Blitz and Rapid tournament here in Charlotte. But of course, the logistics and the funding and all of the things that go into that make it very difficult to do. And so I know that that was something that he truly cared about. So even after his passing, I thought it was really a great thing to do in his memory. And the others around me also agreed with that. And the fellowship aspect to support high-performing junior players in the United States, that goes hand in hand with who he was. He loved high-level chess. He was, of course, a high-level player himself. He was a recipient of the Samford Fellowship himself, but back in 2014, I believe, to support his growth in becoming a grandmaster. So we want to do the same things. It may be slightly different, but we believe that those two initiatives were the closest to who Danya was and respect and lift his spirit the most.
And we've seen round one. We're getting ready for round two now, which will start shortly. Peter, we saw some small surprises, but every round we're going to be gifted, we're going to be treated to some really fun pairings, and I think that's already starting as early as round two now.
Yes, I was looking at it. One of the pairings that caught my attention is on the third board. Once again, Vasily So is included. But okay, Vasily So is one of the greatest players. That is not the big surprise, but his opponent, now he's faced against Ashwin, an Indian grandmaster who is residing in Charlotte. I just met him 10 days ago, and during my special Danya Tribute Masterclass, I was highlighting some impossible to find moves, and nobody was having the slightest idea what it could have been, that move. And if I would have not known the answer, I would have not been able myself to spot it. And then Ashwin was the person twice who said, but why not this move, guys? And it worked to perfection. So I'm keeping an eye on this game.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one to follow, that's for sure. And in the meantime, I also want to mention further down on board 15, it's going to be Robert Hess against Levi Rosman. Two people I know very well, two good friends, and they'll be facing up against each other. I would love to check in on that game later. Eric Rosen plays Vasily Ivanchuk. That is going to be fun too. And Danny Wrench gets black against Ruslan Ponomaryov.
Wow, so basically what we were speculating about, that if all these players win their first round games, that means they will have some very tough pairing in the second round.
And there we see Mukidin Madaminov. I mean, so many strong players, it's crazy. Emilio Cordova, some strong grandmasters. Andrew Hong plays Sam Copeland. Shout out to both of those two. And I wish we could follow all the games, and hopefully we'll get a chance to look in on quite a few of them. So many interesting players, all with fun styles here at the Rapid tournament. And okay, looks like round two ready to go any moment now. Players taking their seats. Are you more of a Rapid fan or a Blitz fan, Peter?
Well, actually, I really like the Rapid because we have a little bit more time to cover the action. The Blitz goes way too fast. Of course, it has its own fascination with all the dramas, but I'm actually very happy that we slowly, step by step, approaching the Blitz. I think also the players are kind of happy that first you get rid of the 10-minute segment, you're already speeding up, and then the Blitz comes.
Mm-hmm. So for anyone watching, the Blitz will be tomorrow, and we'll be talking about that a bit later. In the meantime, okay, some handshakes here. Javalkir Sindarov laughing. Bortnik in the background. Players in good spirits. This is a celebration of chess, first and foremost. celebration of Danya's memory. And yeah, really nice to see these top players kind of turn up in force, support the whole event, support the fund. And yeah, top seed Fabiano Caruana won his first game, but he's also facing a Grandmaster now in round 2, Robbie Keflishvili, Dutch GM. That's not going to be easy. I believe he's been living in the US for many years in handshakes. Looks like we're good to go on this board too. And English opening from Fabiano.
Yeah, so one move c4. Yeah, Kevlishvili is a very dangerous and very aggressive player. So maybe that's why Fabio opted for one c4 in order to play a more controlled game.
Yeah. Control is always the aim, I find, but hard to keep control for an entire game of Rapid. We look like we have a result, but I don't believe that's true. There we go. Wesley So hasn't lost to Ashwin yet, so it was just a DGT error. Here are the top few boards, Peter, and okay, I see some interesting games on the bottom central board. We see a French Winnova variation. We see some other interesting lines. C3 Sicilian from Bortnik against Steven Ziek. Okay, what are you most excited? Which matchup? You mentioned Wesley So against Ashwin. That could be a fun one now.
Exactly. Exactly. I also wanted to highlight that not only knowing that Ashwin is a very dangerous player, but also the opening is a very special one. This Philidor with Rook G1. Very special, very sharp line. I think it was introduced by Alexei Shirov. But by now it's kind of a very trendy variation, a very aggressive one. Let me even go back so that we can appreciate how the players got here and why we are so fascinated about this opening. So this is the classical Philidor, and usually white plays the move bishop c4, and it's a positional struggle. But after g1, with a clear intention of going g4, you know that fire on board is guaranteed. C6, G4, H6. You have to slow that down. H4 is coming anyway. Now black opts for ED, knight D4, knight E5. Jumping with knight, hitting the pawn on G4. The pawn clearly pushes forward. G5, AG, and now the big question is, yeah, knight FG4 played. A very tactical position because seemingly F4 might win material because kicking away the knight, and then the knight on G4 is hanging. I'm believing that probably black counters it with queen b6, Wesley opts for bishop e2. What on earth is happening here, David?
You're right. It's a crazy variation. I'm sure Danya would approve. Yeah, I've actually looked at this exact position, Peter, because there's one guy in England who specializes in this whole Philidor type stuff as black. And I remember he had a crazy game where the knight went to h2. Not sure exactly this position. Queen came to b6, like you said, and it's just wild stuff. But yeah, it's interesting. Wesley, we kind of associate him with being solid, but it looks like he's here to play in a more attacking spirit this time. And yeah, very ambitious stuff. I mean, I would be terrified as black that I'm just losing material in all of these lines, but I'm glad it's Ashwin playing. He's much braver than me.
Yeah, he opted for the move queen b6. It gets a question mark. Strange. And f4 bleeds out. So black plays now the move knight h2. I think it would transpose to the line that Computer was saying that black is supposed to play. So actually, we might be getting knight h2, f4, queen b6. From queen b6, f4, knight h2. Well, if that move happens, as you highlighted, that even you know this kind of thing because one of your friend is playing this line now. Ashwin, come on, play the impossible knight h2.
Exactly. It just looks so weird, and knight h2 is nice because it takes away f3 and in some variations from the white knight, this pin on the kind of b6 g1 diagonal. But yeah, I mean, if you don't know it, it's hard to play. And I mean, even though I've looked at this type of thing before, the details are so fuzzy in my mind. It's like knight h2, what about rook h2? Maybe black can wait. Is there a threat? Like there's so many questions. I think he was going to get knight h2 though, process of elimination, just because both knights will be hanging. It's not about the e5 knight. Black will take back with a d pawn and probably win back some material, but g4 is hanging, so probably he finds it. But I just hope for Ashwin's sake he doesn't spend another 2-3 minutes of his time. He's already 3 minutes behind. Needs to move.
Yeah, I think his problem is that Rook H2, as you highlighted, it was also the move that was smiling down on me. Like, if I don't know this Knight H2 motive, then I would never think about Knight H2. But Rook H2, being active, creating the Knight F2 threat, and if the Knight on G4 is not hanging, and actually I just show that if Bishop takes, we take with the Bishop, Rook takes, we take with the Knight, and when Queen takes, then the Knight on D4 is hanging. That will be one problem. Besides, when the Rook leaves the first rank, then there is a Rook H1 back rank issue as well that White has to deal with. Now already, I have way too much arrows. Let me remove them. So just to highlight that Rook H2, and for example, Bishop G4, Rook G4, there's also this intermezzo check from behind winning White's queen. So I wonder what's wrong with Rook H2, and probably Wesley is prepared against Rook H2, but what it is?
Yeah, Daniel would approve of those arrows and that calculation, Peter. I mean, Rook H2, I would love to see that as well. Wesley, I have a feeling, might be in preparation, just judging by how quickly he played that last move F4. Maybe, like you said, he had a missed opportunity, but like the move order, maybe he was trying to get there a different way, and probably he knows what he's doing against Knight H2, Rook H2. But there we go, Knight H2 lands. Double exclam. If you take on E5, that's a brilliant move apparently, because if you take that Black Knight, then White loses the material back immediately on this diagonal due to the pin. This is a fun game.
Wow,
you made a good call.
Incredible. Yes. Okay. We also had some dinners together with Ashwin, and I could already sense like he's such a creative player. Yeah. It's also, I did not know this, but he's a former Ramesh student. Yeah. So Ramesh was also in Charlotte giving the brilliant master classes to young players, and it was so nice, to be around Ramesh and feel his also passion and dedication of trying to help everyone improve in chess.
Yeah, and talking of Ramesh, Peter, maybe we can zoom out of this game. It looks like another student, I believe, at some point of Ramesh's was Aravind. And Aravind looks like he's losing early on in the game. And that's the bottom left red board there. Maybe we can jump into that. White has sacrificed a piece in beautiful style and apparently has a winning attack, but of course needs to play quick to justify the investment. And maybe we can backtrack and show just a few moves ago, Knight D5, a very thematic sacrifice in the Sicilian, or in this pawn structure. Ethan Sheehan about to win.
Yes, I just want to highlight that also Rook E3 was an incredible move, a quiet little move, preparing Rook G3 and entering on the G file. And look at this. The body language tells it all. He knows that it is over. He's winning. So this gives us the chance to get back to this position. And after the move, Rook F8, which is like a thematic kind of move, yeah, you are hoping to get B7, B5 break in, putting pressure on the knight on C3, was suddenly met by the stunning knight D5. Of course, black can fall back with the queen to D8, but then you are just clearly worse. That wasn't the idea, so black opted for takes, Rook C7 protecting the bishop, and now suddenly bishop takes F6. You can't capture back with the bishop because of queen A8 checkmate on the spot. So G takes F6, and this queen G4 check, you cannot go to H8 because then rook takes C7, and then queen takes C8 picks up material. So you have to play king F8, and then all of a sudden there is no direct tactical threat, but the quiet little move rook E3, which just happened. B5 was played, total desperado. Is black surviving this, or it's going to be checkmate?
Oof, it looks so close to checkmate. White can probably keep building up, but yeah, b5 so slow. I must admit, I don't know so much about Ethan Sheehan here. It does say rating 0, but we can confirm that he's only unrated in Rapid. In Classical, he is 2350 or 2348. He's over 2400 in Blitz, so a very dangerous player. He's just 17, 18 years old, I believe. Yeah, very young and very dangerous, clearly. And brilliant tactical vision. He barely spent any time as well. He's still got 8 minutes on his clock. So landing knight d5, like maybe by instinct as much as calculation. Yeah, now it just needs a finishing touch, right? Like, is it rook g3? Is it rook de1? Where is the killer blow?
Yeah, well, I think humanly we are tempted to calculate the consequences of rook g3 because it threatens queen g8 checkmate, so we are assuming that black has to continue running with the king to e8. Then, for example, we give a queen g8 check. Yeah, let me even put it. So rook g3, king e8. For example, queen g8 check. If black plays king d7, then I think queen takes f7 should win. So the critical move is bishop f8. And is white winning here or not? The good news is that the queen from a5 is actually covering the e1 square. And after rook e3 check, there is rook e7. So actually, thanks to this line, which seems to be somehow holding for black, makes it more complicated than it looks. And also the evil bar signals like the game is automatically over. No, there is still a lot of tension here.
Yeah. I mean, that would be the first thing I calculate for sure. But rook de1 also threatens that that tactic you mentioned earlier with rook takes e7. So maybe that gains a valuable tempo. Or evil bar drops a little bit. But yeah, now if somehow we can just play like king f1, rook g3, feels like mate in every variation.
Yes, but I think that if you have to slow down and make a natural, slow little move, that will be very difficult with 6 minutes on the clock to decide on, yeah, because you have so many tempting options. That's the problem. It would be so much better just to have one good move. You know, okay, that's it. Like this, you can get confused.
Okay, spending some time. This is a good moment to pause and invest that time. Like if he finds something good here, he just wins. Hopefully, hopefully he will have enough time left to try and work something out. Arvind is praying though that maybe rook g3 is played, the black king escapes. Maybe we come back and check on this one shortly, Peter. Maybe we can, if you don't mind me indulging myself, maybe we can jump to Robert Hess against Levi Rosman. We have cameras on the two of them, so I just want to shout out our camera team there. Very good work tracking them down. And yeah, I mean, these are two of my favorite people to talk to watch. And it looks like Levy's got a big threat right now, knight c2, threatening a fork.
Wow. And Robert is in a shock because he did not see this coming. It is only move 11. And yeah, he has to play knight e1, he has to fall back, but then black can just trade on g2 and pick up the pawn on c4 for free. And usually, very often in Catalan, white sacrifices that pawn, but here after the trade of the light square bishops and white not being developed, it might be just very bad for white.
Yeah, it looks like Levy's caught Robert out in the opening here in this double fianchetto line. Robert, yeah, hasn't played so much lately. He was telling me it's been years pretty much since he played serious over-the-board chess. Levy, maybe a bit more active. Yeah, it looks like white has to struggle with some attempt at compensation. Queen c3. If the white king was on g1, this would win the pawn back, but there is a check. He's going to play that.
Yeah, there's a check. There is queen d5 check, and also the problem is that the queen d5 check, knight f3, there will be c5 as well. It's like a dream Grunfeld. Yeah, you are normally sacrificing some pawns to get all this activity. Your pawn up. It's a disaster.
Yeah, this looks really tough for Robert. Both players did win their first round. Check. Robert, he actually texted me just before the broadcast. He said he was hoping to play some chess that we would be proud of. So I'm cheering for him this whole day. That's for sure. I think he'll be especially excited about the Blitz. Rapid is hard when you're rusty. You never know how quick to play, how slow to play, how much to think. It's harder to find a rhythm. But yeah, the Blitz is going to be. I have a feeling he's going to do very well. Maybe white should play queen f3 just in light of your c5 move. C5 looks so horrible for white.
But the last move was queen f3 to c3. I mean, queen e3 to c3. Going back to f3, I don't see it happen. But yeah, now c5 just comes, and I cannot really envision white surviving this. So clearly, white hopes to play e4, but there will be spin. I might just step back with the queen to e6, let's say. I still want to keep an eye on the c4 pawn. And why am I not winning? That's my question.
Yeah, unless white can play d5 there and limp on.
Yeah, but even then I can just take on c3. And let's just show this, what we are talking about. So c5, e4, kicking the queen. If the queen moves somewhere else, then maybe we can pick up. But I will play queen to e6.
Yeah.
On the board. I think this is all happening. It's all very natural.
Yeah, it looks tough. Like the best case scenario for Robert now is probably to somehow, I don't know, play bishop e3, try and hope that loads of pieces come off the board. He's going to be a pawn down, but okay, if he can keep control of the d file. The problem is I don't think black has to rush, right? Black doesn't have to commit too early. Black can keep building up. Rooks can come to d8. Knight can come back to c6 at some point. This, yeah, it's going to be really tough for white.
Yeah,
to survive.
even some f5 might appear, but yeah, exactly as you said, just rook d8, knight c6 is also always too much pressure on d4 pawn. I don't see a scenario how Robert can survive this, and clock is ticking down as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 2 minutes against almost 6. Yeah, Levy's very, very good in these openings. Every opening he plays, I notice in his games in Blitz, they're always really well worked out. There's always some tricks involved as well. Levy, I think people don't realize how clever he is with openings, how hard he works on them. And yeah, this looks fantastic now for black. Okay, some breaking news, Peter, in the game we just jumped from.
Yes.
So that was on the bottom left. It does look like Aravind has survived and is somehow back in the game.
Wow. No, actually, it's 3-4 repetition. It's a draw.
Whoa.
I think it is a draw already. It's a 3-4 repetition. Yeah, and the scorecards are written there. Look at this, because after f4, knight h2, white has some problems, because even queen takes d4 is a big threat. Queen d4, queen takes d4, and then knight f3. For example, let's just say white makes the pass move just to highlight this beautiful line that takes, and then the knight jumps to f3. And there we see the handshake by the players. So after knight h2, bishop e3 happened. Now knight hg4 jump back, hitting the bishop on e3. The bishop fell back to c1, and then the knight moved to h2. Now white played the move rook g3, trying to control it like this, but then black jumped back with the knight to g4, threatening h1 check, as we already highlighted, and there was nothing better than to retreat with the rook on g1, when suddenly somebody, I think probably Ashwin, correctly stopped the clock, called the arbiter that, wait a second, if I play knight h2, it's already 3-4 repetition, I have a draw in hands against Wesley So. And that's what happened.
Wow, great result for Ashwin. He did it in style as well. This is a really kind of rare, almost unseen opening variation. And yeah, I guess Wesley wasn't as well prepared as I kind of predicted after all. If white's forced to take a repetition like that, understandable as well with such an open king. Yeah, fun game. And that result, a draw. Maybe we can check out, Aravind on the other game we were looking at. He is back in it. He's no longer losing. And maybe we can do an action replay. He's threatening mate now. He's threatening queen h6 and rook e8, but something went a bit wrong.
Yeah, actually, he did play your move rook d1, but after b takes c4, he rushed and he collected back the material with rook takes c7, a very natural human kind of reaction. But apparently, there was some quiet little move, just go queen h5. Okay, but if queen h5 is the winning move, then we can forgive white missing it. So white captured on e7, c takes b3, opening up the c file. I don't think the pawn is important, but just getting some back rank issues, and queen takes d5, queen h3, h5 on the board. Rook c7 just happened.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
and
so
queen
this
e3.
looks like it should be equal now. Black has an extra pawn, but a very weak king. I'm sorry to drag you all over the place, Peter, but let's go back to the other game, because Levy Rosman's just landed a brilliant move against Robert Hess. If we can jump back to that one that we were focusing on a bit earlier. Knight takes d5. Levy, he's on fire. What can I say? Breaking news that Fabiano's won, but this is a brilliant move. Knight takes d5. And queen e2 check is the whole idea. If rook takes first, then the white knight on e1 would have been hanging. So Levy now 2 pawns up. And counting.
And even you can include queen e2 check and then pick up the knight, but okay, it does not matter, it's just some sadistic move. So yes, wow, but bishop g5, h6, yeah, black is 2 pawns up, has a winning position, and poor Robert is down to 13 seconds. He needs more than a miracle here.
Yeah, this is tough. Like sometimes that happens, right? Like you haven't played for a while, and it's just the opening. Like he never really got a chance in this game, but he'll be bouncing back. And great play from Levy. I shouldn't write this game off, but what do you think, Peter? It should be winning now. If Black just keeps things sensible, knight c7.
Exactly. Just you have already played enough fancy moves, so let's just play normal chess. Knight c7, rook d7, knight b5, knight d4. Just win the game. Yeah, no need for any fancy stuff anymore.
But it looks like fancy stuff. He's played f5. Wow. Levy he's not taking it easy. Pedal to the floor.
Okay, so he's really going. He's going for it, but now let's focus because he has to deliver checkmate. So I'm believing he's counting on queen e2 check. And where does this king go? Because the white king has to go all the way to h3. King h1 runs into queen f1 checkmate, and king g1 runs into bishop d4 checkmate. That's clearly Levy's main idea. So, but what happens after king h3? Are you gonna hunt maybe g5, g4?
I want to, but it does feel slow. And white has queen e3.
Happened.
There has to be. I mean, that has to be mate, surely. Rook takes d5.
It has to be.
Yeah, white can play queen e3, and probably black has so many pawns, but g5 played? Levy's trying to play up to the mortal game.
At least. Yes, it is played. G found the board, queen e3, blitzed out. So where do we go? g4, fg. The board cannot even keep up with the player's speed. So takes king h4. We're assuming this is the position.
Yeah. And now, does he take on h2 first, check, or does he... Oh wait, bishop f6 check, rook takes d5. That must be mate somewhere.
Yes.
White's king.
Very tempted for this, bishop f6 and rook d5 check. Yeah, all the pieces are entering the game.
There we go, it's happening on the board. The white king cannot survive. If it goes to g6, there's a rook g5 check. If it takes on h6, queen takes h2. Yeah, this is
it is checkmate.
Over.
King g6 played.
There we go.
Rook g5. Okay, but this is already now. Yes, white had to sacrifice the queen to survive checkmate, but okay, now it's mating attack anyway, and black is up a queen.
Yeah, I've got to say, this has been an incredible game from Levy. Like, Levy's evergreen game. Just sacrifices, tricks, tactics, and he never backed down. He barely paused. Still got a couple of minutes left. Just looking for the killer blow now. Where is the mate? You don't need a mate, but that's how he wants to end it. Check. And now he moves his king. And handshake, Robert resigns. Great game by Levy Rosman. Wow.
Yeah, what a game it was. Yeah, incredible. But as you highlighted before, it was all connected to the opening. Yeah, Robert fell into a devilish trap, and then Levy gave him no chance to come back.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, we'll keep everyone updated with the progress between of these two in the tournament. We see our bird's eye view here. Looks like, yeah, Fabiano won very quickly, so we're not going to follow that. Danny Wrench in trouble against Ruslan Ponomaryov. Looks like Ponomaryov is just the exchange up. That's on the top left board. Sindarov totally winning, apparently, in an endgame, although it looks like level material. If that's just a very nice Zugzwang. I think, Peter, maybe we can show this.
Yes.
And
it is the typical king and knight combo, kicking, shouldering away white's king, and finally black gets access to d5 pawn. And then it will be an automatic win. You have to watch out for all these bishop takes f5, gf, g6 ideas, but they don't seem to work because there is knight c3, knight takes d5 check, and then the knight is just in time to cover back on g8. That's the big problem.
Oh, it's so harsh on White. It feels like White's not done that much wrong this whole game, but just slowly positionally outplayed, and then Knight better than the Bishop in the block pawn structure, the King, yeah, just getting in. And like when I just saw the evaluation bar, I just thought, okay, this must be an imbalanced game, but it's level material, and it's just, yeah, chess is harsh sometimes. The fact that White is totally helpless. Yeah, there's no way to get the Bishop round to e8, and that diagonal, there's just nothing to do. The Black Knight's going to take pawns and continue the same procedure, right? Just slowly kick away the White King, advance the d pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, basically one could also argue that it's a perfect example of good knight versus bad bishop, yeah, that because of this pawn on d5, that is the problem. If the white pawn would be on d4, everything would be perfectly fine for white. Then maybe the white bishop would be even stronger than black's knight, but the dark squares and the king-knight combo was able to dominate the game.
Yeah, and Javokir's technique, we saw it in round one, very, very good. His opponent doesn't look too happy here. This could still go on a while, but pretty much guaranteed now to be a black win. What do you think, Peter? Should we move on?
I think so, yeah. We have already discussed everything. Yeah, if white is not going for the bishop f5 trick, he just hates them. Black will play knight c3, take the pawn on d5, then move the knight away, push the d pawn, and there is nothing white can do. Because, okay, if white's bishop would be on f7, targeting the pawn on g6, and black's knight would be forced to be passive on e7, and the king blocks the d pawn, those are the fairy tale kind of defenses, but it's not going to happen in this game.
Yeah, so king takes d5, for example, would have been a mistake, because white would have gotten a check, and bishop to f7. But, okay, at least black's knight has to be passive now.
Yes, but he made sure that his king is shouldering white's king. Yes, so the d pawn is now. I was highlighting that if white was able to get the king to d3 to block it, and that's it, he resigns. Wonderful technique by Sindarov.
Yeah, no way to stop that d pawn. That was, yeah, really, really instructive stuff. Maybe we can check out. Okay, there's a couple of games still going on the top bunch of boards. We have Bortnik here. He's facing Steven Ziek.
Yeah, let's go.
And, ooh, imbalances everywhere. Bishop c5 apparently a mistake, but the most natural move, or one of the most natural moves. White to pawn up, Peter, but the black rook and bishop combine quite well together.
Knight e5 check. You can't go to f6 because of knight d7. That's the problem. Bortnik immediately spotted it, and now he can play knight c6 support with b4, his a5 pawn.
Oh, he's
brilliant.
So good. Yeah, he's so tricky, Bortnik. His instincts are fantastic, and yeah, b4 is almost unstoppable. It's coming.
Yes, and then the bishop is kicked away from the dream diagonal. Now rook d3 might happen. Kick that bishop. Where is this bishop hiding at all?
It's pretty much trapped almost. There we go, f4, but now the b pawn runs. Black's counterplay just looks so slow. e4, e3 is the idea though. Check. Okay. Still not over. White's pawns look good, but he needs the finishing touch. e4. Okay, both sides with around 25 seconds. Rook d4. That looks very, very nice. All about control. Stopping e3. Because, yeah, rook takes bishop, rook takes f5, and rook e5.
Yes, or knight e5 check, knight f3 also. You can jump back the same way like in the other game. Wow, but bishop e3, okay. Ooh. This is still with few seconds on the clock.
Bortnik, has he
Let's
missed this
see
one?
What happens.
He kind of reacted on the camera there. Maybe he missed this. He wanted to push his pawn, but black will take on f2, and the white king isn't so safe. It looks like an immediate perpetual check. If rook takes f2 is allowed.
Wow, but now this is wild. Yeah, rook takes f2 with perpetual check ideas. Apparently rook d1 is the only winning move, but no, he goes b7 and now rook f2 check.
It's perpetual.
King g3, rook f3 check.
Oh, Bortnik knows it. Shake of the head. No way to win suddenly. No way to escape for white. I mean, just rook f3, rook f2, rook f1, no matter what. f4,
Wow,
same thing.
black even plays f4 check. Playing for the gallery.
Yeah. If the black pawn was still on f5, then bishop f4 would be a mating net, but no, here we go. It's repetition, and Bortnik, ooh, should have won probably, but great resourceful play from Ziyech there.
Yeah, you can see on Bortnik's face the disappointment. He felt like he played a great game, everything was under control, but that's why we love chess. That's why chess is so special. You can never be sure. And it got wild. And Aravind game is still in progress. Let me get it back. In fact, Aravind is now winning.
Yeah, it looked like for so long that white was almost holding a fortress, but the g2 pawn has dropped, and yeah, now it's two connected pawns. This is straightforward stuff. The black king will come to help. The black rook will get out of the way. And oh, Aravind's opponent here, Ethan, yeah, he looks so annoyed at himself. He was totally winning, Peter, but yeah, he let it all slip.
Yeah, look at this. He's even talking to himself, yeah, which is basically not allowed, but everyone understands his frustration, yeah, that he just goes crazy, that I had this golden opportunity. Look at this.
It's as if he's streaming just live over the board, talking to himself, and yeah, we all understand the frustration after a brilliant tactic earlier. Beautiful tactic from Ethan Sheehan, but there we go, handshake. It is Aravind who gets the win in the rook endgame, and that means that nearly all games are now completed. It looks like only one still ongoing. That's Eric Rosen against Ivanchuk. I don't know if we can find that game.
I know it's over also. Yes, this is the final. I think it's over because king e2, rook g2 check just wins. So Ivanchuk showing his class.
Yep. Ivanchuk, this game looked balanced for a long time. It looked like Eric had a fortress. I was checking earlier, but eventually Ivanchuk broke it down, and that means we can start to recap our results of round 2. And here we see the top boards, at least in decisive games, not too many surprises, but a few draws. Kostya Kavutsky did draw with Ray Robson very quickly in that round. Ashwin, as you mentioned, Peter, earlier, drew with Wesley So, and Bortnik not able to win a draw on that board too. How about on the second page? Do we see any bigger upsets? Sagashar losing to Suleimanli, and yeah, Ponomarov defeating Danny Wrench. I wanted to jump in there, but unfortunately Danny couldn't hold on. And yeah, it looks like most results are going according to seeding right now. Maybe Levi Rosman's win, the biggest kind of shock, at least in terms of ratings on the top 2 pages. And elsewhere, yeah, Madaminov. I mean, it's just crazy how strong this field is. Emilia Cordova as well. And Artush Naiksans is there as well in Charlotte. Nice to see him. Andrew Tang involved, and he gets the win as well. Peter, what was the highlight of round 2 for you?
Well, highlight a lot of fights, but I'm actually very happy to have kind of sense that Ashwin is a very special player, and I think after this, the way how he shocked Wesley So, everybody understands what I meant when he found all these impossible kind of moves. I'm a huge fan already.
Yeah, me too. I've only played him once, but I'm learning that he's a very dangerous opponent. Let's check out the standings now after round 2 to see how many players are still on 100%. It's 14 players still on 2 out of 2. But we see that a few players like Wesley So, Ray Robson, Darius Schwartz, they have dropped half a point. No surprises that the likes of Fabiano are still on 100%. And there we go. It's going to be a lot of top level games, a lot of Grandmaster versus Grandmaster action, I think almost guaranteed in round 3. And Peter, that means we have a time now for a short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everyone. But in the meantime, I just want to talk to you about the Naroditsky Memorial Fund. For anyone at home looking to directly support Daniel's legacy, the official Daniel Naroditsky Memorial Fund is now accepting donations. Every single donation goes directly toward funding the annual memorial tournament and establishing fellowships to support talented young chess players on their journey. hit !fund in chat right now to see how you can get involved. And remember everyone, this is all for Dania. We'll be back with more chess in round 3 after this short break.
We're doing, for the very first time.
I have a minute and 30 seconds. Dang.
You wish you had an hour 30, or do you? Good luck.
Good luck. All right.
Bam,
E4.
there we go. E4, C5.
Knight F3.
Knight, no, sorry, E6. No, sorry, knight C6, sorry.
Bishop B5.
G6.
C3. C3, pawn C3.
Yeah.
Clock. They're all good.
D5.
E takes D5.
Queen takes D5.
Short castles.
Bishop G7.
D4.
Bishop G4.
Knight BD2.
C takes D4.
Queen A4. Queen Alfred 4. Queen of Dussatorov.
E6.
Knight C4.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna go knight E7.
Knight B6.
Okay, sorry. That was the reason. Okay, that's fine. That was fine.
Oh, what's my time?
55 seconds.
Cool.
53. 53.
That's an.
I saw knight B6, but then I didn't see that my queen was getting forked.
That's a knight. Yeah, it's King's Indian trick also.
It told me you didn't know where the knight was gonna go, but you also probably wouldn't expect me to miss that. Okay.
An airport materialized.
Queen D8.
Knight takes rook.
Okay, I'll go bishop takes F3.
Queen takes A7.
Oh wow. Castles.
Queen B6.
Queen takes A8.
Pawn takes bishop.
Knight D5.
Queen C5.
Pawn takes C3.
Pawn takes pawn.
Bishop takes C3.
Rook B1.
Bishop E5.
F4.
Bishop takes F4.
Bishop takes bishop.
Knight takes F4.
Bishop takes knight.
Pawn takes bishop.
Queen E3.
Oh, yeah. G5.
King H1.
C5.
F3.
Queen takes A2.
Rook G1.
Knight H3.
Rook takes G5. Check.
Knight takes G5.
Queen takes knight.
King H8.
Queen F6.
King G8.
Rook G1 pre-move. Rook G2. But did I lose on time?
No, you didn't.
Oh, okay.
Dania!
There was a line.
You are insane!
Which I used and won. I think this is it's from Italian game. It's a 6 and bishop 2. I'm playing it black, and I think I was like only 5 years old, and my teacher was like showing me this knight d4 move. Yeah, yeah, it was like a bad move. I think if you take castle, it's already plus like 0.50 minimum, but okay, I'm playing a like 6 years old tournament, so everyone want to take this like 3 pawn, yeah, and after takes knight e5, queen g5, and of course then they want to take f7 pawn also, and I take g2. Okay, it's already lose for white, and of course straps ends here like bishop b2, knight f3 mate. This one the first trap which I really used in a board against someone. I mean, maybe there is also some traps which I used, but I cannot remember. So, but this one I for sure remember because I played in some national championship.
back for round 3 of the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. I'm David Howell, and I'm joined by my good friend Peter Lecko. Peter, it feels like we've already been treated to some fun chess, and I think round 3 is going to deliver again. We have some thrilling pairings.
Yeah, incredible. I just couldn't believe my eyes when I see that none other than Vasily Ivanchuk will face Fabiano on the first board. Then on second board, Sindarov against Andy Woodward. That's also an incredible matchup. On third board, Sam Sevian against Madaminov. And many very interesting things. But look at board number 7, Levi Rosman against Ruslan Ponomaryov. I want to see that game also very much, because we have seen Rosman Levi with all these tricks where Ponomaryov is a super classical guy. I don't believe that those tricks will work out against Ruslan, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows? We have a lot of legends of the game in Charlotte playing this event. Nice to see Ivanchuk make his way up to top board. As you mentioned earlier, Peter, he had some, he had a fantastic, fascinating game against Dania at the World Blitz Championship in New York. And Andy Woodward, another speed specialist. Andrew Tang on board 8, another player well known for his speed, is rising up the rankings. Artus Nike Sands as well. I just want to mention our fellow commentator. He's been winning his games so far. Here's the second page. Rare to see Wesley So on the second page of pairings like this, but he did drop a draw. And your boy Ashwin is playing Bortnik now. It doesn't get easier.
Wow, but that is a Charlotte derby. Yeah, local derby there. I guess they have played plenty of blitz games against each other, so they probably know each other well. That actually works a little bit against Ashwin, because I feel like people don't know him that well, and then some thunder hits them. But Bortnik should be alert.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Robert Hess will hope to bounce back from a defeat in the previous round against Julian Song. We see that towards the bottom of that page. Elsewhere, Dino Belankaya, Boris Gelfand, Danny Wrench, they're all in action. And lots of games that we hopefully will get time to cover. If not, we'll bring everyone the results a bit later. And there we go, the final page of pairings. And round 3. It's 7 rounds for anyone just joining us at home. It's 7 rounds today of rapid chess plus potentially tie breaks. So we're going to see players already start building up ahead of steam. And okay, Levi Rosman after round 2 is at the top of the standings. Okay, he did just defeat Robert Hess, so I think we'll get these corrected. But either way, it's Levi on form, as we saw in the previous round. And in the background, we see another play on 2 out of 2, Fabiano Caruana. Bortnik, we see Sam Sevian, of course, as well.
Yeah, Sam Sevian sitting at the board. Aravind also waiting for his opponent. Survive that scare. And we have seen Ethan handling it so badly, and we feel for him. We know what it means when you are delivering a brilliance, you are about to take down a fantastic world-class player in brilliant fashion, and then at the end of the day, you end up losing that game. Then just forgiving yourself is so difficult. Missing that opportunity.
Yeah, it can be a real tournament breaker. Like, you have to bounce back and be resilient. Nobody's going to play perfect chess. It's just about somehow recovering from the setbacks. Here we see Artus Nike Sands. I'd love to see him do well in this event. I know, he always looked forward to commentating with Dania. He watched a lot of Dania's streams, I believe. And he's a fantastic commentator, player. I've played him many times myself in classical games. Very strong opponent. He's currently on 2 out of 2 as well. And looks like round 3 will begin.
Yeah, very universal. I think a very universal player. Yeah, so he's good at everything. Now the big question: what will happen against Suleimanli, who is a very young and energetic and super strong Azeri grandmaster? But there we have Levi Rosman against Ruslan Ponomaryov, where Ruslan Ponomaryov in 2001 in Moscow won the knockout, FIDE World Knockout Championship, and then together with Chucky. And then January 2002, they played against each other the match, which finally Ponomaryov won. Chucky had his chances, In couple of games he was winning, but the resilience of Ponomarev was shining. And there's the handshake, and Levy takes on Ruslan with the first move, c4, e6.
Okay, so Levy using the English opening. Yeah, Ruslan, people forget he was so young. I think he was 18, right? He was a prodigy. He was fantastic. I mean, he's still a super strong player, very, very solid, hard to beat. And yeah, it looks like Levy is playing a very flexible line in the opening as round 3 kicks off on the other boards. Players maybe just sitting down, just shaking hands, getting ready. Maybe we keep an eye on Levy in the early stages, because it looks like this is where the action's at. Actually, bottom left, I want to point out, Peter, Arthur's, I believe, is playing, is it the Naroditsky variation of the 4 knights? With white playing knight to d5 very early. That's a nice shout out to Dania.
About knight d5, yeah, and then bishop e7 happened. Okay, tricky kind of stuff. Normally after knight d5 there was knight takes d5, ed knight d4, the main variation, I believe. But okay, that's a different theoretical debate. For the moment, yeah, let's also focus on Levy against Pono, because yeah, Ponomarev, please apology, I know Pono way too good, so for me calling him Pono is the most natural thing. We have been always calling, just like Vishwanathan was always Vishy for us. And yeah, Pono in action with bishop d6, rook e8, it's one of those typical precise move orders, and he knows his stuff.
Very hard to catch him out in the opening, Pono. And yeah, Levy, he has all these kind of tricky ideas, like we mentioned. They always have a bit of poison to them, but yeah, I don't know whether he's ever going to be brave enough to play like quick g4s with white. I'm not sure whether here, or sometimes they play like rook g1, g4, but that would be taking it to another level against someone like Ponomarev.
Yes, I think also the point of this bishop d6, rook e8 is like black is getting ready in the center to counter this flank attack very effectively. So probably something like c5, knight c6 can also happen very quickly. And yeah, basically we have Pono, we have Nyepo, and we have Moro. Yeah, 3 incredible legends, you know, whom you can always relate to, like Nyepo, Pono, and Moro. Brilliant players.
And Leko.
Yeah, but my name is Leko from origin. Yeah, it's not a shortcut. But yeah, it was always, you know, so nice to be fired. For example, against Moro, I had incredible amount of brilliant clashes. With Nyepo, a little bit less, and with Pono, we had very, very hot game. Pono in a classical game, he's so incredibly hard. He's finding a source of person.
Yeah, and I don't know if anyone ever called Dania Naro, but Naroditsky, that's another name you can shorten with an O on the end. I promised a friend to get as many puns in as possible this this next 3 days in honor of Dania, because he loved his puns, but I've struggled so far, Peter, so I'll try and up my game. Rook e8.
Great, and you see, I told you that this bishop d6, rook e8, the trickery, of course there was no trickery. This is a very typical kind of setup. They even call it like the Khmer setup, because Vincent was playing during the pandemic like tens of thousands of games for this knight f3, c4, knight c3, queen c2 business. But clearly the Levy Roseman spirit should be connected with g4. But this bishop d6, rook e8 kind of setup, and then some quick c5, knight c6, and potential d4 in the air if white really tries to close his eyes and just try to go for an attack, it will backfire. So let's see how Pono will handle this. I'm expecting c5.
Yeah, it's normally c5 or it's c6 and e5 very quickly, but yeah, c5 just feels so natural when yeah, d4 already is kind of hanging in the air. Yeah, we'll try and see what Levy has in store. Does he just start trying to develop? I mean, it's not so easy suddenly, right, to switch to just normal kind of kingside play to take on d5, bishop e2, castles, because black's very quick suddenly in the center. He might be committed now, Levy.
Exactly. There is already no way to slow down because, as you highlighted, yeah, beautifully, that CDD. Once again, we can enjoy the benefit behind rook e8, the super prophylactic move. Black is already eyeing to go d5, d4. So this would be very dangerous, maybe even just bad. And okay, what do you do then? What do you do? Levy is taking his time. Maybe it's also a chance for us to check out on, for example, Vasil Ivanchuk. What is he up to against Fabiano? Get the bird's eye view first to see what is the most interesting.
Yeah, let's do it. Here we see our top 8 boards. Fabiano Caruana against Vasily Ivanchuk. That's happened in some huge events over the years. And here, an equally huge event, the Naroditsky Memorial. That is our top board in round 3. Looks like a very stable Sicilian. I'm guessing a Najdorf. Looks like early days there. Sindarov against Andy Woodward does look quite tricky, quite sharp for now, maybe at least relative to the Ivanchuk Caruana game. So maybe we can start with that one, Peter.
Yes, we can. I'm super happy to, covering Andy Woodward because I'm a huge fan already. Because I always feel like if a young player is strategically sound, then I'm a huge fan. And I believe that Andy Woodward has all these strategical skills to become a very great player. He's already now very strong, and he's just 16. And there was a very interesting kind of small little moment here after e5, d takes e5, bishop e5, that black has spotted this wonderful idea of going queen d5. And after bishop takes f6, now the queen falls back to e6 with a check. And after queen e2, he's having a possibility of capturing with the queen. And all of a sudden then, relying on the pair of bishops, this could be some kind of a massage. And I know that you love this kind of positions with black.
Oh, you know me too well, Peter. Especially, any position with bishop pair. Like, as long as I'm not too many pawns down, or as long as the position isn't too blocked, then bishop pair. Yeah, I mean, it looks very, very healthy, very pleasant for Andy Woodward. Like you say, he's strategically sound, like very sound for his age, but tactically as well. He always wins these kind of puzzle world championships. He's so good at bullet chess. He's such a well-rounded player, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was on the US Olympiad team in a few years' time. He did win the Hyper Bullet Championship as well on Chess.com just a few weeks ago. So he's got the need for speed, but he can do it the slow way, and he's going to try and, like you said, I love that word, massage the advantage against Sindarov here.
Yes, and every single move that he plays, he can play now quite quickly. It's a routine kind of moves for a player of his caliber. The move rook d8. You don't deal with the defense of the e7 pawn. You create a counter set hitting the bishop. So white develops the knight to a3. Typically, one could argue that maybe you deal with this this e7 pawn with something like bishop e6, but that would run into bishop c4. At some moment, clearly here, it can be met by rook d2. That's why black can afford to play bishop e6, but you always have to keep an eye on this, that what is strategically important in the position and what are the tactics. So very important that bishop c4 is impossible due to rook d2, delivering some tremendous pressure on the second rank.
Oh, it's funny you say that, Peter, because it looked like Sindarov just reached for his bishop, and then he took his hand back, and then he shook his head. So maybe he just totally forgot that rook to d2 was such a big move there. I don't really see how white reorganizes the pieces then. Like, knight c2, round to d4, but it wants to be on c4, that piece. Yeah, it's not pleasant at all. Sindarov's got some big questions to answer.
Yes, and you see, I have just witnessed how he jadooped himself on the chair. It's a typical sign when you are feeling very uncomfortable. You are trying to settle in, physically speaking, settle in, because clearly he was relying on bishop c4. I also felt like, wait a second, bishop e6 will be met by bishop c4. What else? Rook ed1? Yeah, he's going rook ed1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wants
trying
to play rook
insist
ad1.
On bishop c4.
Yeah, the a2 pawn was hanging, I guess, after rook ad1, but this does give black a move or two to try and create some threats. Bishop c4 he'll never ever exchange. He'll always run away anyway. So how can he improve the position, Andy Woodward?
Yeah, I'm thinking about a move like queen g5 now, because actually the queen does nothing on f6 at the moment. And besides setting up this bishop g4 attack, I don't know exactly. Maybe white will have to play the move bishop e4, but then white will never be able to play bishop c4, and the knight on a3 will feel very uncomfortable. So if queen g4 provokes or forces bishop e4, I'll be very happy with queen g5.
Yeah, that looks very nice. And yeah, black can pretty much try and improve in a bunch of different ways. Very unclear what Sindarov's next step is after bishop c4, if black just moves, or bishop e4, like you say, black just defends c6, and game goes on. But okay, this one probably no immediate fireworks in the near future. Rook to b8 is Andy Woodward's choice, and he'll avoid this light square bishop trade. I do see that Sam Sevian has a big advantage against another Uzbek player on board 3 against Madaminov. That again just looks like a bishop pair advantage for white. Nothing too dramatic happening apart from, well, I say apart from that, maybe Sam Sevian about to win a pawn. Elsewhere, Levy Rosman, I see on the bottom row, he's gone for it against Pono, but looks like he might be punished, Peter. You can't do this against classical players.
Exactly, and I think we should actually head to that game to highlight that what happens when you try something which is not sound enough against a great player like Pono. It will heavily backfire. You'll be countered in the center, and the knight d7 is coming. So just very quickly, queen c2, c5 was the moment we left, and after g4, Pono immediately jumped with d4, ed4, cd4. White has no time to pick up the pawn because everything is falling apart. Bishop c5, next knight takes g4, so clearly white plays knight e4. But now after takes, we see this subtlety that the knight has not yet committed to c6. So after rook g1, white has this brilliant move knight d7, and the knight is heading to c5, kicking the queen away. And basically, if that knight really lands on c5, it could easily be game over.
Yeah, it's going to land there now. And I mean, it looks like the worst Benoni ever. White doesn't even have a Benoni structure, but yeah, I mean, white doesn't have an attack. These pawns are pushing, but there's nothing to hit. There's no hook. If black's pawn was on h6, then I would say, okay, this is quite an interesting attack for white, but yeah, you're attacking nothing, and white's king is going to come under heavy fire soon. If black can set up bishop f5 at some point, that's going to be painful.
But wait a second,
A5,
now
A4.
e4 maybe e4 wins on the spot. Can I play e4? Because after knight takes d5, bishop e5 combined with knight d3 check, and I take, and I think e4 just wins on the spot.
Yeah, maybe you can show that, Peter. Ooh, a5 also
Okay.
good. Like black's winning, but e4 might have
Yes.
been a knockout.
Yes, because e4, knight takes d4. Well, I can even be fancy, but okay, let's just use this rook e8, because once again it's connected with this pin. White is unable to take, and where do you go? King e2, I can at least already win a piece by takes bishop e5. That's maybe end the game, but maybe I had even something stronger. So e4 was winning on the spot, but Pono is just enjoying his position. He knows that he's completely winning because this bishop on b2 is buried. He might be able to get g6, bishop f5 in. Besides, this e4 winning set is also not running away. Total catastrophe.
Levy playing an incredible game, one of the best games I've seen him play in the previous round, but unfortunately this opening, yeah, so much is decided in openings in Rapid Chess especially. It's just all gone wrong for him. I'm not sure whether we sit here and watch the rest unfold. It's going to be painful for Levy, who's now under 1 minute as well, against 7.5 minutes. Especially with white, it can be tricky, like knowing how hard to press, but he was trying to be too creative, Levy Rosman. Yeah, maybe we go back to the bird's eye view rather than sit here and yeah, see Levy suffer. Oh, he plays d3, I believe. That's only asking for e4 even further. Oh, Peter,
Yes.
this is tough. This is tough to watch.
Well, I actually feel like the suffering will end pretty soon because I don't really see this game lasting too long. Yeah, it just black busts open the center and delivers checkmate to this king in the center. Who is attacking whom is the question. Yeah, white was the one who tried all this fancy kind of stuff, but don't do this against a world-class player.
Exactly, especially if like that world-class player is well prepared, and I think Levy wasn't so familiar with the move orders. I think he knew the idea, but just doesn't work in this exact position. Yeah, e4 just looks like it's lights out. I mean, what does white even do there? You have to take rook takes e4, king d1, and not nice at all.
Yeah, it's horrible. You know, actually, just now in Charlotte, I was also giving master classes for young players, and suddenly the boys asked before the class that what is the today's theme of the lecture, and I said, you want to hear something? Then okay, let's use how to use the opponent's aggression against himself. And I was calling out Karate Kid as being, you know, the model game for also a chess game. And I asked the kids, who did watch Karate Kid? And everybody was raising his hand that, yes, I have watched it. Well, I told them I have watched it also 100 times because the spirit of Mr. Miyagi lives also at the chessboard. And this is one of my favorite themes, how to counter your opponent when he does something which doesn't, which is just way too aggressive, and the position does not let it happen.
Yeah, I fully approve of that, Peter. Wax on, wax off. That is a fantastic, fantastic movie. In the meantime, yeah, Ruslan Pono, he's totally turned this into a one-sided attack. King e1 is pretty much forced, and it's just a question whether black can knock him out immediately with d3 or bishop f5 or bishop g4 or rook f4. Anything looks good. Bishop f5 probably the easiest.
Yes, not to give this hope of d3, queen c3, setting up some ideas for white with queen take g7 checkmate. No, we keep that pawn on d4. That suffocates white's position, and also the white queen cannot run away after bishop f5. Queen d2 runs into bishop f4, trapping the queen.
Oof. Queen trapped, and it's just move 17 for Levy with white. Oh, that's going to be tough. Going to be tough for him. 19 seconds as well. That's not ideal clock management, and bishop to f5 I think has been played. There we go. So yeah, rook e1 may be a threat, but he doesn't want to give a rook and a piece for a queen, probably. Probably just wants to win in other ways, rook f4 and just take material. Queen d7.
Or even just
exactly.
Rook a8, bringing in the pieces. Yeah, bishop d3. I'm expecting resignation any second. Yeah, takes. I would love to play queen d7, just not to touch anything. Super, just showing the superiority of the position that, okay, you get one extra move and you still can't do anything.
That's classy. That is a very classy touch. Yeah, I approve, Peter. That's why you're... wow, there we go.
Well, and
that's why you're such a classy player.
As well. Yes.
You know him well. And what can
there
do?
Is just no way you are not playing the move queen d7, and okay, finally you have to win at some moment. So you might play now rook e3 because it's fancy, beautiful, and wins on the spot. So let's go for it.
Yeah, he can keep building up, bring his other rook to e8 or rook e3. Just wins a piece at the very least.
I think I win the queen. On the board.
There we go. Handshake. Levy resigns. Tough game. Just 20 moves. Great win by Ponomarev in the meantime. And that means that Levy's on 2 out of 3. And let's go back to the bird's eye view to see what other action's going on. Looks like Sam Sevian, the top middle board, is about to take down Madaminov. It looks like Ivanchuk has a big advantage against Caruana in the meantime. Okay, Sam Sevian actually just does win on board 3. So he joins Pono on 100%. Maybe we can go to Ivanchuk against Fabiano Caruana because...
I think...
action.
Exactly. Let's head there because, okay, Ivanchuk is playing like Ivanchuk. There was this famous quote by Garry Kasparov when in Linares 97, Chucky had a very rough tournament. He was playing horribly and he was on the bottom. Gary was leading the tournament. And then Ivanchuk delivered a brilliant game against Kasparov. And what was Kasparov's comment? Well, against everybody else, Ivanchuk played like an idiot. Against me, he plays like Ivanchuk. And this is the Chucky that we are seeing here. He's putting tremendous pressure on Fabi.
Exactly, and he famously did the same in many, many tournaments, including in 2013 Candidates, when he had a horrible time, lost on time in classical chess, multiple games, but then in the last couple of rounds, I think he beat, was it Carlsen and then Kramnik, who were the two leaders at the time. But here he's
exactly back to back.
Yeah, back to back. And yeah, maybe we can just backtrack, because Fabiano kind of, he sacrificed the exchange, typical Sicilian way, but it didn't pay off. And yeah, just a few moves down the line, this rook takes c3 idea, typical, but it's backfired completely on Fabiano. And it was this moment, question mark.
Yeah, he sacrificed. And knight d3 is super important move, because not only hits the pawn on e5 and challenges the knight, but also after knight c6, knight c5 is coming. Probably this is what Fabiano has missed. And now, after getting rid of black's light squared bishop and getting the grip of the position, it is clear that white is calling the shots. So clock situation 215 versus 130.
Yeah, it's always a bit scary when Ivanchuk goes low on time. We were talking earlier about his game against Dania, but I mean, I've seen him make so many moves on just 1 second alone. And yeah, I just want to shout out Just Having Fun in the featured chat for taking the words right out of my mouth. But I fully agree. The two best players to never win the title. They're definitely up there in the conversation, Peter, alongside yourself.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely. Okay, Chucky for me is an absolute legend, because when I started, like in the beginning of 90s, he was already the player who just beat Kasparov in Linars with this legendary 2 knights versus 2 bishop b5 Sicilian game. I studied as a young kid that game quite seriously. And okay, for me, ever since, Chucky is Chucky. Of course, to be fair with Kasparov, Gary has beaten Chucky also many times in also memorable fashion. But yeah, just, and his love for the game and his passion and everything makes him a tremendous fan favorite.
Yeah, every time I see him, like even outside of the kind of the round time, he's always playing blitz in the bar or analyzing or talking about chess or studying chess or playing drafts. He's always keeping his brain working. He's a real genius, but he needs to speed up, Peter. Like, since we've been talking, he spent 3 minutes on this one move. He's burnt all of his time advantage and more, and he needs to just choose something. Like queen e2 would be a natural move to defend e4 to hit the black rook. I mean, there must be others, but what's he thinking about? This is reckless time handling.
20 seconds. Yes, he's not happy that queen e2, rook a4 touches the pawn, but down to 13 seconds. Chucky, come on.
Ooh.
And he goes rook d6. Yeah, I somehow sense that he for this effective he's spending. It moves with the spirit.
Yeah, I was going to say it too. Like, the longer you think on these types of moves, the more you want to solve the tension, especially with no time on the clock. Rook takes d6. Yeah, I kind of understand the reasoning. Like, he didn't want to kind of sit there and time pressure psychologically for the next 10 moves. He wants to solve this immediately. Ponomaryov looking very interested now over the shoulder. But yeah, the advantage is gone apparently, according to the computer. Black's going to be up a pawn, I guess, after, bishop takes rook on d6, queen takes, rook takes c2 as a pawn, or knight takes e4 as a pawn. I'm not sure which one black wants. Although knight takes e4, there might be a double attack. Lots to calculate here.
So yeah, bishop d6, queen d6, knight takes e4. Very important that there is queen d3 winning material. So there we go. Bishop takes d6, queen d6 on the board. And rook takes c2. Yeah, he picks up the c2 pawn.
Okay. Ooh,
down to 10 seconds, 8 seconds. Wow, actually it's a brilliant idea. He wants to transfer the bishop to bc, putting pressure on the e6 pawn. Will it work?
Oh, that is a beautiful remaneuvering of the bishop. The bishop was a bit stuck, and suddenly it's the best piece. King f7 from Fabi, great defense. The knights control all the squares. Ivanchuk just defends the e4 pawn. This could go any direction. Like, I could see both sides losing control here. Mutual time scramble. Seconds left. Queen d7
But
is
Queen
pointed out here,
d7 is,
Peter.
I think, very important. Yeah, Queen d7, being able to trade the queens, that would be fantastic. Fabi also down to 13 seconds.
Oh, he doesn't find that move.
Wow.
He goes back instead. Oh,
Ooh,
mistake from
but it's
Fabiano.
very shaky.
F4,
Very shaky.
going for an attack. Oh, no
Chucky
time simply.
retreats with the bishop. Yeah, no time.
He's supporting Germany in the World
King
Cup,
H2.
although actually they have been eliminated there. King H2. Oh, Queen D8
Queen
now.
D8.
He wants the
This is-
queens off.
This is kind of a nervous move. It shows that he doesn't exactly know what to do. He wants to get clarity of the position.
And Fabi brings his knight forward. Okay, queen's off the board. Okay, ignore the evaluation by everyone. That was just a temporary glitch. It's back to a level position. Black's a pawn up, but with worse pawn structure. White has bishops. King coming. Who would you take here, Peter? Who's better?
Well, I think black, yeah, if black gets h4 and cements the knight on f4 and the other knight start jumping with little time on the clock, it's so much easier with black. h4 on the board.
Definitely now.
But white is also solid. Regroup the bishop to f1, but knight h5, knight g6 is coming.
Oh, Ivanchuk's lost a lot of control. Tries to get the rooks off as well. Oh, you can see the nerves. Fabi looks much calmer right now. Keeps the rooks on. He's hoping to continue improving before allowing any trades. Oh, Ivanchuk
Yeah,
changing
rook
his
c2,
mind.
yeah, protect the second rank. But knight g3 jumps in. So unpleasant to be white. Yeah, bishop c4. You have to
rook
keep the
d1.
bishop.
Knight h1 is the threat. Mate. Knight h1 mate. Ah, okay, the white king has an
Oof.
escape square now.
That was incredible. That was a checkmating threat. So bishop a7 played. But
What
this
to
looks
do?
now hopelessly lost. The knights are too strong.
Yeah, Ivanchuk just hasn't been able to find stable squares for his bishops. Rook b1 trying to sneak behind. There is maybe counterplay with the white rook coming up, but apparently a
Yeah,
mistake.
but wait a second. Yeah, rook f1 check, king e3, rook. I mean, it was like winning by force. Okay, bishop c4 back, at least some stability. King f6, bishop b6.
Fabi hasn't found the winning plan yet, which probably, like you said, was about giving a check, maybe going for the g2 pawn. He's just moving his rook back and forth. b1, d1.
Wow,
Serious stuff from
check.
Fabi.
Allowing this bishop d8 and bishop c7. Now there is some pressure on Fabi as well. The pawn on e5 is hanging. He needs to find the knockout blow. Otherwise, he might have to repeat.
Yeah, he's totally lost control, Fabiano, suddenly. Ivanchuk creating threats. Okay, he's given up the e-pawn now, but bishop takes e5 apparently would be a mistake. King to e3, I see a blue arrow
Wow.
appear. Is the best move, not easy. Not giving up the a-pawn.
Yeah, this king is super difficult. Yeah, and he's about to make it. Chucky, brilliant Chucky. Wow. Incredible. He finds the only move, king e3.
Wow, and another legend appears. Boris Gelfand watching from Ivanchuk's side as a check drives the white king back. Okay, the position repeating itself. Fabi can't find a way to make progress. Drops his king back.
Now bishop takes e5. Chucky fixed it up.
And now the
The
other knight.
f4 knight is hanging. Bishop f4.
The white
King
king is
d4
coming.
and king e5. Look
Wow.
at Chucky's body language. King e5. He might be winning.
He senses it. The black knight is suddenly totally
King
offside.
d6.
Can't contribute.
Oh,
king
wow. He could
d6.
have played king d6. He could have played king d6. Okay, anyway, he's kind of happy that everything is under control. But wow. What a turn of events. Ivanchuk showing his brilliance.
He's back in the game. King g4. He's going to pick up the h-pawn. Suddenly it's going to be 4 versus 1 on the king side in terms of pawns. Fabi's got counterplay on the other flank. King takes h4. I guess he wants to play knight f1. There we go. Threatening knight fork on e3. There's a pin on the bishop. This is still so tactical. So
Super tricky. e5 check. e5 check. Go for it, Chucky. Yes, he senses he has to open things up. King takes e5, runs into rook e2 check, and then we get out of the pin, and also we get access to the e6 pawn. The body language. Look at how Chucky jadoobs everything and gets into full focus mode. King e7, bishop d3.
Wow, and rooks are off the board. He broke the pin. G2 is hanging, but probably not an important pawn. It's all about a race. There we go. Apparently, some mistakes there. But 3 results are possible here, Peter. It feels like both sides are going to push, trying to make queens. It's a race.
Yes, they are both relying on intuition. a4, h5. Can black play king f7 and cover the h pawn with the king?
He has to.
Did Chucky miss this?
Check.
Bishop g6 check.
Okay.
King f6. What the position? He needs to play bishop b1. Get the bishop back.
Wow. That was not easy. It was tempting to give a check, bishop f7, and take a pawn on e6, but he found the best move.
Then there was knight c4. Yeah, then was knight c4.
Wow.
Oh, so we are seeing all this.
The knight's coming to c3, Peter. This is still crazy. And what's happened here? The white bishop's gone. We're going to see queens on the board. The digital board isn't catching up. Maybe we can zoom in on the camera. It looks like...
yes, we have to zoom in.
Yeah, we're seeing queens on the board. Black is a knight up. Fabiano doesn't look happy. Is it a perpetual check?
Yeah, there is a perpetual if Chucky wants, but now he has to slow down and think quietly. Probably there is nothing more, but okay, what a game it is. He cannot believe.
Wow. Yeah, and maybe we can bring up Peter's analysis board as well, just to show exactly what's happening. This is the live position, and it is a draw by agreement, by repetition at the end. Wow, I think a fair result, Peter. That was crazy. Ivanchuk nearly turned it around. It looked like he was dead at some point, but actually almost had the advantage.
Yes, what an epic battle it was, and it is like Chucky in his element. Yeah, it looks like, wait a second, what are you doing? You have no time for the rest of the game. He played rook takes d6 in the middle of the game with 10 seconds on the clock, and then went on to play 50 moves with no time on the clock. Fantastic game that actually had a correct result. Draw is absolutely fine.
Yeah, he likes to live life on the edge, Ivanchuk, but it's always thrilling, always exciting for the fans. And yeah, that was cinema, as Support Life says there in the featured chat. That means that round 3, it looks like results are over. There was one big shock. I think we'll go into that game in just a moment's time, or maybe we can pull it up now, Peter, because Javelkir Sindarov went down to Andy Woodward. We left it just after the opening, but final position is dominant for Woodward, dominant for black.
Yeah, well, actually, when I first looked at the position, I thought, like, I don't understand what's happening. Well, first of all, black is already up 3 pawns, but also the rook on f4 is kind of trapped, and there was just nothing to do. Black is also threatening to come up with the king, eliminate this possibility of a check after e5, so you will play king f6 and rook d6, and we even trap this rook on f4. Besides, as we highlighted already, black is up 3 pawns and has a better position. What a stunning performance, stellar performance it was from Andy Woodward, just showing his tremendous class. And in my mind, he's already not a 2638 player, because that's his FIDE rating. In my mind, he's at least 2690. That's how I feel, but very close to 2700.
Yeah, I mean, to be 3 pawns up in a final position like this and trap the rook of a World Championship challenger, very, very impressive. And yeah, Andy Woodward, maybe one to watch in this tournament. He joins the leaders on 3 out of 3. I wonder if there are still some games going. I do see some boards, but it looks like most of them are frozen. Darius Schwartz, maybe we can check in on that one just to get an evaluation, Peter. It looks like one of the clocks has run out, so I don't know if there was a win on time for either side, but it does look like a fortress. Does look like this one should have been a draw.
Yes, I think it should have been a draw probably. Gelfand has won. What about Danny Rensch? Is his game still in progress or it's just a technical glitch? Or yeah, no, it's impossible. It's middle of the board, so this game had finished for sure. All right. So, Ivanchuk, Fabiano game and just highlight couple of stunning moments of that thriller.
Yeah, maybe we can pull it up. There we go, Peter, and we can just show the closing stages maybe in slow-mo action replay, just to confirm exactly what happened, but also to show how tactical it was and how accurate both sides had to be.
Yeah, I actually would like to start, in fact, in this position, because this was the moment when it looked like Chucky is under serious pressure still, and his clock was ticking down, and then he was reaching towards his king, and it was clear that king e3, based on computer, that it's the best move. And Chucky played it with few seconds on the king e3. That's when I had the feeling that, okay, Chucky is not going to lose this game. And that's when things actually escalated. Because after king f2, Fabi somehow got careless. He was like, we are in repetition mode. And then suddenly played the move king f7, which allowed all this wide sequence of moves with bishop takes e5, rook takes a5, bishop f4. He relied on this check, but he was inviting Chucky's king, and we could see the body language of Ivanchuk, how excited he gets by getting the chance of activating his king and all his pieces. Just a couple of moves before, he couldn't move on the back rank with his king, and he's allowed to get this tremendous attack. And after the move rook a5 check, I think that maybe king f6 would have been winning the game, because there is no defense against bishop takes e6. And look at that knight on g3, which was so brutally strong couple of moves before, creating all kinds of mating threats, is now out of the game. And Chucky would have had very good chances of winning this game. Instead, he was anyway very happy, so he captured on f4. But then after king f6, king g4, Fabi played rook c5, pinning the bishop, king takes h4, knight f1. It's completely wild affair. And then e5 check happened. Yeah, Chucky in this element going for it, but Fabi, of course, understanding that, wait a second, you are pinned anyway, and I gonna win the race. And then what Chucky did was kind of magical. Bishop d3 takes. It's a very scary position for white, but how with almost no time he blitzed out everything. Actually, according to computer, after b5, white could have even afford just to play g4, but this is impossible to spot and impossible to understand. The computer line being g4, and the computer says that, okay, if you push the b pawn, that's nothing to be scared of because the bishop protects, so black would probably continue with a5, and then the computer says, actually, g5, a4, g6, a3, bishop b1. White is winning the race, but even if you ask me this position, what is this? I said, I have no idea. It's such a crazy position. So we can absolutely forgive the players missing this. Instead, Chucky relied on king activity. Yeah, this is the golden rule in endgame. Activate the king and start pushing your pawn. Then after a5, h4, a4, h5, king f7 happened. The black king is taking care of the h-pawn just in time. Ivanchuk plays bishop g6 check, because if black plays king g7, then there's h6 check and king gets to f6 anyway. So Fabi falls back with the king to g8. Now king f6, a3, bishop b1, and the fun continues. It's just the start of thriller action. Knight d5 check, king e6, knight c6. It looks like black is winning the game. It is over because the bishop is attacked. If the bishop moves away, then the pawn runs through. And then all of a sudden, Chucky says, no, wait a second, sir. I have king d7. Own passer on e5. After knight takes b1, e6, a2, e7, a1 queen, e8 queen, king h7, queen g6, king h8, queen 8, and perpetual check with queen g6 happened. What a game it was. David, what are your impressions?
Yeah, I'm so amazed, Peter. Like, the accuracy, okay, there was maybe a small half chance missed by Ivanchuk, but I mean, the accuracy from both players, just phenomenal. They were both playing on seconds on pure instinct, but they both found all the best moves, and Yeah, that just shows everyone knows how strong Fabiano is, but 57 years old Ivanchuk, still rolling with the best, still one of the most active players on the circuit. So inspiring. And here we see the results from round 3. Ivanchuk holding Caruana to a draw. Topsy-turvy game there. Sindarov falling to Andy Woodward. We saw the final position. Andy Woodward in top form, it looks like. Sam Sevian and Aravind winning on board 3 and 4, joining Andy Woodward in the lead. Artush Naiksands, unfortunately, does drop to Suleimanli. And Levi Rosman, we saw him lose to Ponomaryov. Lenia Dominguez winning in the meantime. And results elsewhere. Ashwin continues his, he continues to repay your faith, Peter.
Yes, okay. I have witnessed firsthand what he was doing there on Danya's tribute masterclass. It was incredible. Also for me, a tremendous honor that I had the chance in a 4 hours, it was a marathon 4 hours lecture, sharing my, emotions, experiences with Danya, doing all the commentary, how we got so close together despite hardly meeting. Just the passion of chess, the love of this game connected us so tremendously. Then also last year in Charlotte, we managed to meet each other and had some nice talks. That was really amazing. And then Ashwin, in this very special, emotional day, coming up with all these stunning moves as the only one. It's very special. And there we go. He's doing fantastically at the Naroditsky Memorial.
Yeah, it's nice to see some players really inspired, really paying tribute to Danya's memory. And I've seen players like Artush Naiksands play special variations that Danya himself popularized. So everyone really contributing to a fun event. It's 5 players on 100%. Andy Woodward, Aravind, Ponomaryov, Suleimanli and Sam Sevian. A huge chasing pack on 2.5. And a few Grandmasters now. A few of the top seeds have dropped a point. Wesley So's dropped 2 draws. Sindarov dropping that loss. And Peter, it's been a fun start to the day with 3 rounds down, 7 in total, so 4 more to go. What are you expecting after this next break?
Well, we have already witnessed so much drama, and it's just the beginning, because the tournament is heating up. It will get more and more tensed, but how much more tensed you can get than this game between Ivanchuk and Fabiano Caruana? It just shows that what a thriller fight it was, that we missed completely the action of Andy Woodward, who just really in a beautiful technical manner outplayed and crushed Javohir Sindarov. So it's a truly special event. I can't wait for the 4th round to start and to continue. And I have the feeling like, 7 rounds, we might actually be seeing some crazy tie breaks, because do you see the chance that somebody runs away with the tournament, or it will be very tense? What is your feeling based on the first 3 rounds?
Ooh, that's a good question, Peter. I was thinking about it beforehand. I was looking at the field and thinking, 7 rounds. There is time for someone to pull away, but someone would need to be in incredible form. I have a feeling we'll see tie breaks, and I think Danya would approve. He would want more chess. He would want to see the players settle it, maybe in Blitz, maybe in Armageddon. We will find out. But for everyone at home who has been watching, thank you for being with us throughout the first 3 rounds here at the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. Now is going to be a longer break. It's a lunch break for the players. This one will be a long one, and I believe games will start in about 55 minutes time. We'll be back slightly before that though, and in the meantime we will be leaving you to be entertained by some of Danya's best moments and of course other great content from Charlotte, North Carolina. So we'll be seeing you soon. Games start, round 4 starts in 55 minutes, and hopefully we'll be back for that one and you'll be joining us. See you then.
White this time. So let's start with e4, e5, taking me a second to remember what I actually play in the speedrun. I play the Gleck. It actually, again, we're facing d6. So this has been one of the biggest surprises for me, is how often we face the move d6 in the speedrun. I mean, I don't think we faced knight c6, maybe once. Bishop c4 is a great alternative and a very flexible alternative to the move d4. Okay, so knight c6, and the thing to understand about bishop c4, it's not that we won't play d4. In fact, we will play d4 against a lot of black's responses. It's just a good way to test the waters and kind of see what setup black is aiming for. Against knight c6, it's a great idea to now play d4 and try to initiate a trade in the center. Knight a5. Now, you shouldn't laugh this move out of the room, because it is an idea in certain openings to play knight a5 at a weird time. And I'll show you some examples. Now, how should we respond to this? Well, I think probably some of you are thinking, well, let's just drop the bishop back, bishop e2 or bishop d3, and those are totally normal moves. But we can actually try to maximize our advantage here with kind of a clever tactical operation. What kind of alarm bells should start ringing the moment a knight lands on a5 or h5? And I've said this before. Of course, the knight can be trapped most easily when it's on the side of the board, because it is most limited in its mobility. And the stereotypical way of trapping the knight is to play b4 at the right moment. Now, in order for b4 to be effective, yes, that was an intentional pun, you have to make sure that the knight doesn't have any retreating squares. Now, right now, the bishop is hanging. But if it weren't hanging, the knight's only retreat square is c6. Do you see where I'm going with this? What we can do is play a move that looks pretty useless, but in fact, springs kind of a deep trap, assuming that our opponent blocks the check with c6. Exactly. We start with a check. Now, at this level, I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I would be surprised c6 happens. And now we can park the bishop on d3. And of course, we're hoping that our opponent takes on d4, in which case our trap will work like a charm. But it's not just a trap. Okay, it's worked like a charm, but it's not just a trap, because even if black were to defend against b4, which, by the way, is not that easy to do. Like, how do you actually stop this move? If black were to play a move like b5, the secondary idea is that we're hitting the e5 pawn twice. So I actually think this idea wins a pawn. And now, of course, it wins a piece, because we can go b4, and the knight is trapped. So here you see the importance of basic tactical pattern recognition. When you're aware of very typical ideas, you're able to develop these tactical sequences that may seem to come out of the blue, but in fact, they don't come out of the blue, because they're undergirded by usually a pretty typical tactical pattern. And it takes some creativity to add the flair, right? To set this idea up, you have to realize I can actually give a check, provoke this move, and drop the bishop back. That's actually the hard part. But if you're not aware of these patterns, it's really, really hard to find ideas like these. Now, black can actually defend this. I think black can put up a fight, but it would take like a really, really high level to figure out the right idea. Our opponent takes on d4, which is reasonable. He's trying to get the most number of pawns for the piece. But you should remember that when almost all the pieces are still on the board, you shouldn't think of the position as, and I see this mistake very often repeated by players, who think in their minds, oh, okay, great, now I'm up a pawn. And I'm like, well, why are you up a pawn? Well, I have a piece for 2 pawns, and a piece is worth 3 pawns. Black has 2 pawns for the piece, therefore we're up a pawn. It's not the same thing, right? Being up a piece here, we are already winning, or very close to winning. If you were up a pawn in this position, you would be like better or clearly better. You can't simply assess the material value of that extra piece, because when there are all the pieces on the board, the value of an extra piece is often much, much greater than just 3 pawns. And it's also not just 3 pawns, it's what kind of pawns black has. One of the pawns is an extremely weak pawn on d4. Black is also super underdeveloped, and we are very likely to crash through in the center before black is able to castle kingside. So how should we block the check? I think a lot of you are probably tempted to go bishop d2 because it's a tempo move, but it's actually very awkward to put the bishop on d2. Because, yeah, it's a tempo move, congrats, but where's the knight going to go? Right? The knight will then have to be developed to a3, or you'll have to make another bishop move. So a much more harmonious way to block the check is actually with the knight, so that the bishop can be fianchettoed, so that you can apply more pressure on the d4 pawn. And you might be thinking, well, what if black just goes c5 at some point? Why am I making such a big deal out of how weak this pawn is? c5 is itself an extremely weakening move, because it creates weaknesses all across the queen side, and it opens up the possibility of a nasty little check on b5. which we've already delivered once. So now it's a good idea to castle, just get the king out of the center, top priority. And of course, like black, okay, there goes c5. And now it's time for decisive action in the center and on the queen side. There's many ways that we could prosecute the initiative here. There are many good moves in this position, to my eye, of course. It's hard to play like a computer here, but you basically want to play reasonable moves that build up the initiative. What are some examples of reasonable moves that build up the initiative? Well, knight c4, I think, is the move that jumps out at me. It hits the queen. It maybe sets up e5. It opens up the bishop. Now that black has already played c5, it is no longer necessary to fianchetto the bishop because the whole point was to provoke this move. Black has played it anyway, so now it's a better idea, if possible, to develop the bishop perhaps to f4 in order to prepare e5. e5, by the way, is a move that we could play right here and right now. We could play e5 straight away. Black takes on e5, and there's a million ways that we could recover the pawn. We could play knight c4 in that position and then take on e5, and black's position will crumble very quickly. So I'm going to do this in the more straightforward manner. We're going to start with knight c4. The queen is likely going to drop back either to c7 or to d8, and then we're going to play e5 and open up the center. Alternatively, we could play bishop f4 and prepare e5 one more time, but really no need for further preparation. Let's go. Let's go e5 before black has a chance to castle kingside. If black castles queenside, that might be the lesser evil, but with the semi-open b-file, it's pretty clear that we will have ample attacking possibilities. Remember that in these situations, you're usually not trying to seek out a trade of pieces. But if a trade knocks on your door, then oftentimes you're not against simplification, which motivates our next move, which is knight takes e5. Now, some people actually, wait, forget everything I just said. I was thinking queen takes e5, we can recapture. But in reality, queen takes e5, we had the move rook to e1, simply winning the queen. But even recapturing would have been completely winning. So let's take the bishop and let's deliver a check on e1. And now we basically force the king to move. So we start with a rook e1 check. That's kind of an automatic move. I play without too much calculation. Now another automatic move. Let's go h3 to chase away the knight so that we don't have any problems with bishop h2. One thing to remember, actually, bishop h2 check can be a very nasty tactical move that catches people off guard. And so one thing you want to make sure of, if our bishop was not on d3 but on f1, h3 would be a losing blunder. It would blunder mate in 2. Bishop h2 check would force the king to the corner, and then knight takes f2 check would be mate. But in this case, we can slide the king the other way, king to f1, and there's no further continuation. Knight to h2 is totally innocuous, and we have various ways of responding to this move. One thing to remember is that often when this move is played, there's a rook on f1, so you're basically forced to take the knight or move the rook. Here, there is no threat that this move poses, and the knight on h2 is simply trapped. It has turned itself into prison. So the only way out of prison is to take on f3. So we just move this knight, and then the knight on h2 is going to be forever trapped. It's not bothering us in any way. It has no attacking potential. It's literally going to be picked off in a matter of several moves. So where do we want to put this knight? There's a couple of good squares. I like knight g5 because it's the most direct attacking move, and then it can slide back to e4. If you wanted to play like a Russian schoolboy, you could go knight to d2, kind of Benoni style, circling around to c4, and preventing black from playing c4 as well. But that's too fancy for the purposes of what we're trying to do. So let's go knight e4. We could also go queen h5. But again, I mean, gratuitous tactics are unnecessary. Actually, queen h5 is kind of cool. Because g6, we might have some fireworks that we could... Yeah, I mean, actually, queen h5 is much simpler on second thought. Let's start with queen h5. And if black plays g6, I mean, at this point, you should be well-versed enough in kind of basic attacking techniques to have a clear intuition of what we would do in response to g6. And I think there are several moves that are broadly part of the same idea that lead to a decisive attack against black's king. If black plays g6, which they do. Okay, so I'm talking in particular about two moves. The straightforward sacrifice that we're going to play is bishop takes g6. But there is perhaps a fancier type of move that has the same general theme, which is actually knight to e6 check, which maybe you don't see. f takes c6, and then the bishop comes out, takes on h6, and sends the king on a little walk. I'm trying to calculate which is the more accurate move, because there's more to this position than meets the eye, but not much more than meets the eye. Let's go bishop takes g6. Straightforward. A little calculation doesn't hurt here. F takes g6, knight e6 check is not the end of the story. This is what I meant. Why? Because if the king moves up to f7, you get a situation where both queens are hanging. Remember, fg attacks the queen. So we play knight e6 check. That's great. But after king f7, which is the only move, by the way, king stepping onto the e-file would walk into a discover check. Here, we have to go through a checklist. So when you have a situation where both queens are hanging, the best type of move is moving your queen away with check. So you might say, well, queen f3 fits the bill, but there's a knight on h2. Let's not forget about that knight. If you don't have a good check, a second type of good move is to move our queen away and to set up a devastating threat. That's the next best thing. And there is a way to do that. And as many of you are pointing out, it's queen to d5. This sets up what should be pretty clear is a totally devastating discovery. The king is wide open. We've got tons of pieces surrounding it. There is no way black is ever getting out of this, as long as we're accurate. There's probably going to be checkmate in a couple moves here. Or we can win black's queen. One or the other. Queen c6, we have a double check. Knight d8 or knight g5 leads to checkmate. You should be familiar with the concept of a double check. If you're not, you should look it up if you're a newer player watching the speedrun. I'm not going to go through basic definitions. You can definitely do that due diligence on your own. Okay, now we have checkmate in 2. We can do it 2 different ways. The kind of stereotypical setup move is knight g5. This is very common theme, double check, and then queen slides into f7 with checkmate. So a pretty simple attack, but there were some interesting moments. Okay, let's quickly go through the key moments in that game, and I'm trying to open up in 1 second. I'm just seeing if this is... Yeah, okay, so this is an analysis board. And yet again, we faced the Philidor. I don't think we've ever faced the move knight c6 before. I'm going to pull up ChessBase, so just bear with me for 30 seconds. So knight c6, okay, we decided on d4. And the simple logic of this move is that if black trades everything on d4, our queen is essentially invulnerable. Because as you should know, if you've watched previous speedrun episodes, the move that you should definitely not be afraid of, in fact, you should encourage it, is c5, which is an extremely weakening move. It weakens the pawn, creates an outpost on d5, nothing to fear. A lot of newer players, they go queen f6 in this type of position, just trying to get pieces off the board. You're under no obligation to accept the queen trade. You can go queen d3, and then the black queen on f6 is going to turn out to be a serious liability because our knight can get to d5, or later on we could attack down the f-file. This is fantastic position for white. So for that reason, we like d4. If black plays bishop g4 here, which maybe is scary to some people, the easiest way to respond to this move is tactically. We actually can go h3. And if black trades, suddenly it turns out f7 is hanging, and that's a mate threat, so you get the free bishop pair, kind of Morphy style. If black drops the bishop back to h5, many ways that we could respond to this, but the easiest is just to go g4 and then knight c3 with a big development advantage, big space advantage. You don't have to castle kingside in these types of positions. So for example, black goes knight f6. You can actually go d5 here and close the center because black's pieces are so cramped that you can actually use these pawns to your advantage and try to quickly set them in motion and target some of black's vulnerable kingside pieces. Black pieces are stumbling over each other, like knight e7, look at this. The bishop can't get out. All you need to do is remember to defend this pawn with a move like queen e2, and then you can develop with bishop g5, you can play h4, and you can actually castle queenside when the time is right. Can you castle kingside? Are you going to get mated if you castle kingside? No, you're not going to get mated. Right? So let's say black plays something like h6. You can absolutely castle kingside here. Nothing's going to happen to you because if black plays h5 and tries to open up the kingside, you can just go g5 and then plug the hole with h4. But still, if you have options, it's a good idea to go queenside here. Anyways, I don't want to get too bogged down here. Our opponent played knight a5. Now, when is this actually a legitimate idea? Well, it's an idea when it guarantees that you root out the bishop pair. So with colors reversed, you might remember that in the Gleck system, there is a line where black plays bishop c5 and d6, also known as the main line. And a lot of top players here go a5. And you might wonder why they do that. The reason they do that is because if black instead castles, this is a great time to play this move knight a4. Why is it good? Because we are guaranteeing that we're going to get the bishop pair. The bishop is unable to escape the clutches of our knight, because bishop b4 check, we can chase the bishop around and force it to land on b6. And we can pick it up at our convenience. Also, there are situations such as the Rossolimo, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5. Believe it or not, in this position, there is the move knight a5. Is this a great move? No, but is this like a legitimate sideline that contains some venom? Yes, it's been played by quite a few GMs. And believe it or not, I actually faced it myself several years ago in a game that did not make the database, but 2300 played it against me. And the idea is just to kind of pull the chair out from under the bishop. So like if white, I don't know, castles, the point is you go a6, and now the bishop has to drop all the way back. And black is quite a bit worse. The point is to kind of transition the game into something resembling a Powelson or Taimanov Sicilian if white plays d4. Like if white plays d4, black gets kind of a mainline open Sicilian style position. So the point is to avoid like Rossolimo structures with bishop takes c6. Okay, so it's not that knight to a5 in principle is always bad. Definitely not. Sometimes like the knight on the rim has a specific role that it plays, and it's fine. One last example in the Fianchetto King's Indian, which of course I play with black. One of the main lines involves playing the move knight to c6. And if you're a King's Indian player, you should know this, whether or not you play the knight c6 line. In response to d5, black's correct square is actually a5, knight a5, hitting the c4 pawn. And the point is, in these positions, black follows up with c5, preventing b4, of course, and then basically quickly prepares the Benko Gambit style idea b7, b5. And the knight directly contributes to that by putting pressure on the c4 pawn. In the fried liver, last example. In the fried liver, as someone is pointing out in my chat, in this position, of course, you're not supposed to take here, traditionally because of knight f7, but nowadays d4 is also considered very good. So you're supposed to go knight a5. And although you don't guarantee the bishop pair, you force this bishop to move out of the way. And most of you people watching should at least have seen this position if you don't play it. So that's kind of a little summary. But one position in which you shouldn't play knight a5 is this one. For many reasons. This actually doesn't really do anything here. Even if we drop our bishop back, it's sort of a waste of time. But bishop e5 check is a very accurate response because black is in trouble here. c6, I think, is the greater of two evils. I think black should have gone bishop d7 and given up a pawn. And in reality, if we play bishop takes d7 and d takes e5, the computer indicates that after knight c6, black is actually not that much worse. Black is worse, but black has some compensation for the pawn in the form of quick development. Oh, it's funny. According to the computer, see, you would never guess that. I would never guess this. According to the computer, the best move is to take on d7 and then just to castle, ignoring the pawn on e5 and prioritizing instead our development. And black will probably drop the knight back. And here you just get like a super, super comfortable. It's almost a position that could occur out of the Ruy Lopez Steinitz variation, if you know what I'm talking about. Except white has several extra tempi and black is ultra, ultra cramped. So c6, bishop d3, black is lost, or virtually lost. Yeah, the best move here is the pathetic b6, and I'm not even going to talk about this move here. We definitely could take the pawn, and black is, at a title player level, this is almost resignable. Our opponent ended up allowing b4, and the rest was fairly straightforward. I think I explained everything during the game. Yeah, so c5 is further cooperating with us because it's a move we wanted to provoke. Black should have gone bishop e7. But I suppose here we could go knight b3 and simply win the pawn. So the position is completely lost. We open up the center with e5. And one thing I wanted to show you, we could have played e5 in this position and simply interposed the move order. Also notice that queen c3 would just lose the queen. Bishop d2 literally traps the queen. Very important detail. But even if we don't play knight, let's say you don't have the move knight c4. You could also play a move like rook e1. You could even play a move like h3, getting rid of the pin. And this pawn on e5, I think this should be intuitive to you, cannot be maintained. And even if we can't win the pawn back, for example, in response to bishop takes f3, you can take back with a queen. Technically, material is equal, but black is completely lost because his position is just crumbling. The light squares are weak. This is hanging. Black is not developed. The point is our extra piece is so much stronger in most middle games than the 3 pawns. Are there exceptions? Absolutely. I mean, there are situations where in a middle game with queens on the board, you can sack a piece for several pawns, and it turns out that the pawns outweigh the piece. But it has to be like a concrete justification, like the pawns are very far advanced or the pieces are poorly coordinated. One game I lost that made a pretty big impression on me that's a good illustration of this is, I think, an example I think you'll like. It's kind of a cool little easy example, and it's an extreme example, but still, I think it's a good illustration of pawns being superior than the piece. Here it is. This is a game that I played in 2009, and my opponent was like a little older, and he'd offered me a draw earlier in this middle game where I was worse. I should have taken the draw. I didn't take the draw. And in this position, I thought I was doing fine. My last move was rook a b8, stopping bishop b4. So my opponent goes rook a d1. And without thinking much, I just assumed that he was trying to solidify his center, and I decided, all right, I'm going to call your bluff, my old man. And I played rook takes b2. But turns out he was not bluffing. Can anybody spot the dastardly combination that he was setting up with his previous move? It's easy, but still. Okay, yeah, very good. Bishop takes c7, the piece sack, and d6. And these pawns are completely overwhelming, but my opponent finds a nice follow-up combination. So queen c8, d7. Queen c7, okay, still I'm hoping I can stabilize the situation. And now, boom, sacrificing, not the queen technically. I mean, technically it's a queen sack, but it's actually a pawn sack. Why does he do that? Because now he gets the other pawn to c7. Why does he do that? Well, white to move and finish off the game in style. There's actually an easy blunder here that you could make. There's a tempting move that's wrong, which is rook d1. Trying to go rook d8. Black can play bishop f6 and protect the square. It's not that. It's actually bishop knight g5. And black is overwhelmed. I played rook c2. He simply took on c2, actually, and then played rook b1. And now I cannot stop rook b8. That's it. That was the game. And that's an example of the pawns overwhelming the pieces. Let's go back to our speedrun game and finish the analysis. Yeah, not much to say other than afterward queen takes c5. We had rook e1. We traded. I mean, the rest of our moves were very, very straightforward. And here, it was like a nice little combination to finish off the game. The other move was knight e6 check. And then bishop takes h6. And I don't really want to analyze this, but you can do that on your own. But white is definitely winning here. So one winning line involves giving another check, and then giving another check using both sides of the board, and pushing the king onto the 8th rank so that we can take this rook. So that would be a forced win as well. But we played the thematic bishop g6, clearing the square for the knight, and then setting up the decisive discovery with queen d5. In response to queen c6, yeah, we have this check. And it's very important that this is a double check. Hey everyone, this is GM Daniel Naroditsky, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to a new and exciting series in which I will be taking a look at a game that I know nothing about. I don't know the players, I don't know the year, and I don't know the format. And I'll be trying on my own to get to the bottom of the game, to identify the key moments and the key mistakes made by each player. After that, I'll be comparing my notes and my insights to that of the engine. I'll be taking a look at the game review and seeing if my conclusions and my insights were correct. In other words, we'll be comparing my insights to that of the computer and seeing if I'm smarter than the computer. Spoiler alert, I probably am not, but there's only one way to find out. Let's jump in. Hope you guys enjoy. White starts with e4, black responds with e5, and already an early surprise. After e takes d4, white plays a sideline called the center game, queen takes d4. These types of openings can be a lot more dangerous than they seem, and the center game is a great example of that. Jan Nepomniachtchi has a lot of blitz games in the center game. Knight c6 is obvious and correct. White drops the queen back to e3, which if I remember correctly, is the main line. The point is that the queen on e3 is not totally unassailable, but it is hard to attack it. If you just look at the queen, it also prevents the black bishop from coming out to c5. Already I'm a little bit surprised by black's next move, the move g6. I don't think it's a big mistake, but my inclination here with black would be just to continue developing with knight f6. I haven't brushed up on my own center game theory in a while, but my instinct would just be to develop normally. And the benefit of leaving the bishop on f8 is that in response to knight c3, you have a much more natural way of developing the bishop to b4, immediately putting pressure on this e4 pawn, and then black castles and puts a rook on e8. I think this is approximately the kind of recommended way to play the center game. But black plays g6. I would maybe call this a small inaccuracy, but it does also make sense to fianchetto the bishop, so I can't really criticize this choice. White plays bishop to d2. So white develops their pieces. Bishop g7, knight c3 looks totally logical, and knight g to e7, which is also kind of a typical way of handling your development. I think the rationale behind this is that you want to leave the bishop unobstructed. So knight f6 here would not really be congruent with black's setup. So I actually think this is all right. I would give this kind of a B or a B minus. Black is not really trying to punish white for playing the offbeat opening, but at least they're getting their pieces out in a reasonable fashion. And oftentimes in the center game, actually most of the time, white goes queenside castles and black goes kingside castles, and we get kind of a really exciting game where both sides are at each other's throats, and this is exactly what happens here. White castles, black castles, which is totally reasonable to me. Now let's see how the players handle this really complicated position. So white starts out with the move f4. It would not be my first instinct. I'll explain why in a second. My first instinct would be just to jump right into the attack with a move like h4, but actually, upon closer examination, I'm asking myself what black's next move is likely to be, and I'm really put off my game by this idea of d5. This idea of d5 strikes me as a very unpleasant. I wouldn't call it a threat per se, but it leads to, I think, a very negative transformation of the position for white. So, for example, if you play h4 and black plays d5, black's threatening a fork with d4. And the problem is that white is lagging behind in development. Obviously, you played the center game, so that's the big drawback. And if the center opens up, black's bishop comes alive, the queen comes into the center, and black's queen is much better than his counterpart here. It's hitting the a2 pawn. I don't see a good discovered attack by white. I mean, you could try to win the exchange maybe with bishop to b4, but intuitively, this just looks dead lost. Black's chopping up all the pawns and driving white's king out into the center. So once I've identified black's next move, that changes my approach to the position a little bit, and I would try to actually play prophylactically, maybe get the bishop out to c4 in order to make d5 difficult. The problem is that now the bishop can end up pretty vulnerable. Maybe black has a move like knight a5, but then you could drop your bishop back to d3, and d5 is harder to achieve because that knight could end up under fire by the white bishop. So I actually think f4, which was played in the game, should have run into the same problem. I think after d5, white is in some concrete trouble here because black threatens the fork. And again, in the event of the trade, white's position looks really bad here. This pawn on f4 is neither here nor there. White hasn't started attacking, and I just think black has a solid advantage. So I think this was an early critical moment, but black plays a6, which is an understandable move. I think black is preparing b5, but it's very, very slow. White continues their development, knight f3. And even here, I think black should have settled on the move d5, just trying to open up the center. I still think it's very good. I think that white has more options to meet this move. Maybe even this weird bishop e1 move could have been considered, because after d4, white drops the queen back, and, well, actually you can consider taking the knight, but that would involve a queen sacrifice. So here we would just get a very complicated position that I would probably roughly assess as equal or maybe slightly better for black, but I'm not really backing this evaluation up with anything concrete. It's just a complicated position. But I think black really goes off the rails here, and this move f5 I would call a serious mistake. Maybe not a losing mistake, but now I think the evaluation swings squarely into white's favor. Why? Because I think this move just invites white to develop on c4 with tempo and drive black's king into the corner. And also this opens up a host of problems on the king side, which I think white very nicely exploits with the next move. I like the move knight g5, and I like the way that white punishes this move f5. Even if white would have played e5, this is still not a beneficial development for black because now the bishop is out of the game. So even if this move didn't weaken the king, it would still be kind of positionally bad. So bishop c4 and knight g5, suddenly black is in some serious trouble and I think needs to play very accurately to stay in the game. So black plays queen e8, which I think is a reasonable move. I mean, you're defending against knight f7 check. Okay. And now white opens up the e-file, which is also very, very nice. It shows a good understanding of the position and a good tactical instinct in general. I really like this move, e takes f5. I think a lot of people would have played e5 here, and black is now kind of stable and can start counterattacking on the queen side. So I really like e takes f5, partially because black can't take with the knight, as far as I can understand, because after the queen trade, you have a pretty simple operation to win material. You go knight f7 check, and now you can drop the knight back to d6 and pick up the exchange on e8, and black's problems are only beginning there because then white continues the attack in the endgame. So that move is out of the question, and g takes f5 looks really ugly, so black takes on f5 with a rook, but that walks right into the move g4, another excellent move by white. Black is kind of hanging by a thread, but I still don't think black is losing. I think if black plays this really well, they should be able to stay in the game. So rook back to f8, and queen to h3 by white. Really impressed with the way that white is handling the attacking task here, creating threats on every move and inducing weaknesses. So queen h3 poses a mate in one threat. Black's response is totally forced. H6 is correct. I mean, h5 here would be unthinkable. It would just weaken the king side even further, and a move like f5 would cause the whole thing to explode. So h6 is understandable. And now a bit of a weird move, rook h to g1 by white, which I would call maybe not a mistake, but definitely an inaccuracy. I'm struggling to understand the motivation behind this move. I mean, obviously, when you're attacking on the king side, broadly speaking, you want to put your rooks on open files, but this is not an open file. Like, what is the point of this move? What are you preparing? Maybe white's actually preparing the move f5, but I think there is a much better place to put your rook, which is e1. I would play rook h to e1 and x-ray black's queen and try to tie black down even further, make it hard for black to get the rest of their pieces into the game. And what's funny about this move is now f5 is also a very big threat because the knight is tied down. I think after rook h1, white is winning. I mean, black can play b5, but this is like trying to pinch a dinosaur. The bishop just drops back, and okay, b4 just invites the move knight d5, and black is falling apart at the seams. So what this tells me is that actually if we rewind the game a little bit, and this will happen sometimes when I analyze, I won't be able to identify all of the mistakes right off the bat, but once I observe the course of the game, it kind of tells me, wait a second, we need to go back and see where this began, where were the origins of this problem. And of course, I pointed out f5, but actually after knight to g5, this is a very advanced point, but actually I think black had to allow knight f7 and maybe play f takes e4, really trying to push through this d7, d5 to carry out this advance. Because if white cashes in their chips, then yeah, maybe black is worse, but at least black's king is relatively safe here. White isn't really attacking. Black can try to muddy the waters with a move like d5, and I wouldn't be surprised if the engine finds some sort of crazy tactic here with knight takes d5, but I'm not actually seeing anything off the top of my head, and this pawn chain is pretty impressive. So I actually think that queen e8, believe it or not, as automatic as this move would be for most players, is a follow-up mistake, and after ef5, I think black's position becomes critical to loss. So queen h3, h6, white plays rook g1, black does play b5, trying to set something up on the queen side, and whoa, knight takes b5. What an idea. So white's sacking the knight. Let's understand what the follow-up is, and the follow-up is bishop to c3, setting up the mate threat on h6. This is impressive, and I didn't see this at all. Like, knight takes b5 was not on my radar in the slightest. I probably would have dropped my bishop back to b3. bc, queen takes h6 is checkmate in 2 moves. You can take the bishop or go queen h7. And white is exploiting this pin against black's bishop in order to attack the pawn on h6. Wow, that's incredible. So black is forced to play h5. That's, I think, the only move. Although, wait a second, just to double check, maybe knight to g8 would hang on. And this is actually one of the reasons that, as impressive as a move like this is, just dropping the bishop back to b3 might have avoided these complications. But still, major applause for even finding this idea. Maybe knight to g8 keeps black in the game. This does expose the queen, so I would be very tempted here if I were white to play a move like rook d1, just flick this move in. If black drops the queen away, White's got to be winning here. I would bet a silver dollar that white is winning somehow, but it can actually be hard. I think people watching this will relate to this at any level. It can be hard to find that, that final resource to finish off a very resilient defender. Maybe you just go knight f7 and you go for the meat and potatoes move and you set up rook to e8. Maybe this is the secret sauce. So black plays h5. Now the pawn is protected, and now another insane move. Rook to d6 by white. I mean, this is just remarkable chess, and I think I understand the idea of this move. Of course, the tempting move is just to take on h5. And if black recaptures, then the g file opens up, and this is just checkmate in a few. But after gh, I think white notices that the queen is now under fire, and black can play the move d5, attacking, as I like to call it, the tail of the discovery, right? When you have a discovered check, the most effective way to fight it is to actually attack the piece that is delivering the check, right? In this case, the white queen. So if white stubbornly takes on g6, that just blunders the queen. Unless you have a double check, you need to either move or protect the piece that's delivering the check. And here I still think that white would be winning. As for how, off the top of my head, I think I see a nice idea to take the bishop, drive the pawn down to h6, setting up a mate square on g7, and now to swing the queen over to the other side of the board. Now, rook d6 has a very clear idea. After c takes d6, which black plays, now white takes on h5, and now the bishop on c8 is buried beneath a pile of rubble, so you're unable to push the pawn on d7 and attack the queen on h3. And now white sets up this mate threat, and what white is saying is that he's got enough attacking resources on the king side, even without the rook on d1. I'm just so impressed seeing the move rook d6. So g takes h5. Yeah, I think black is totally busted here. I mean, just look at how many pieces are involved in the attack. If black takes this bishop, then you have the classic mate on h7. So in the game, black plays gh, and white plays bishop takes g7. This should be some sort of forced mate. Let's see if white is able to find it. Knight f7 check. Okay. So black has to block with their knight because... Okay, king h7 is clearly mate and actually mate in one. Queen takes h5. King f6 is going to be mate after queen c3, or I think more precisely queen h4, king f5, and knight takes d6 is mate in two. So black actually has to block. And now another sacrifice. Wow. And f5. Is this actually forced mate? Let's take a look. King to f6. So if black instead goes to h7, then this is simple checkmate on h6. Or actually queen g6 is just mate. So black goes to f6. Another check on h4 by white. The pawn is clearly untouchable because of queen g5 with mate to follow. But black has to take it. There's no choice. King g7 we've already looked at. Check, check, and mate with a pawn. Wow. This actually was a mesmerizing attacking sequence. If the king had gone the other way, then queen g3, I think, is checkmate. So white clearly taking care of all the details, which tells me that this must have been a classical game, maybe played in the 1800s by like Wilhelm Steinitz or something. All right, let's see what Game Review has to say about my analysis. I'm saying that this is an old game from the early 1900s, Krejcik against Krobot. We had the center game. This is all book. That's what the book sign means. Knight c6, queen e3, and g6 is the last book move. Yeah, this is the center game accepted opening. So you can see that the engine doesn't love g6, and it's giving a tiny little pull for white after this move, which is pretty consistent with what I was talking about. Okay, bishop d2 is fine. Bishop g7, knight c3. Knight g7, actually, the game review calls a mistake. This overlooks a better way to develop a knight off its starting square. So actually, the computer wants to play knight to f6, which I claimed was not really congruent with black's development strategy, and I think it isn't. But I also think the computer is essentially saying that the knight on e7 has no potential. It's completely limited by this pawn on e4, so knight f6 would have still been a more active way to develop. And I guess a move like e5 just wouldn't be scary, maybe because the knight can jump into g4, and black is still fine. So let's go back to the review and take a look. Knight g7, castles, castles, and f4, the review also doesn't like. I did mention this, I think, that I didn't really like the look of f4. And felt like h4 or bishop c4 were better options. Yeah, h4 apparently was better. And then I'm curious what the correct response was against d5. I'm going to take a quick look here. Apparently h5, white can get away with this move. And if black plays d4, see, now we get into like really advanced computer chess. You can actually just sacrifice the knight on c3 And after bishop takes c3, you expose the discovered attack against black's queen. And after queen e8, I think you can start to understand where white's compensation is coming from. White's actually just winning, because if black takes on g6, they're going to get massacred on the h file, queen h4, and queen h7 is just an unstoppable attack. So believe it or not, h4 actually was the correct approach to the position. And even despite this option of playing d5, black is in trouble because white just has an avalanche down the h file. So let's go back to the game review. F4 and a6. Mistake, as I indicated, yeah, d5 here was clearly the best move. a6 hands the initiative over to white. Knight f3 and f5. Big mistake. This ignores a better way. Yeah, so as I was kind of talking about, d5 is what black should kind of orient their play on. F5 just exposes the black king, and white punishes it well. Bishop c4 is an exclam. Knight g5 apparently was an inaccuracy. I did point out the possibility of a more positional approach like e5, but I wouldn't really nitpick here. I think knight g5 is fine. But the big moment was here. I'm curious what the review has to say. Yeah, queen e8 actually is a mistake, and I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back. It took me a while. Like, I had to see the course of the game to figure this out. But yes, f takes e4 was the best move, and this was the move to keep black in the game. Amazingly, white has this resource in response. Wow. King h7, queen h3, checkmate. Nope, it's not mate. Bishop h6 blocks. But now white just cold-bloodedly plays the move g4. This is a very hard move, actually. Just threatening g5, threatening to pick up this bishop. And apparently the attack here is very, very strong. If black plays d5, white can now play f5, exposing an attack on the bishop this way. So black has to give the knight back up with knight f5. But black's position remains very, very dubious. So I didn't see knight takes h7, but I did sense that f takes e4 was the way to keep black in the game. So e takes f5, good move, very precise. G4 is good, queen h3 is good, and rook h1 is an inaccuracy, which I agree with. Apparently the best move here was knight to d5, with kind of the same idea as white employed in the game. If the knights are traded, white is now threatening bishop to c3, but white's also threatening just to screw up this queen along the e file. So knight d5 is a great multi-purpose move. I'm seeing that the second best move was rook h1, as I had indicated, so pretty happy with my performance here. White played rook h1. It doesn't like ruin the decisive advantage. And now knight b5 still keeps the decisive advantage, but let's see where black missed an opportunity to stay in the game. Bishop c3 is brilliant. h5 is a mistake, and yes, knight to g8, which I did talk about, was the only way to stay in the game. This would have complicated white's task. Rook d to e1, and apparently black can even get away with a queen sack. bc takes, and obviously, as you guys can see, black has a bunch of material for the queen. Black actually has technically a material advantage, a rook and two minor pieces for the queen, but clearly white still has this huge attack on the king side. Check, king h7, and f5 keeps the attack going. And now the final stage of the game, rook d6 is the best move. Wow, this is amazing stuff, especially for the first part of the 20th century. This kind of tactical awareness in an OTB game deserves a lot of plaudits. Gh5, and now the rest is pretty easy. This is all forced checkmate. Great job. White apparently didn't mate in the fastest way, but they got the job done. So I think I hit on all the major points. Some really nice insight from the computer and from the game review here. The big mistakes by black were indeed f5 and then queen to e8. Black had to orient their play on pushing the d-pawn one or two squares. And obviously, black set themselves up for failure with this opening setup with knight e7 and bishop g7, which shows you how important, the first 6-7 moves are, because they really set the tone of the rest of the game. And of course, very well done by white. Essentially, all of their moves in the middle game were either perfectly done or second or third best. They didn't give anything away. Great job by Josef Krejcik, I assume from the Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia. What an attack and what a game.
Hello everyone, we're back after our lunch break, and we're back jumping into the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. We've had 3 rounds. I'm David Howell, I'm your host for today, and I'm joined still by the fantastic, the legendary Peter Leko. And Peter, I've really enjoyed the first 3 rounds. We have 4 more to go, plus potential tiebreaks. What are you most looking forward to?
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to this tournament. It is just incredible. And the mixed field, and also what we so much love about chess, that it doesn't matter if you are 50 years old or you are 15 years old. In modern chess, what matters, how strong you can play. And when we look at the standings, then we see already, all this, like Andy Woodward, youngster with 16 years old, being 3 out of 3. But we have just seen Vasil Ivanchuk playing this thriller of a chess game against Fabiano with few seconds on the clock, 40 moves in 10 seconds on the highest level. It goes on, and that's why also people like Danya were so much in love with this game, because it's so special.
Exactly. Danya especially loved speed chess. He loved his blitz, he loved his rapid, and I'm sure he would approve of what we've seen so far today. In round 3, we did see some upsets. We saw Andy Woodward, you mentioned, just 16, defeat World Championship challenger Javelkis Sindarov, and our FM, Mike Klein, Funmaster Mike, was able to catch up with him after that win.
Thanks, guys. We're here with one of America's newest Grandmasters. He's kind of a veteran now, Grandmaster Andy Woodward, and you've got a 3-0 start. You just beat a World Championship challenger. What are your thoughts after winning that game against Javakir?
Yeah, of course. It's really a great honor to even just play him. I didn't have any expectations, just play a fun game, and luckily it went my way.
But I think you do punch above your rating in faster time controls. Would you agree with that?
Maybe a little bit. I'm not the best at rapid. I prefer blitz personally, but I guess it is a bit easier for me to play faster time controls.
So you're thinking you're going to do better in blitz, but you got a 3-0 start in rapid, so got to give you some confidence.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm overperforming a little bit so far in rapid, but for blitz, I don't know. I really like playing blitz at least. Not so much that I'm like better at it, but I just really enjoy playing it. So.
And finally, did you ever meet Danya? We're here at the memorial or anything. Did you have any personal experience with him at all?
Yeah, I guess I played him a couple times over the world, both at a tournament here in Charlotte, some like Super Swiss, and also at the World's Rapid and Blitz Championships. He beat me all 3 games, and I guess I had some, specifically after my game against him in Charlotte, we spent a lot of time talking about the game. And I wasn't very strong back then, but he still was always very joyful and very happy and very supportive and kind. So it was really nice just getting to interact with him while I could.
Okay, a couple of blitz specialists. One we're memorializing, one that's here playing in the tournament. Great start for you, Andy. Good luck going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for catching up with Andy Woodward there. And Peter, I'm so impressed. Every time I see Andy Woodward play, it feels like he's getting better day by day. But also he seems very he's well put together. He's very mature for his age. He's very calm, very composed. And how far do you think he can go?
Yeah, well, in this tournament, he has a fantastic situation now, being 3 out of 3. But basically, when we are talking about a young player, I don't think that we should be judging on a one tournament base. It's much more looking at what he can achieve, and basically, his talent sky's the limit. I'm really expecting very big things from him. And he also, in the interviews, made a tremendous impact. Yeah, that he's a very kind human being. This is what I really love, that being a genius and at the same time, being very well, your feet is on the ground and acknowledging many small little nuances. And it was such a pleasure to listen to his interview. There was only one thing I did not agree with him. He was saying that he seems to be outperforming. Well, to me, it's the logical course of events. But of course, clearly winning with black against Sindarov, that was something special.
No, exactly. And I fully agree there. I mean, that was part of Danya's legacy as well, like being a killer on the board, but being just such a nice guy who loves chess, loves everyone, and kind of puts chess first, kind of away from the heat of battle. So there we heard from Andy Woodward, but it appears that Mike might have skipped lunch, or maybe he was just bored during lunch, because he used the break to catch up with Sam Sevian as well, another of the leaders.
Thanks. We're here with another leader after 3 rounds. Perfect score going into lunch, Sam Sevian. Sam, do you feel like you're in form in this tournament so far?
Yeah, for sure. I had a good sleep yesterday, which is really all that matters for Rapid and Blitz kind of events, and did some tactics in the morning and was ready to go.
Now, we talked to Andy Woodward. He was thinking he was going to do better in Blitz, but obviously he's doing well here. Before the tournament, did you think you were going to do a little better in the Rapid or the Blitz?
I'm generally a better Rapid player, but it's kind of close, so I hope I can do well in both.
And of course, you play a lot of top-level classical tournaments. Is it kind of nice to play Rapid and Blitz, a little more easygoing for you?
Yeah, it's definitely more relaxing. I mean, of course, there's still rating in Rapid and Blitz, but you don't care about it that much, so you can play more freely, and it's more fun.
And finally, we don't get to see the likes of all these top-level players in Charlotte that often. We are here to honor Daniel Naroditsky. Do you have any favorite memories of him you'd like to share?
I mean, I've known Daniel for such a long time. Actually, he lived in the Bay Area, and I lived in the Bay Area when we were both kids, and we played, a lot of games, even at the Mechanics Club. So, it was obviously very, very fun and very horrible what happened last year.
Is it fair to say that part of your success is that you had such a strong sparring partner growing up?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was such a strong player as a child and as an adult as well.
Okay, well, honoring his memory very well by scoring your first 3 points. Good luck going forward.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
And thank you, Mike. There we heard from Sam Sevian, not only talking about how he enjoys rapid chess, but also sharing some memories with Daniel Naroditsky. And there we see Sam Sevian in joint first, currently one of 5 players on a perfect score. Peter, it's been a great start for him as well. The Americans having a great start here.
Yes, and I'm not surprised at all because first of all they have the home advantage. Normally for all the foreigners then traveling to the United States you have all this jet lag, but much more importantly I feel like they are carrying all these positive emotions. We can hear it in the interviews that how much Danya meant to all these players. So basically they're not only playing for themselves, they are playing to honor Danya, and I think this is one of the most important and key moments. And let's see what the tournament will show. But so far we have seen not only the US players, but also like Suleymanli and Ponomaryov being in brilliant shape.
Yeah, and talking of those two, Suleymanli plays Sam Sevian on top board in round 4. Ruslan Ponomaryov, or Pono as we were calling him, plays Aravind. Andy Woodward gets the down float, but it's not going to be an easy game because it's a clash of generations. Andy plays Boris Gelfand, another legend, and board 4 Fabiano Caruana against Durabaili. Which games do you think are going to bring the most excitement in this round, Peter?
Well, all of them. I'm at least looking very much forward to all of them. But clearly, Andy against Boris, the clash of generation. I think most of Andy playing against someone like Boris Gelfand is a very special kind of moment. I'm probably most interested about that game, but of course Pono's tournament is kind of very interesting. That will he continue playing in this brilliant spirit that we have just seen him crushing Levi Rosman? Of course the opposition gets tougher and tougher. That will be a big challenge. We also see some other pairings like Wesley So. He needs to start winning games in order to maybe in the very last round have the chance to still catch the leaders, because he has already dropped 2 half points. So it's a must-win situation.
Yeah, that's a great point, Peter, because it's round 4. We're only about to hit the halfway mark, but 7 rounds is a bit of a sprint. And it's going to be hard to imagine anyone winning the event outright on anything less than 6 points. Probably you need 6 to get at least a tiebreak. And must-win scenarios potentially for some players already. Here we see some of the other pairings. I did notice on the previous page, Robert Hess against Sagar Shah will be a fun one. As well, but grandmasters galore and lots of famous chess personalities in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. And Wesley So, he'll be feeling the heat as if he needs to win. Here we see Vasily Ivanchuk getting ready for the game in his Germany top. Yeah,
Chucky is basically always ready. Whenever you look at him, you might be fooled like, he's bored, he's not interested. Believe me, he's super focused. And there we see the United States players, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and their trainer, I think Grigory Oparin will be the trainer of the US team at the Olympiads. That's what I read. Correct me if I'm wrong. And there we see Boris Gelfand being so nice to see all these players in action.
Yeah, I know Boris has spent quite a lot of time in Charlotte, just like you, Peter. He's attended some of the kind of chess camps there and given some lectures. And yeah, Boris, nice to see him playing again back at the board. Here, it's your new favorite player, Ashwin, plays against Ivanchuk. This is going to be probably quite a tactical battle if Ashwin gets his way.
Yes, it is kind of very interesting what we have seen so far from him. And well, I'm looking forward what kind of openings he plays with white, because this Philidor kind of stuff against Wesley, that worked to perfection. But let's see what's in store for us now. And Pono against Aravind. That's also a clash of styles, because Pono is a very classical player, very well educated. And Aravind is this typical Ramesh Indian school of being super creative. That's also very interesting how this, who will be able to impose his will on his opponent.
Exactly. Aravind, yeah, he takes chances, he kind of tries to get the maximum and then tries to use his calculation skills to confuse his opponents. That's going to be an interesting one. I think for Pono, having white will be a very good thing here, but okay, we'll see. Not long now before round 4 begins. And yeah, we might see only 1 or 2 leaders on 100% after this round, depending on how the games go. And yeah, we might start seeing people pull away from the pack. Durabaili now sitting down. I believe he's also based in the US these days. And Fabiano Caruana, of course. Yeah, he has many homes, but he's played a lot of chess in Charlotte itself. Okay, games have begun, and d4 from Fabiano. And it looks like a potential Nimzo Indian or Catalan now, actually, from Fabi. Here we see the bird's eye view, Peter, and early days, of course. But the game's getting going now.
Yes, I will only also need to update somehow the round 4 games. I still don't have them running, so let's keep the bird's eye view for the moment. Yes, so well, Fabi is blitzing things, and this is not a classical Catalan. This is actually a G3 Benoni. Yeah, this is a typical kind of modern chess situation when a third move G3 can turn into a Benoni. And Fabiano, I believe, is someone who has played it with black as well, so he must be familiar with all the details.
Yeah, interesting. This was really, really fashionable about a decade ago. I remember loads of players were playing quick G3 after Boris Averuk suggested it in a book, and suddenly everyone against it was getting frustrated in these Catalans. They started playing these Benonis. And yeah, here we see bishop to f4 played. And yeah, this is still theory as far as I know. Often knight to h5 comes, or okay, h6 first. Very annoying for black that knight d7 is not yet possible, although sometimes you can get away with it and play quick queen b6. Fabi seems prepared.
Yeah, you can see at the speed that he's making his moves. A move like queen c1 is certainly not a move that you would be blitzing out if you are not familiar with. He's kind of inviting g5, then the bishop falls back to d2, and I'm guessing that potentially white will be so black play a move like g4. We will be seeing all these moves because it's very thematic. Yeah, bishop d2 falls back, bishop f5 blitzed out. You want to develop the bishop now before committing knight d7, getting grip on the e4 square. What is your feeling, David? That how much experience do you have with this position?
Oh, I do have some experience from both colors. I tried to play these, especially against g3, the Benonis, for a while, but I found it hard to handle. I think it was too dynamic for my taste. I kind of prefer more stable positions where you can just slowly maneuver without too much kind of pressure and urgency. But yeah, maybe more comfortable, I think, from the white side. That being said, my results were never great, Peter, with either color. How about yourself?
Yes, I also haven't played so much, but I'm basically considered to be a very solid strategical player. But I also had my moments when I was playing the Benoni with black, and actually against third move G3, I'm always kind of thinking that because my legendary coach Andras Shadorian always said that if your opponent plays the G3 Benoni, then you should play the Benoni, yeah, or you can afford to play the Benoni. So that's the spirit that I'm having. So third move G3 invites me to play C5 sometimes.
Oof. Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting fight. That H4 did land on the board. The White Knights push back to H2, but yeah, not easy for Black. Like H5 gives away some squares. King H7 feels like it might be a tactical weakness at some point. Yeah, interesting position, but Fabi landing his prep must be the happier of the two.
Yeah, he hasn't slowed down. He's basically blitzing his moves. And Dudabali spending some time, this makes me nervous, honestly, really, because as you highlighted, it's a very big question. How do you protect this pawn? And we are talking about the 10 minutes rapid game, almost like a blitz. And he goes for H5, weakening the G5 square. Fabi immediately uses this, Bishop G5, and then slowly we might be seeing some Rook E1, Knight F1 regrouping. I would be happy with White, but also you have this maybe direct idea of going for F3. Would you consider F3 trying to break, or it's too anti-positional for you?
Oh, I think in a classical game I would. In Rapid or Blitz, I might be scared that, okay, it's going to backfire and it becomes too tactical and, like you said, ugly kind of move, unless it works. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Fabiano plays it, though. It's more his style than mine. Oh, well, maybe ours, Peter, I would say. Fabi,
exactly.
More direct, more concrete.
You know, when you said like in classical chess, maybe I also had exactly the same thoughts, that if I can think for 20 minutes that what are all the consequences of F3, and based on all that data, I'm making up my mind to play F3, that's fine. But intuitively, there are too many drawbacks behind the move, so I can't play it automatically.
And Fabiano doesn't play it. He plays Rook to E1. Yeah, this game's going to be a fun one, Peter, but maybe we can go to the bird's eye view, because some interesting things are happening on the top boards, the leaders on 100%. I see that on our top left board, so Suleimanli against Samsevian, there's a queen trapped on A1, and it hasn't even taken any material. Samsevian is in huge, huge trouble. It looks like Oparin, who we saw earlier as well, should be winning, but Suleimanli, maybe that's the most dramatic game of the round so far. That green board. Maybe we can go to it.
Yeah, let's jump right into it, because it was a classical kind of Nimzo with this new touch. It was, I think, Fabiano's line that Fabi introduced this Rook B2 idea. Let me just very quickly show this. Yeah, exactly. In my mind, it was clear that here this Rook B2 and then Rook D2. He did against Nyepo maybe, but yeah, definitely this was played by Fabi. And then H6, H3, Knight A5, E4 are heating up, and now we see how this black queen actually landed on A1, Queen C3, Rook D2, and Queen A1 happened, E5, Knight E8. That's the current position, and D5 had just been played.
And I just want to ask Peter, D5's played, we see the eval bar, White apparently is winning, and I'm not that surprised. Like, if the A2 bishop opens up, Black's king is in huge trouble, White's knight on G3 is ready to jump, but Samsevian's barely used 30 seconds on his clock. If we don't count the increment, he's still got nearly his whole start time left of 10 minutes, and he's dead lost. What's happened here?
Yeah, well, I think that actually Sevian himself played this Rook B2, Rook D2 later on. That's what I have in my mind. So he might have believed that he's following a preparation that he looked at, because you don't play Queen C3 and Queen A1, you know, quickly unless you are super confident about it. And he might have mixed up some detail, that something was different, and that's the danger of, you know, relying on some preparation and trying to pretend that it's all part of the big plan. Because now the problem is that Black is not in time to play the desired Bishop C4 move, because if Black plays the move Bishop C4 here, then I'm guessing there will be some D takes E6 intermezzo based on this E takes F7 check, winning some material, and the Black first takes ED5, Bishop takes D5, and then tries to go Bishop C4, then Bishop takes F7, will win material against the Rook on D8. So if you don't have Bishop C4, you can't shut White's dramatic action in the center down, and then you are lost.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Samsevian, and Suleimanli, Supermanly, as I sometimes call him, Superman chess. He's breaking through here. And yeah, I mean, this queen on a1, like, it's either very good or it's very bad, right? And it doesn't seem to be helping with the tactics on the c1 bishop, so it's probably just misplaced. And I mean, black's knights don't help. It just looks devastating. Probably can't avoid losing material.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this bishop c4, because I feel like this is the only human move that, if it works, okay, but if it loses, then it's terrible. And I believe that d takes e6 is the problem. And after rook takes d2, we have now e takes f7 check, Zwischenzug, the famous Zwischenzug. And the big question is that, can I capture back with the king? Everything else just loses. If I take back with the bishop, then white just trades on f7 and picks up the rook, and white is up a pawn plus keeps on attacking. So I take with the king on f7. And how losing is this? It feels very bad, but is it so clear?
So many candidate moves. I mean, there's some queen checks. You can take on c4 first. You can maybe play queen takes.
But
maybe just queen takes d2.
Exactly. Yeah. I wanted to say that what basically closes the whole line for me as well, that once you spot that the simple queen d2 followed by queen d7 check wins the rook, then you understand that you just can't play bishop c4. There's also nothing to calculate here, which means that poor Savian in a state of shock, because there is no move after d5.
Yeah, and he's finally slowed down, thinking for over 3 minutes, realizing that the damage has already been done. That's always where, like, I needed Dania as a co-commentator, Peter, because queen takes d2, queen d7, he would see that in like half a second, less than half a second, and it takes me like so long to get the bearings. But I think Sam Sevian, even if he has 1 hour to get his bearings now, it's too late. If bishop c4 doesn't work, like you say, and taking in bishop c4 doesn't work, it just looks over.
Yes, I'm busy, and the hanging rook on d8, yeah, the unprotected rook. So there is a line like e d5, bishop takes d5, and then trying to get away with something like queen takes c1, queen takes c1, rook takes c1, rook takes c1, and knight b3. This kind of fancy tactic, trying to use the d file, the pin on the d file to your benefit. But actually, probably, first of all, I cannot believe that it works, and it might not work at all. But what is here the tactical justification?
Ooh, I want to say e6 just to be fun, but bishop takes f7.
Just e6.
Wait, maybe e6. Oh, I see the bar.
But e6, then I can take the c1 rook. That's how I'm escaping and checking f8.
I've miscounted. Okay, it must be bishop takes f7 then, maybe?
Yes, probably it is bishop f7, but it just highlights that it's a very tricky position, because bishop f7, we take king f7, and you don't have rook c7 check.
Yep, so rook takes d8.
Good news is that rook d8 is already good enough, yeah, for human evaluation, and then give a check, and pick up the pawn on a7.
Yeah.
Also looks technically winning, but maybe there is even something better. In any case, after d5, knight c4 had been played.
Okay, so the big question is whether white just does exactly what you said earlier, but kind of either takes on c4 first, and then or d takes e6, or takes on e6 immediately.
I want to take immediately. I don't have any heart to give up my light squared bishop. I want to keep that. Yeah, just d6.
A pawn is not worth it. You want more, Peter.
Basically, yeah. d6.
I just don't see any survival there. D takes e6. There's just too much action on the diagonal. Rook takes d2.
Too much things are happening, yeah. Yes, this is the line I was also thinking, like rook d2 is the tempting move. Okay, now e takes f7 check is automatic, inviting the king. And once again, we have this... but knight leaves the bishop, protects the rook. So this queen takes d2, queen d7 check is not as straightforward as before, but you cannot take the a2 bishop. Okay, then just queen d2 wins. Simple chess. On the board, d6.
Simple and strong. Dean Suleimanli. Yeah, that's just looks perfect now. Nearly perfect chess, 99.7% accuracy. A couple of great moves as well along the way, and indeed, he's cruising to 4 out of 4.
Yes, it is just heartbreaking. No matter who loses like this with black, yeah, you just feel for him because you know exactly that this hurts so much. You kind of remember things, you feel like you're an expert, that's why you feel like you can afford to play quickly and showing confidence. It's a 10 minutes game, so let's go. And then to your horror, you realize that some detail was different compared to what you remembered, and you are lost. And you don't get a second chance against these guys.
Yeah. Oh, I think we've all been there, Peter. Like any professional chess player, like you rely on your theory and then something just doesn't click, or you misremember, or yeah, it's like you say, the most heartbreaking thing, especially in a big round when you've been playing well and you feel like if you just get a position, just play, like you're fine, you'll be in good form. But then, yeah, we've seen a couple of opening disasters this tournament so far. It feels like this is one of them, unfortunately, for Sam Sevian.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And we just saw him in a very good mood, giving the interview, saying that, yeah, he had a good sleep, he feels excellent, he's ready for all the action. And he couldn't have foreseen that actually the reason why he will get into some trouble because misremembering something. Yeah, rook d2 happened, e takes f7, no surprises here, king f7 and queen takes d2, king f8. So this is a critical position in a sense that I believe white has tons of winning moves.
Yeah.
Which one we want to choose?
Yeah, for fun, I wanted to play a4 just to get bishop a3, but I don't know
what
if that's necessary.
Can you? Can
Probably
you?
queen
I mean, the
b4
queen
or
is
queen
hanging.
f4.
the queen is hanging, but let's just show this. That what is this a4 move? So after knight takes d2, you want to give me a bishop a3 check, lining up against the king, and you are also picking up the queen. So if I just block with rook c5, it's kind of resignation. Wow, it's a sensational idea. Let's see if... But okay, Sulaimanli says, okay, I'm completely winning. I don't want anything crazy. I just bring the point home. Because I believe that, for example, after bishop takes c4, white has this very simple queen f4 check, king g8, and knight f5. Humanly settling knight e7 check and bringing all the pieces. How do you deal with this at all?
With the queen on a1 just sidelined, you're right, Peter, like there's just clearly no defense. And yeah, I think you're completely spot on that he's going to play something along those lines. Also like queen b4 check and bishop, I don't know, bishop takes h6 or something. But queen b4, knight f5 also looks good. Queen f4, knight f5.
Yes, but I also feel like knight f5, to start with knight f5 is also very tempting, like still keeping that king in the dark on f8, that the black king will not have any escape route. Yeah, because at least after queen f4 check, knight f5, one could claim that black could maybe try to hide his king, even though I don't see it. But yeah, let's queen b4 check, your move on the board.
Yeah, and I just like the fact that queen's on a diagonal. It still protects the rook on e1, so there's some discoveries, and yeah, knight f5 still looks super strong. Yeah, I can't quite trap the black queen, but bishop takes h6, probably just... I would get greedy here, Peter, and hope for queen d4, then knight f5, and yeah, just 2 pawns up and attacking.
Yes, actually, it's not even about greediness, yeah, but just that you kind of force things, yeah, with bishop takes h6.
Yeah.
What is my move?
The idea. Maybe a5.
Hitting the queen. Yeah, but okay, a5 is kind of capitulation. Yeah, I'm not even looking at that. Then you can just take on c4, and you are like 2 pawns up and winning structure in the deadly one endgame.
Yeah.
So yeah, bishop h6 will happen. What a start it is after the lunch break for Sulaimanli.
Yeah, that's always the way these tournaments go, right, Peter? Like having a break, or in classical chess, it's normally a rest day or something. It can work really well for some players, but can also be disastrous for some others. They lose the flow, you lose some momentum, like things turn around, and yeah, suddenly it's a whole new tournament. And here we see the top 8 boards. What else other than the top board where Sulaimanli is just played knight f5, about to win? What else catches your eye?
Well, first of all, I What's at store? Okay, that's kind of a rather equalish position, but lot to play for because it's opposite colored bishop position. I think Gelfand is in total control. Pono, this is like very interesting banker gambit kind of stuff, reverse banker gambit. So maybe that's also would be interesting to revisit, but we can also start out on the clash of the generations between Andy Woodward and Boris Gelfand. It's your call.
Yeah. I would love to go to all of those. Maybe just very quickly we can go to Ivanchuk first against Ashwin, because I do notice there's been a blunder just this very second in that game. And then we'll jump up to the more strategic battles. It looks like Ashwin has just made a mistake a couple of moves ago. Level material. But now Ivanchuk can apparently win Queen F1, although I don't immediately see the follow-up, Peter. Knight will block on F1.
And then G5, just hit the bishop. Just hit the bishop once you eliminated the knight from hitting because the D2 knight is not challenging the knight on E4. So that's why black cannot play G5. But if we include Queen C1, Knight F1, and then we go G5, it means that you have to play Bishop G3, which is a total disaster. The Knight G3, FG3, it's a losing. Maybe some tactics already work, but also just strategically it's hopeless. Yeah, Rook C3 is coming. It's game over.
Okay, as soon as you say G5, yeah, now it's quite clear. So Ivanchuk is potentially one accurate move away after a check. The most natural move is Queen check on C1, but yeah, G5, that's the accurate move needed to win this game. But yeah, Black's Knights, as you're highlighting there, Peter, just glorious strategically, and now he's transforming the advantage to something more tactical. Check. And, I think he was reaching for his G-pawn.
Yes, clearly Chucky will. There you go. D5 played. And it's game over. Basically, it's the perfect harmony. Yeah, Black's position. That's why I wanted to highlight with arrows that you look at this position and you understand that Black was a genius. Everything coordinated perfectly, and then all the tactic will work for you. F3, wait a second, this Rook C3 is coming. Rook C3 is hanging in the air, but there are so many problems with this position.
Yeah, Rook C3. You could probably take and then Rook C3 as well. Lots of I say lots, probably everything working for Black at this point. And Ivanchuk has a lot of time to figure it out. Okay, so maybe we can just assume here that he's going to cash in. He's going to win the E3 pawn at the least, maybe more. Let's go to those games you mentioned. Maybe we do start with Ponomarev and his game.
But wait a second. Is Fabi in trouble? Because we should check it out. It would be a disaster for Fabi if he loses. Let's get there. And the H pawn disappeared. He's in a lot of trouble. This is strategically lost position.
Wow, he's got no dark squared bishop, and he's a pawn down? Or wait, he's not a pawn down, but it feels like it.
Exactly. His position done. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Everything. Just let me highlight all these bishops. The total coordination. The dark square bishop disappeared. So Black is also breaking. Queen H. Be a total massacre. There is just nothing White can do.
Yeah, you can give White a A2 pawn. I don't think it changes anything. You can give White an H2 pawn. I think I'd still pick Black. But yeah, the fact that there's no H pawn and H4 is coming so quickly, this looks horrible for Fabiano. And this is what can happen, like we said earlier, Peter, in the Benoni, right? Like, you need to be very accurate. You need to be energetic. You need to understand the structure and the momentum and the dynamics. And it's so hard in rapid chess, especially. Great game so far from Durabaili.
Yes, and basically if Fabi would lose this game, it means that he's out of contention because he already drew the game against Ivanchuk and H4 played. Knight D4, then he will be 1.5 point behind, for example, Suleimanli, who can be 4 out of 4. A crazy situation. Plus, normally a miss and the bad game can also play with your head. But okay, for the moment, Durabaili has to make sure that he controls his nerves because he knows that he's winning, but if he gets overexcited or super excited, that's the way to spoil it.
Yeah, looks like a good round so far from the players from Azerbaijan, Durabaili and Suleiman. And yeah, I mean, queen d8. I think the only thing to avoid there was trading queens, even if that was probably also very, very good for black. And yeah, the white king doesn't look like it will survive. Ooh. Only question is whether to jump in immediately. Queen takes h4. Do you have to calculate anything there with knight takes d6? Like, the hand wants to just take and go for mate. But first he takes the knight.
Yeah, you can take, but you can also just take on e4. Yes, you can just pick up material. But at least Fabi get this queen g5. Yeah, that was the resource why he does not have to design. But the problem is that after queen g5, ag, black can play the move rook b4, protecting the knight. So you don't have to go for this knight takes d5, rook d6 position, which is, and on the board, Fabi in a lot of trouble. He's losing.
Yeah, I actually forgot that black was able to take on e4 so many times. It just, so many tempting moves. But like you said, it's just over. Knight takes d5's coming, b3's dropping, the black c-pawn's running. Black's minor pieces are just glorious. Fabiano's not going to win this tournament, or it's not going to win the Rapid at least. Maybe the Blitz tomorrow. Throwing away pawns now.
Yeah, g6, okay. Tries to confuse matters, yeah, that if black takes fg6, then maybe rook a7, he can hope for the back rank issue, cutting off black's king, but okay, black is so much in control, don't think that there is any problem.
Okay, maybe we zoom out of this. Durabaili is going to beat Fabiano Caruana, and maybe we can check out Ruslan Ponomariov. Can he keep up his winning streak? He's facing Aravind elsewhere. Yeah, no result yet on top board, but Suleimanli is still totally winning. He's now up a knight and a pawn. Boris Gelfand, there we see on the camera, has just drawn against Andy Woodward. Very solid game from both sides. Like you said earlier, Peter, opposite colour bishops. Never really anything other than equal. So yeah, where do we jump next?
Yeah, well, let's check it out, the Pono game, because actually black has a king on d5. Black's king is the most active piece. But the reason why he can afford it, that this knight c6, knight b8 creation actually gives a lot of stability. Yeah? So Pono is jumping with knight a5, trying to confuse matters. If black would take on a5, he gets rook to a5, and knight c6 can be met by rook b5, and all of a sudden black is fine. I mean, white is fine. But knight d7 is a problem. Bishop h3 check happened, and we see some tactical sequence which seems to work out in black's favor. Oof, Pono in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's 2 pawns. I have no idea how white lost the h-pawn in this kind of reverse Benko, but now suddenly the black b4 pawn that never got recaptured is going to be really strong. I guess you can just step out of the pin in the near future, or maybe push that b pawn. c5 will be hanging. He steps out.
Okay, knight least.
Move.
Now bishop g2. Maybe bishop g2, and there is some hope for white. With little time on the clock. Pono has 17 seconds against 8. But he goes rook b7, now knight takes c5. There is clarity. It's a technical position. King e7. King gets to d6. And black will win.
Yeah, that's very important, the king on d6. Yeah, if white had started with bishop g2, probably the b pawn wouldn't have survived anyway. You could have similar position without the c6 pawn. And yeah, at least then it's just a 1 pawn disadvantage, maybe some chance of holding. But now Aravind should be able to win this. But only 5 seconds left. Oh, no time. Oh, made a move with around a second left there. Okay, how to make progress. Knight comes round. Put the knight on d5 and
yes,
activate the black rook.
Yeah, basically that's the problem, that black has very little time, but we have to kind of confuse, and that's why this bishop g2 move would have been a shocker with little time. Now things are just unfolding too easily, but okay. Pono is very resilient. Bishop e4,
G6 pawn.
Attacking the g6 pawn.
Ooh.
Knight e3.
Yeah.
Rook g6, wait a second, and everything is hanging. Oof.
Wow. And
Pono survives. Takes on c6.
What has Aravind done? He just lost 2 pawns in the space of 3 moves. Like, he was going for mate. He wanted rook f1, rook d1 mate, but he forgot that the black rook was pinned. And this just should be a draw now, Peter. Like, black's still better, but... Or or is he? The white king's coming up to e4. This is just a draw.
Exactly. Now putting the knight on c3 is a cemento, but okay, cemento is not what black wanted. Oof, Pono gets away with this game.
Confirmation in the meantime, Suleimanli has won. So if this is a draw, he's going to be the sole leader because Andy Woodward drew. Fabiano did lose, as we expected. And all the results look like they're suiting Suleimanli in this fourth round. Yeah, Ponomarev, he's too classy to give black another chance in this game now.
Also, can you imagine Aravin's state of mind at this moment? Yeah, he just goes crazy.
Yeah. Again, that's how speed chess works. It's a handshake and a draw. Oof. Aravin just one unlucky move and suddenly lost both pawns, lost his whole advantage. Pono smiling, relieved. And I think there he was pointing out bishop to g2, like you said, Peter, where he maybe could have improved. But in the end, a draw, and maybe not a great result for either side.
Yeah, well, okay, Pono is of course very happy, but yeah, Aravin is smiling out of pain, yeah, because this is not an honest smile. When you are so winning in a technical position, then basically, yeah, it's so difficult to forget.
And it looks like most games this round are concluded. Here we see the results and confirmation that Suleimanli won on board 1, but a bunch of draws does mean that he's now the sole leader. Fabiano Caruana losing with white, I think, was the biggest shock. We saw most of that game. Ivanchuk did convert his advantage as we predicted, and Javoka Sindarov is back on the winning trail after losing shock loss in the previous round. So they will be hoping that someone can do them a favor and take down Suleimanli. Let's see the second page of results here, and yeah, feels like maybe those tie breaks that we were saying almost inevitable, Peter. Maybe we'll see someone start to run away. Wesley winning, Wanda Liang, Ray Robson. It looks like most of the upper seeds now are starting to catch up.
Yes, and also Robert has beaten Sagar Shah. So Robert is now 3 out of 4. Darius Schwirtz has beaten Eric Rosen. So yes, but basically Wesley and Sindarov and Liang Gavander and Ray Robson are definitely the players who are like favorites, and they want to get back into the contention. The big question is, who will stop Suleimanli at the moment? Because if someone stops Suleimanli, that it's still anybody's tournament. But if he wins another game, he gets 5 out of 5, then it gets scary.
When it does get scary, here we see the remaining results, and that means these standings: 1 player on 4 out of 4, Aydin Suleimanli of Azerbaijan, and 5 players in the chasing pack. And yeah, suddenly anything possible. There's a huge number of players on 3. Like you said, nice to see Robert Hess jump up. He's now in joint 7th place. And yeah, a bunch of Grandmasters. Gelfand still on that score. Dominguez, Wesley So, Sindarov, Darius Fritz, Ray Robson. It's who's who of American chess, it feels like. But yeah, 1 player above all of them right now. And Peter, just before we go on a break, I do wonder whether we can maybe check out some of those other games that we didn't get a chance to see this round. We saw that there were some draws, but more decisive games.
Yeah, please feel free to pick one that was interesting for you. We can check it out.
Okay, just for the fans, and because we haven't seen Robert since round 2, maybe Robert Hess, his win against Sagar Shah, if that's possible.
Let's see. Just a second. Yes, it is possible. Wow, actually a miniature kind of checkmate, judging by the last move, Queen A check. I think it's good that it happened to Sagar Shah, because he loves chess so much that he might be the only person who can take it with a humor, that he gets checkmated like this. Let's take a look what happened here. So c4, e5, English opening. This is kind of your territory, so I'll be very curious to hear your So it's bishop b4, queen c2, bishop takes c3, b takes c3. Wow, e4, knight g5. Please share your feelings right here.
Yeah, it's interesting, Peter, because Sagar, I mean, both Sagar and Robert, they don't play so much over the board. They're kind of focused on other things around chess. And this is one of the sharpest lines out there. Like, I remember when Aronian started playing this b takes c3, I was always kind of a fan of pawn structure, so I would always take back with the white queen a couple of moves ago and rely on the bishop pair, and it's more positional. Here, b takes, white wants to build the center with e4, but Sagar stops that. Well, it does lose a lot of time for black, and there's an interesting line after e4, knight g5. If I think black could play queen e7 as well. D5 was played, but queen e7, f3. And there was a game, I think in the World Cup a few years ago, that blew my mind. I think it was back row with black. He just played h6, just gave up a pawn. He just said, knight takes e4, I'll take it. Queen takes e4, queen takes fe4. Black just plays d6, and black basically argues that white will never ever have a pawn break. Black just puts like pawn on f6, b6, like puts bishop on b7 or somewhere, and just says, I've got a fortress. And this blew my mind a few years ago. And white's pawn structure, I guess, just so unflexible. The bishop on c1 is a real issue.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, it's a sensational concept, yeah, that you can afford to give up a central pawn, give the pair of bishop advantage, but actually here, due to the pawn structure, that pair of bishop advantage is, in fact, a drawback. What a concept. Incredible. And what is your feeling after knight g5, d5? Is this the right way, or d5 is too shaky because it opens up the possibilities for white pair of bishops?
Yeah, I have looked at d5 before, but I think black needs to be very, very careful in the next few moves. And as you just said there, I think maybe h6 and Sagar. I was looking at the clock times as well. He was spending a bit of time, looked like he was out of prep, and a couple of moves later it just felt like he collapsed around here. Queen d6, and apparently a mistake. But yeah, I mean, it's double-edged, right? Like, if you have studied it, then I don't think I could ever criticize black's play, because probably black should be fine. But yeah, if you're freestyling this over the board, facing the bishops, facing all the central pawns, then it can be, like you said, a miniature.
Exactly. So he was trying to stabilize b takes c6, bishop a3, but everything comes to with the tempo. And we talked about that bishop in an endgame being pawn up, being the drawback. Well, now it's the winning bishop, because nobody can really stop the dark squares problems for black. So queen steps aside, e4, kicking the queen away, queen d7, long castles. Bishop b7 trying to set up long castle, but where is this king running? Because also long castle is very dangerous. So bishop e2, rook h4, queen a5, long castles, queen takes a7, and there is a big threat coming up, which Sagar probably did not spot, or he couldn't do anything. He was definitely hoping for some queen c6 cemento, but this is bishop a6 with a devilish threat of queen a8 checkmate, and of course queen takes b7 checkmate. So black takes the bishop, and then suddenly white delivers a small little check, which turns out to be a checkmate.
Oof, nice finish there from Robert Hess, who's now put together a few wins in a row, and Sagar Shah, nice of him, I think, the content creator in him, to allow the checkmate on the board. In the meantime, Peter and I will be back in just a few minutes. We're going to go on a break, but for everyone at home, don't go anywhere. In the break, we do have an interview coming up with none other than Levi Rosman, who did actually play a fantastic game earlier against Robert Hess himself. So we're going to be back in a few minutes. Enjoy, everyone. See you shortly.
We are here with International Master Levi Rosman, Gotham Chess. You had a great start to the tournament, round 2. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, my first and second games were nice. In the second round, I beat Robert Hess. And granted, he hasn't played over-the-board chess in almost a decade, but I won with 99% accuracy, so that's the next YouTube title.
Okay, well, when can we expect that YouTube?
I would have done it at the lunch break, but I don't have my computer with me. Maybe Hikaru's posted it already, I'm not sure, but you can check.
I mean, there was a time where you were doing a lot of over-the-board chess. How does it feel to be back over the board?
It feels nice because it's rapid and blitz. There's a lot less stress. Although in my third round game I was incredibly stressed. I was playing a world champion, and Overall, though, it's a good cause. You know, the tournament is for, it doesn't feel like a chess tournament, like we're all kind of here as a community, and it feels a little different, so it's nice.
And finally, tons of creators here. There's a ton of fans. Is it hard to focus on the games when you've got so many people wanting your attention?
Yes, it is admittedly very hard to focus. I'm, like, obviously super grateful, but there's 40 to 50 people at any point, you know, wrestling each other to take pictures of me just sitting there, of me putting a hand on my face, which the top players are used to, but I am definitely not. But, you know, thank you, and I'm grateful, and so far it's been very nice.
We're going to get Gotham a second sharp. He's off to a great start in the tournament. Good luck going forward.
Thank you.
We're going to play blindfold blitz. So I'm actually going to get up right now, and I'm going to blindfold him. All right. This is, you know, nothing weird's going to happen here. Trust me. There you go. Close your eyes, right? I'm going to move the pieces for you. So all you got to do is just say the move, and I'm going to move the pieces for him. I'm going to start your clock. You just say your move and hit your clock.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Play 1b3.
Okay. Okay, so he plays b3. I'm going to play knight f6.
Bishop b2.
g6.
Knight f3.
Bishop g7.
c4. c4.
Yep.
You got a good position.
All right, knight takes d4.
Queen takes d4 check.
Knight to f6.
Queen e3.
I think you're doing great, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
If you're worried.
Yeah, that looks like a very boring position.
Why am I struggling so much with the right thing to play here?
My plan now is just to try to flag you.
Queen to b6.
Yeah, that's a good move.
I have 2 minutes and 24 seconds. You have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Maybe I should have given you 10 minutes.
All right, I know. I'm old and slow.
You're not 40 yet.
All right, I'm gonna play rook to d8.
I'll play rook fd1.
You play a lot of good chess moves. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
Hold it, you're gonna hold a freaking draw here. Come on, Dan. All right, rook takes d1.
Yeah, rook takes rook. I gotta do what I need to do to win.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win. I respect it. Knight to f6.
Ah, what are you doing? You training something? I'll play king to e3.
Why did you have to see it? It was just one. rook to d1.
D?
D1.
Yeah, I see you, Danny.
Okay.
I'll play rook to c4.
Okay, bishop to d5.
I'll play rook to c3.
Wesley, this is your chance to blunder. You can do it. Rook to g1.
Push a5. No more mate.
Rook to g1.
Pawn to e4.
Oh man, that was an accurate move. Bishop to b7.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I like going a8. I can't do it. I can't take advantage of a blind man. I'm getting mated. King to g7.
Why are you running?
That was a good move by me. It's not over yet.
Okay. Knight e8 check. I'm gonna play the most boring.
King to f7.
Rook takes bishop a6.
Run it, Wesley.
Yeah.
King takes e8.
King e6.
King to f8.
King to f6.
Oh wow, that hurts actually. That's a big time. Oh, I lost on time.
Oh,
that was a big time. I lost track of time. Wow.
Good game.
I almost feel okay about myself. Almost.
Yes. Yeah, you're doing good for your first game after a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Andrea, we have a surprise guest, Anna. She came to ask you a question.
Hi, Anna. Hi, Andrea. There's one thing I've always wondered every time you have visited me, and that is if you think that I am a good host.
Ooh. Yes.
It's yes, but.
That's fair. I think Anna has a very good heart and she did take care of me, but the experience could have been better.
What experience? You were good.
Wait, what happened?
Andrea's burning every single chess relationship in this video.
No, but it wasn't because of you.
So it wasn't your fault. Like some things that went wrong on my trip, so that was
Is
about
there
it.
anything Anna could have done better as a host that was directly related to her?
No.
True.
Okay.
I think you're a good host. I think I just had a rough trip, so it was just tough.
Okay, I am very sorry
I
about
think
that.
But you're a great.
Would you visit me again?
Yes, happily.
Okay. All right. Now I'm
Is
happy.
this the answer you wanted?
Yeah, it is the answer
Good.
that I wanted.
Good.
Okay, I'm very happy. All right, girls.
I'm glad I didn't burn my bridge
Anna.
with Anna, but I did burn it with everybody else.
Okay, our relationship is still
Okay,
there.
okay, good. I still have one friend after this video.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. We're about to hit round 5. Things are starting to clarify at the top of the tables. In the meantime, Grandmasters Howell and Leko at your service. And Peter, it feels like things are really heating up now.
Yes, and who knows what's in store for us, because I'm looking at the pairings, and Aravind with white against Sulaimanli. That's a super important pairing, because we know exactly that Sulaimanli is the only player with 4 out of 4. And we talked about it, that if someone slows him down or stops him, that will open up the way for all the other players who are chasing the leader to come and join the fight for first place. So super important. And also Vasily Ivanchuk against Ruslan Ponomarev. We talked about it, that these two incredible geniuses already in January 2002 fought for the FIDE World Championship title back then. What an epic encounter it's gonna be.
Yeah, a rematch, a real walk down memory lane for chess fans who were following top level events at that time. I'm especially excited as well about Javorkir Sindarov against Robert Hess. I'm sorry about the Robert Hess bias, Peter, but that's going to be a fun one. I know Robert was kind of nervous about being there playing again, but I know he's also going to be enjoying the challenge of playing the world's very best players. And here we see, of course, some of the other pairings here at round 5.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Robert, but with Black Knight and Sindarov, hopefully all the rustiness is already behind. In the past that we have seen against Rosman, now we have seen Robert in his element, and look at this, how seriously Chucky means business. He's super focused. Believe me, he hasn't forgotten that match from 2002, because it would have been the chance for Ivanchuk to become FIDE World Champion, right? And who knows, then the whole history of chess could have been looked completely differently. And he will be looking for revenge in this game for sure. And also he has a great run in the tournament, so he wants to carry the energy and all the emotions.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Ivanchuk, he was one of the best players in the world, or I mean, he's still a fantastically strong player, but he was one of the best for what, 30 years. And yeah, it feels like, yeah, just the fact that he's playing every week in all these open tournaments nowadays, he's traveling the world still, it just feels like yeah, this would be a fantastic result for him if he were able to win the tournament. But in the meantime, he's waiting for Ponomarev to take a seat. Aravind is waiting for Sulaimanli. And yeah, it's hard to predict. I still think we might see tie breaks, Peter. Like, there's 3 rounds remaining now. Sulaimanli, the chances of going 7 out of 7 are still, you know, distant. He still needs a helping hand, and it feels like surely someone's going to go on a streak towards the end of the tournament.
Yes, I also feel like the chances of getting the tiebreaker is much higher. I also want to highlight, look at Pono. Just there, he seems to appear on our camera walking back and forth. He does not want to sit opposite to Ivanchuk right away. He feels like I will sit down in the very last moment because he knows that, yeah, just surrounded by Ivanchuk, yeah, prior to the game, it's already kind of a scary thing. You just want to stay away and come when you have to. Look at this. He keeps on walking till the very last moment. Mind games.
Exactly. It's funny. Some people love sitting there and kind of just trying to look stoic and just asserting their dominance. Some people just prefer to avoid the tension, act calm. Fabi walking around as well. It feels like he's no longer in the race for first place after a shock defeat. For anyone just joining us, he's now 1.5 points off the lead. But teammates for years, Ivanchuk and Ponomarev. But when the clocks start, Ivanchuk will be trying to get revenge for 2002. Sam Sevian wants to bounce back from a tough game in the previous round, losing straight out the opening against Suleimanli. And where is Shavuki Sindarov? Where is Robert Hess? That's what I want to know. Lots of players, of course. Big tournament. 2 sections for everyone wondering. There's also a Challengers event in Charlotte, North Carolina, but we're focused on the Masters. And it's the Battle of the Ukrainians. Battle of 2 legends.
I also would like to say that as a spectator, I'm loving the playing hall. So kudos for the organizers really making their way out of not just organizing a tournament, but providing the best perfect conditions for the players. This, I think, is very much appreciated. Look at this playing hall. Everybody has space. Also the spectators. Wonderful to be in this atmosphere.
Yeah, you were there just last week, Peter, in Charlotte, at the Charlotte Chess Center. What was your impression overall about the work they're doing there?
Well, they are brilliant people. Yeah, they also put all their heart into everything. And there we see Robert Hess. You said that, yeah, you are rooting for him. Who doesn't root for Robert? Yeah, he's such an incredible person. And he has been the golden partner of Daniel Naroditsky throughout their legendary commentary. And the games are about to start.
Exactly. You can't spell chess without Hess, famously. And I remember for, so many tournaments, so many years watching the two of them together. Speed Chess Championship was always my favorite event to watch with the two of them. As the time controls got faster, they seemed to get better and better, and always so instructive, so funny, so entertaining. Robert and Dania together. I know Robert, it means especially much to him, and he was extremely close friends with Dania, both in the commentary booth and away from it. In the meantime, the games have begun, and some games no moves, some games plenty of moves. Peter, where to begin?
Yes, well, I don't know where to begin. Let's just try to understand. So in the Ivanchuk game against Pono, this is some kind of a Nimzo, E3 Nimzo, a very classical opening. In the Aravind versus Suleimanli game, that's advanced Caro-Kann with this third move C5, a very modern, trendy line. So basically, feel free. I have selected and chosen already many times. Now it is up to you to decide which one you want first.
Thank you. The power in my hands. Wow. We do see Robert choose a very offbeat opening. He's not studying openings too much, I believe. These days, Robert Hess, he spends most of his time on other endeavors, but he's got very, very good chess understanding, very good feel. He's kind of come up with some hybrid system. I don't know what the name of that is. That's on the brown board on the top row. Maybe we go to that one a bit later once it's clarified. It's very provocative from Robert. Maybe we start with our top board. Let's go Aravind against Suleimanli, just because it is our sole leader right now. And Peter, I also want to learn a few things. This is, I believe, come from a Caro-Kann, but I always struggle with these. It looks like White's position is so nice, more space, more development, but Black is solid.
Yeah, Black is solid. Black basically will be in time to get his king to safety. The knight lands on f5 or g6, bishop e7, and then castles. Everything will be fine. But White, with the last move, queen e2, was also hitting the rook on a6. In order to understand what's happened, let's just very quickly see the first couple of moves. Yeah, this is a very trendy line of the advanced Caro-Kann with c5, knight f3, cd, knight d4, knight c6. white takes on c6, b takes c6, and bishop d3. So he relies in this French kind of structure. And talking about the French, then already we know exactly what black has to do, because black's usual problem in the French is the c8 bishop. So the next couple of moves will be very instructive. e6 castles, a5, going for bishop a6. White cannot really stop this. At least the next move from white indicated that he has no intention. Knight d2, bishop a6. That's how the bishop traded off. So strategically, black achieved what he wanted, but it came at the cost of neglecting the development. And that's why white will try to open up the center as quickly as possible. Queen e2, queen a8, c4, d takes c4, and now the knight d2 move. I'm loving this kind of finesses. The knight is aiming to capture on c4, and that will be a gorgeous knight protecting everything and looking for black's weaknesses. So black opted for the move knight f5, knight c4, bishop e7. So the smoke cleared itself. But it's clear that white should be slightly better thanks to the knight. David, what are your thoughts when you look at this position?
Yeah, that's it's exactly what you just said at the end there. Like, white should be better, and I see that, I understand that. Black's pawns on the queen side are weak. But I think in practice, I've had quite a lot of these types of positions, especially when I was back in the days when I used to play e4 a lot from the French, from the Caro, and I never really knew what to do next. Like, if there's no kingside attack, you put your rooks on the central files on d1, c1, and black maybe puts a knight back around on d5 later. Black pushes a4, rook b8. It's still rock solid, and it's very hard to break down. So yeah, it's confusing to me. It just looks so visually beautiful for white, but I guess you still need something a bit more to turn it into a kind of more tangible, concrete advantage.
Yes, I think it's a typical position that if it's, for example, you analyze, then you can say that, okay, it's a tiny bit better for white. Let's stop here because there are a million other things to take care of. But when you get done to play the position, then suddenly you think like, all right, it's slightly better maybe, but what do I do? Black has a very clear vision of pushing the pawn to a4, maybe pushing the pawn to c5, then to create this d4 square. And let's not forget that white has this bad bishop on c1. Yeah, this is kind of a problem, because if black plays c5 and then you think like, all right, the d4 square, I can just develop my bishop to e3, then all of a sudden black activates the queen from a8 to e4, and then already gets tremendous squares. Also, the knight d4 jump is back in the air because of the pin. So yes, there is also quite a lot going in black's way. If white is not careful or white wants too much, I think white has to be very solid and safety first. The big question for me that what about this move a4, which sometimes is a huge mistake, but here it would make some sense to fix this weakness on a5.
Yeah, especially if the kind of dark squared bishops went there, or if it's kind of white having a good knight versus the black bishop. Yeah, I would love a4, but it's so committal, right, Peter? And it's kind of, you play a4 here and you feel like a genius if you win. If you play bishop d2, just win a5 yes. later. But if you play a4 and suddenly you lose squares and black gets a rook on the b file and knight on d4, then it's like, oh, what have I done? It can go both ways.
Exactly. These kind of moves are very easy to highlight as a commentator, that a4 interesting, fixing the pawn, but it comes at the cost of weakening many squares. One of the attractions of a4 is that if you play c5 with the same idea after a4, then suddenly I have maybe this rook a3 business, and I can suddenly maybe try to get active on the king side. But it's I don't think that it will happen, and it should not happen. But g4 happened. Wow, brave move.
Wow, especially in rapid chess, that is extremely brave. I guess he's forced the black knight onto a bad square, but Peter, I must say, like, this is classic Ramesh school of chess. This is classic Indian style, like super concrete. They see a good move, it works here. It might not be very pretty long term, and huge risk attached, but they go for it and they make it work.
Yeah, very interesting, because I understand it's a positional move. Actually, seemingly it's an aggressive move, but yeah, exactly. Rook d8, and what if black plays the David Harvell style and we'll sit on this lovely d5 square, because I know you love this kind of squares and you are such a master in all these finesses. What do you make of this?
Oof. You flatter me, Peter. Thank you for the compliment. You're right. The way I play nowadays is all about squares, and I mean, I see both sides having a lot of squares, so it's kind of who gets the grip first. But yeah, I don't know. I think I would take the black side suddenly. I just like having a safer king as well in general. Like, normally I don't take isolated pawns like that with black, but the c6 pawn helps a grip in the center. Oof, I don't know. If the black queen or rook on a6 ever improve, then all of black's pieces are quite harmonious. For now, though, yeah, it's still a full battle. Rook d5, and I'm taking black every day.
Exactly. I feel like white has to be super careful now, because I feel that since we weakened everything on the king side, then maybe I want to transfer the bishop to g3. I would have never done that with the pawn on g2, and it's played. Bishop f4, get the bishop to g3, kick that knight away, make luft for the king. I want to feel that the g2 square is in my hands. Yeah, once I kick that knight back to g6, I feel like nothing can happen to white, but how white will improve, that's a very big question.
Yeah, I mean, I love watching moves like g4, because I think, especially nowadays, as I mostly commentate rather than play, like moves that shock me or moves that I wouldn't have the courage to play, those are always my favorite. And here we go, rook d5, as you predicted, Peter. Nice square, nice outpost. Yeah, this suddenly, I thought it might just be a really slow, quiet game. Like white would try and play bishop d2, bishop c3, maybe some rooks come off and roughly equal, maybe white on the slightly better side. Suddenly it could be a real tactical battle later. Although the bishop on g3 does definitely kind of minimize any risk attached for Aravin now, plugging the holes, as you said. And okay, knight back to g6, or to leave the knight there. I don't think I would leave the knight on h4 for too much longer.
Yeah, intuitively I would also just retreat the knight to g6, but maybe it runs into some f4, f5. And here I want to actually reflect what you said, that the Ramesh school of chess, yeah, that all my body, everything signal that no, g4, no, we don't do this kind of things. But once the bishop got to g3, and if the knight retreats to g6, and if it does not, then okay, actually black has to deal with the idea of potentially taking on h4, and then white will have a grip. So it's very interesting how open-minded Aravind is, and I think that's very much connected to Ramesh.
Yeah, exactly. There's the classical school of chess, and then maybe the more modern kind of this age of technology where it's just very concrete. Like, it works or it doesn't. That's all that matters. It's not about how it looks. It's not about long term. It's like Aravind trusts that he will defend his king long term. He knows he's got the calculation ability not to get checkmated, so he feels okay, I can get away with this. It's very ambitious. Why not? They're all maximalists, Peter, which I love. Very aggressive as well, as we see in the featured chat there. Aggressive in a measured way, which is the perfect balance.
Yes, it's very interesting. And also, from Sulaimanli's perspective, yeah, knight is rook b5. Now then, rook is kicked away, but black has some rook b4 kind of ideas. Okay, then the knight can fall back to c4. Luckily, that's very important. I wanted to highlight that I'm actually surprised that Sulaimanli has not yet broken into, okay, not to the elite, but because I've been following him for quite some time, and I think that 2660 is absolutely minimum, and he will be moving towards 2700 in 1.5 years. I'm perfectly sure about it.
Yeah, the last 12 months have been fantastic. He beat Magnus recently at the World Rapid Blitz Team Championships in Hong Kong. Yeah, fantastic player, big potential. I see the bird's eye view, and I see Wesley So about to lose, Peter. That's on the far right board there, the purple board. If he loses, he's out of the race for first place. It's that simple. And maybe we can just quickly check it out. Disaster for Wesley So.
Wow, what on earth is this? So white has not even sacrificed anything yet, and got all this pressure. Look at white's pieces. There are all kinds of pins everywhere against black's pieces, and black has not developed yet. So can you play the move knight e7? Can you do that? That's a big question, but there are all kinds of tactics in the air. Can we maybe just check it out, because it's such an important kind of move? And Wesley just played the move 97, so we have all the more reasons to look at the craziness here.
Yeah, and it looks like white is totally winning according to the eval bar, but still needs to be accurate. Knight takes
Well,
bishop.
takes 96 is the first move that we look at. Yes, exactly. So queen has to take, otherwise there's nothing to calculate. We give a check. And we are counting also on this d4, d5. And then we will have d6. So, for example, bishop e7 would be the thematic move, develop. But then d5, by the way, the queen is trapped. Wait a second, the queen is trapped.
Wow.
Oof.
He finds this. Like, it's so forcing. Like you said, it's knight takes e6 is a kind of typical trick. Clearance, sacrifice. He takes the bishop first. He's currently on 99.4% accuracy, Simon Canin here. And he's going to cannon with his knight to e6. Knight takes, rook c7.
Wow.
I mean, Peter, this came from an exchange Slav. One of the most solid openings ever. And if you could get the exchange Slav and turn it into this every time, then nobody would play the Slav. This is, this is emphatic stuff.
Probably also Wesley felt obliged to try to create something, so he was too original, but being able to punish him like this, and by the way how he's leaning over the board signals that he knows the importance of this moment. So I'm actually almost sure that he will take knight takes e6. He still has 5 minutes to calculate. And look at Wesley already knows. Just by sitting there, he knows that what I'm going to do after knight e6, I don't know. I'm just hoping that it will not happen.
Yeah, if it happens, I think he just resigns. Like, there's literally nothing black can do. Black's going to be, pawn down and getting attacked. I should mention the player with the white pieces. I didn't know so much about him until a few years ago. During the pandemic, I saw a few of his games against the Caro-Kann. He has some really interesting ideas. Really interesting. He's an attacking player. Quite a creative one as well. And the tactic he unleashed, Peter, actually on move 13-14. I don't know if we have a second to quickly backtrack, but beautiful trick that Wesley didn't spot. He played b5 and e4, defending the rook on c1 with the dark squared bishop, and then boom, knight takes b5.
Wow. That's how Wesley got into so much trouble. Now it's all clear. Very nicely spotted. And that's how we reach this position. And all eyes on Simon if he's brave enough or he calm enough to take on e6, because definitely he's calculating, but it goes through his mind. I'm playing against Wesley, so the most solid player of them all. He cannot have missed it. He has something up his sleeve. And there you go. Knight takes e6 on the board.
Boom. Okay, Wesley fumbles the pieces, but goes back with the knight. So the queen isn't trapped, but there's a discovered check coming in. Okay, how deadly is this? Where's the knockout blow? d6
Well,
check.
okay, d6 we include. Wait a second. If after d6 you fall back with the queen to e6, I even have d7, and you cannot stop the pawn from promoting. By the way, that's also beautiful. So let's see. Of course, king g6, the king has to go forward. Cannot afford. But okay, the knight cannot move because of queen f7 checkmate. Yeah. So if the knight moves to f5, it checkmate, which means that we can move the bishop, or we can also maybe just protect and create luft for our king. I'm tempted to go g3.
G3 is nice, multi-purpose. Oh, he's reaching towards the pawn. Like, Cannon, he's just on fire right now. That's the most difficult thing in chess, right, Peter? Like, going with the momentum, attack, and then kind of taking a time out, like changing gears. It's very impressive. G3, defend everything. And black is, tied in knots. Totally frozen.
Yes. And actually, d takes e7 will win the whole house. Yeah, g3 played. Sam Savian checks it out to his shock. Probably that, that's it. Wesley is also exiting the race for not only the title, but also for the medal race. It will be his second loss.
Yeah, and in the meantime, breaking news. I wanted to go there next, but Ivanchuk has made a draw. He offered a draw to Ponomaryov. So we can zoom out for a second. It was a draw on board 2 between the two Ukrainian legends. We were talking about that, so no revenge for Ivanchuk from 2002. He's been waiting a while, but okay, elsewhere, looks like things are in the balance. Sindarov is yeah, doing the business against Robert Hess. It looks like trouble there for Robert. I don't know whether we jump in to that one just very briefly, Peter, to update everyone, but it does look like positional clamp, and Robert's about to lose at least a pawn.
Yes. Gorgeous bishop on g3, lining up against the queen. White is opening up the position and the weaknesses in black's camp. Actually, how do you untangle, because you are in multiple pins? That's also horrible. And the clock is ticking down. 17 seconds for Robert. Oh, this is crazy. This is then pretty much hopeless.
Yeah, and I think that's the first thing. Like, that's why Robert will maybe thrive more in the blitz. Like, when rust kicks in, it's always the clock that is the first thing that's affected. Javokir can continue building up. I'm expecting him to like try and double rooks at some point on the d-file. I guess Robert will try and get out with queen d7, but it looks terminal. In the meantime, Wesley So has resigned, as we kind of expected on the other board. But yeah, rook d3 or rook d4, rook c4, rook anywhere, and rook d3.
Rook d3,
Good
the most
prediction, Peter.
natural. Yeah, rook d3, because the point is that after queen d7, we can already take cd, because then bishop d6 runs into a deadly pin on the d-file, so actually black cannot unpin himself.
Robert
Rook
hits
f6
hits the queen, but the queen can move anywhere. Queen g4, queen d1, anywhere.
Yeah, queen d1 is also such a stylish move. Yeah, just you double pressured on the d6 pawn like this, but then at least the rook cannot come. So maybe we... but rook d8 runs into bishop h4. Wait a second, then after queen d1, we have no way of defending. But okay, queen g4 happened.
Also natural. Maybe some
Yes.
tricks against the c8 rook, if black isn't careful. Rook g6 played, and okay, he tries to cash in now, Javokir. Oh, yeah, there's problems now. The black queen's
Yes.
overloaded, Peter.
It is. And after bishop d6, there is bishop d6, and there will be a back rank issue after rook g4. Yeah, and now the pawn on c7 is winning. Yeah, there was nothing else than to give the exchange.
And okay, still some work to be done. Black has ruined the white pawn structure. If the whole queen side disappears, I guess white's still got 4 versus 3 on the king side. But if one of those pawns goes, some drawing chances. But uphill battle now for Robert.
Yeah, Robert is trying very hard to put up a fight. FG rook c7. At least he avoided immediate disaster. He wants to play g6, king g7. Let's get out of the pin, activate that bishop, and okay, white has a ruined pawn structure, so this rook take g3 was super important. And the body language, somehow it signals me that Robert feels like maybe I can fight here.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a really depressing position with minimal chances. Suddenly he's changed the nature of it, at least, so it's still losing, but yeah, I love the decision. Very classy positional decision from Robert. And like you say, Peter, if white doesn't find anything in the next 3-4 moves, maybe black's back in this game, and it's going to be very difficult to make progress. No pass pawns for white anytime soon is the main issue. Javokir looking up, trying to calculate something. Oh, he's going to pin the black bishop, then he's going to go round with rook a8 just before black's in time to unpin. That's very unpleasant. Or rook d1.
He wants to trade
rooks.
the rooks. Yeah, you have to get away with from the change. Rook b7, rook d7, rook takes b3. Okay, so this is the line that that's gets the f7 pawn, and then black's king will be in a lot of trouble. Brilliant play by Sindarov.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. If you could put the black rook back on f6 now or f5, then maybe some chances. But no, this is almost over. Robert, still no time on the clock. Okay, what's the final winning plan now? What's the final?
Okay, you move away the rook so that after a3 you can simply get the rook behind, and then I'm guessing that we just spin this bishop, because then we'll be threatening. And how do you untangle? I don't see the way.
No. Yeah, it looks like that should settle it. So Javorka Sindarov should be taking down Robert Hess here. I wonder whether we stay till the end or whether we pull out and go to our top board, Peter. Aravind still battling against Suleimanli.
Dramatic, because if not, this is a nice technique.
Okay, maybe we stay here a bit longer.
It's kind of instructive. Yes, let's see if Sindarov finds this clinical win. Yeah, rook goes away, and now he's threatening to play rook to a8 or rook to c8, and that will be a problem. So rook takes e3, and now rook to the back rank. There you go. Very precise.
Yeah, Robert now has to bring his rook to the f file just to survive a bit longer, but then the pawns will drop. Okay, still not.
Yes, and he will take on a3, and then we'll play rook f3. Okay, now rook a8.
Rook a8 will take the a3 pawn.
And then we take on a3, and we are setting rook f3, and if you ever trade on f3, I get pass pawn, then it's over. Anyway, it's over, but then it's resignable. He even picks up the c6 pawn. It's not in any rush.
Yeah, he's still going to go back to the same plan, right? Like rook c8, rook a8.
Yes.
Black can't defend the a3 pawn. And now finishing touch. Rook takes a3, rook f3.
Yes.
Yeah. In the meantime, Lenia Dominguez has defeated Madaminov, so not great news for Uzbek fans there, but they will be celebrating on this board. He's still back in the race, and if Suleimanli doesn't win, that could be a big problem. Ooh, we've just seen a huge blunder from Durabaili against Andy Woodward.
Wow. Okay. Basically, we can move because this is already elemental win for Sindarov, and he already highlighted and showed his brilliant technique.
Yeah.
I think the rest is very simple. So, yeah, let's go to Andy Woodward. What about this? It's a pawn endgame, but Black has a protected pass pawn. So Black plays f5, the king takes care of the b pawn, and that's it. Slowly, you just win. There's no way White can move away with his king, and then you just start slowly targeting the pawns, in fact.
Yeah, and he's resigned.
And there is resignation.
But Peter, maybe we can just very quickly go back to the moment the rooks were traded just a few moves ago. It was self-destruct from Durabaili because, I mean, it was a rook endgame, very double-edged, and just a few moves down the road after e4, he kind of panicked.
Wow.
He didn't need to trade rooks like this and basically resigned on the spot.
Well, maybe he thought like it's a winning move, because otherwise I cannot explain this move, rook b4, because pawn endgame, whether it's winning or losing, and Black was in time to play king to f8, a key move, so that it's very instructive, because if you play the move king f6, then you won't have the chance of going f5 later, maybe in some variation. And in fact, computer is highlighting that now g4, king e5, g5, you are in time to make a draw, because suddenly you make sure that this pawn is vulnerable, and then you trade the pawns. Wow, so king f8 was brilliant, and after king c3, king e7, king d4, f5 protects, and that's it. It's finished, because slowly Black will come and collect the pawns on the queen side. Shocking development.
So Andy Woodward wins and is in a very good position heading into the next round. We have a few games remaining. Sindarov still winning. Looks like Awanda Liang is also going to defeat Andrew Hong, but maybe on our top board there's a big crowd gathered around. It still looks equal, but maybe we can check out the final stages over there.
Yes, of course, I have it up and running. The computer says it's equal, but actually White is putting tremendous pressure. White captures the pawn with a check. The pawn on e6 is kind of shaky, and players down to last seconds. How does Black survive this?
Oof. Yeah, this looks very scary for black. But, okay, the rook and knight are both hanging. Oh, he takes a pawn. He's going to get so many pawns here, Aravind. But maybe it's not enough.
Rook e5.
Mm-hmm.
e7, king d7. Automatically bringing the king closer.
H pawn coming.
It should end in the draw.
Yeah. You can take a4 first. There we go.
h5, okay, knight c5, and then knight e4, knight g5, always to be able to sacrifice it back on h7 in worst case scenario.
Yeah. Could Suleimanli start playing for a win if Aravind doesn't bail out now? There we go. I think he should be bailing out. h4. Sorry, h6. The pawn should be quick enough.
Down to 2 seconds. Knight g5, rook g7. And actually, rook takes e7. Okay. It's a tricky position. Rook takes e7. What happens?
Yeah,
maybe king h. Yeah, takes. King h5 on the board. Brilliant move.
But still not over. The king's going to come into g6. Rook to e8.
That's the most natural move.
Oof.
Imagine playing on seconds this position.
Yeah, nerve-wracking stuff. Maybe white just plays h7, rook a7, and just sits and like rook h8. I'm expecting.
Yeah, you have to sit.
Yeah.
Okay, enough.
Yeah.
Enough adventure. That's what Suleimanli. Yeah, Suleimanli signaled. Yeah, let's trade everything. Takes, and offer draw. Wow.
Okay, so frustration. It was Aravind pushing towards the second half of that game. It felt like he was the one trying to make it happen. He was half a point behind the leader as well. So a good result for Suleimanli to hold. And yeah, it looks like he'll be facing someone else on half a point off the 100%. Andy Woodward, I believe, is maybe the only player on the same number of points as him, but we'll get that confirmed shortly. Aravind, yeah, slightly frustrated in the meantime. And yeah, maybe we can go and check out some of the results from round 5. Here we go. It's the rapid best of 7 rounds. 5 now in the books. And there we go. Draws on the top 2 boards. Dura Bailey losing to Andy Woodward. We saw that. Javelkid does defeat Robert Hess. Simon Canin has taken down Wesley So. Dominguez Perez beating Madaminov. Sam Sevian winning. Wanda Liang drawing against Andrew Hong. A bit of a surprise finish there. It looked like he was about to win the game with white. And elsewhere, what other results do we see, Peter? Looks like Levy's
where is Fabi actually? Yeah, what did Fabi do?
Fabi lost again. There we see the result hasn't appeared yet, but Fabiano has lost to Steven Ziek. And yeah, tough day for Fabiano Caruana.
Wow. Yeah, that is kind of shocking. And Boris has won his game, yeah, so he's climbing back.
Yeah, Boris is part of a huge pack on 4 out of 5. Boris Gelfand, Ivanchuk, Ponomarov, loads of legends on that score group. Dominguez as well. And yeah, it's just 2 at the top of the pack. Andy Woodward and Aidin Suleimanli. Peter, it feels like those two, yeah, they've been the best players so far today. We've seen great moments from both of them, and they'll be facing off against each other in the penultimate round after this.
Yes, that is basically guaranteed. We don't know who the white pieces played with the pieces. Give this credit to Suleimanli saving this position because he was done on the clock. Okay, both with Aravind, but Aravind was pushing, yeah, so Aravind was actually using all his skills, but it was not enough to take down Suleimanli. Just goes on to show what a beast Suleimanli is, because you know very often it is when you have a better position, you are young, you convert, but when you are able to defend things when you are in a tough position with time, I think that shows your true class. So Suleimanli can get a lot of confidence out of the game, but the tournament is not getting easier for him. He will face Andy Woodward in the 6th round.
Exactly. Things are heating up. The youngsters at the top right now in joint first position, but a bunch of experienced players just behind them, hoping to catch up. We have 2 rounds remaining of the Rapid, maybe tie breaks as well. Who knows? But in the meantime, 5 rounds in the books, 2 rounds to go. We're going to go on a short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
But wait a second, David. Before going on a break, let's just highlight this because I don't know everyone has understood it. What really happened? Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So both have lost 2 games each, which means that both of them is out of contention. I mean, just to grasp this moment, that what a tournament it is, and that's why we love this fantastic tournament, because nobody is safe.
Nobody's safe indeed, and Daniel loved his surprises. He loved Rapid Blitz chess especially, and very, very exciting. Couple of remaining rounds to come. In the meantime, before we do go on break, for anyone looking to directly support Daniel's legacy, the official Daniel Naroditsky Memorial Fund is now accepting donations. Every single donation goes directly towards funding the annual memorial tournament that we're witnessing now, and establishing fellowships to support talented young chess players like Andy Woodward on their journey. Hit !fund in chat right now to see how you can get involved. We'll be back, round 6 incoming of the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid after this break.
So this particular piece of advice is actually kind of a meme, and I think it originates with Grandmaster Ben Feingold.
Never play f6. Never play f6. Never.
And it's been uttered so many times by so many people and in so many contexts that it's kind of turned into a meme. And so a lot of people, when they hear never play f3 or never play f6, they don't know if it's an actual piece of advice that they should follow, or is this purely some sort of memeable phrase? And I actually think it's largely the former. It is a legitimate piece of advice, and it's actually a very good one. Now, as with all such phrases, it can't be treated as a dogma. Just off the top of my head, I can probably set up 100 positions where the only winning move is going to be to push a pawn to f3. And this advice applies exclusively to middle game positions where there are a lot of pieces on the board. In endgames, never play f3, never play f6 is essentially useless. So what is Ben's advice originally aimed at? The way I understand it, it's originally aimed at a set of positions, usually in the early to late middle game, in which you're castled to the king side if you're white or you're black. And it speaks to the fact that pushing your f pawn, either 1 or even 2 squares, but particularly 1 square, is typically a very weakening move. So when you're castled to g1 or g8, playing the move f3, not only does it weaken the a7 g1 diagonal and exposes you to a wide range of different tactics, but it weakens in sort of a long and very annoying way the squares around the king side. So it opens you up to a whole host of different tactical possibilities. And in my experience, it really is true. When you play the move f3 or f6 without due provocation, if there's no good reason to play it, you're just asking for trouble.
Hello, everyone. This is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky.
He should have this game now.
Knight h1.
Look at those pawns.
You see Daniel, by the way, not take the knight. He's like, I'm going to check this king.
Yeah.
And the king ran a7. That was smart. Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
This is actually pretty close.
Yeah, it might even be a win for white.
Oh my goodness. He runs his king. He wins. How did he do that?
Unbelievable. And you saw that little encouragement, the little oomph he gave himself after that win. That meant a lot.
Probably the best move here is queen c4. That's a very, very high level move. That's a very high level move because okay, well, what's interesting is that's actually a blunder. I did that deliberately. Both rooks are staring at the rook on d6. All of this should lead you to the very pretty tactic, knight takes e5.
And if the knight recaptures on d4, I think there's this move, knight
d7 to c5, exploiting a tactical foible, which is that queen takes a7,
A
rook
tactical
a8.
what?
I don't know. I just wanted to use a fancy word.
How do you spell that?
Foible. Foible.
Foible? When did you learn that word?
I mean, I've got a lot of foibles, including liking fancy words for no reason.
Black will be losing if this bishop can somehow get it. Oh, and I just thinking of any way in. Look
Bishop
at
takes
g5.
g5. Danny, the idea is hg. Bishop takes g5. Holy smokes, my brain is exploding. fg, f6.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. Both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's.
That's not a word.
He goes queen winning.
It's
yes,
over.
Holy oh my God, cheese balls.
What would XQC do in this position? It would bang, bang, boom. Bang, bang, let's make a check and make a mate. Make a check, make a mate. Takes. Well, then I play rook f7, knight f7, rook f7. King g8, rook g7, king g7. Okay, here's not GG, yo, GG, Guga.
Modern chess, this is the reason I quit chess in 2005, because when I played Corpo, there was a certain romantic, charm to the game, now it's just kids with computers,
Now I have 3.5 points out of 5. I'm playing quite well, but, so far I'm getting quite lucky on it.
Have a great day and good luck in your chess career.
Welcome back to the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid, where we're about to have our penultimate round. It's going to be round 6 of 7, and Peter, what are you expecting? We have 2 current leaders, but are more going to join them?
Yes, and they are facing each other. Yeah, Andy Woodward and Sulem only. Well, the stakes are getting higher and higher. There we see also the pairing. So Sulem only with the white pieces against Andy Woodward. Super important game, and then already all the other players with 4 points within striking distance. Schwirtz playing against Sindarov. What catches your attention? Also, Lenny is back in action. How do we assess the chances of the players with 4 points?
Yeah, it's difficult. I think anyone on this page is still in with a chance. It's all Grandmasters now, so the kind of the seeds, most of them have risen to the top. Maybe with the exception of Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, as you pointed out, Peter. They've both suffered a couple of shock defeats. But yeah, it's just about who can now put that winning streak together, who can win the last 2 rounds. Here we do see the likes of Wesley So on the second page. And yeah, very, very surprising to see that. We see the likes of Larry Rosman, Eric Rosen, Sagar Shah as well, also still fighting. But okay, there we see Danny Wrench, Robert Hess, and others. Andrew Tang plays the other Sindarov, the Sindarov brother. But yeah, it does feel like, I don't know, I think it might be one of the more experienced players. Like, nervy moments, final 2 rounds, everyone wants it. It's nice to see the likes of Ponomarov, Ivanchuk, Gelfand still in the mix. I think deep down I might be rooting for one of those, but yeah, I don't think Daniel would mind who won, as long as it was someone who took some risks and went for the fight in the final couple of rounds here.
Yes, and basically looking at all the players, they are fighters. Yeah, Boris Gelfand with the white pieces, always going for the maximum. Ivanchuk, I think, is up against Aravind. That will be also a tremendous fight. Pono against Lenny Dominguez, 2 very experienced players against each other. And yeah, they have Fabi chatting with Grigori. Yeah, that's not my tournament. Let's try to forget it as quickly as possible and get ready for tomorrow's Blitz. But who can afford that is Ivanchuk, who has played a brilliant event so far. And for sure he wants to continue in the same spirit. Playing up against Aravind, and here we see Grigori Oparin with the white pieces. Is Grigori still in the hunt? What's the situation? Is he still on 4 points? Probably.
Ooh, good question. We see him on one of the top boards, so he must be doing pretty decently. He is indeed on 4 points out of 5. He's drawn 2 games against fellow Grandmasters, and there we do see the current standings. So, yeah, that is Steven Ziek in 10th place up against Grigori Oparin. We have 12 players in the chasing pack, just half a point behind. And yeah, I think it's going to be one of those top 14, the 2 leaders, or someone surging who's going to win this tournament. Most likely, though, Peter, we do get playoffs, and that would just lead to more chess and more fun for us, which I wouldn't complain about at all. So
Absolutely.
We'll see. Ray Robson there.
Yeah, Ray Robson. I also feel like, you know, just looking at the playing hall, you are so tempted to play well in order to enjoy one of those luxury boards on the front row, yeah, because you have all the space, you have all this intimacy for yourself and your opponent. Here already, the bunch of other players, they have to already, you know, bear a neighbor, yeah, so some elbowing hand. But even here, we see that the players have quite some space, which is so nice to see. Yeah, this is the playing hall you want to play chess.
Yeah, there we see Sagar Shah. Shout out to Rachel Burak as well. I saw John Bartholomew a second ago. We see, yeah, so many familiar faces. Levy, chatting with some young fans, as well as his opponent. Levy's had a decent tournament, I would say. One of the most impressive attacking wins of the event so far against Robert Hess, but since then has been a bit tougher. Yeah, it's just so many familiar faces. It's nice to see Julian Song, we saw a second ago. Darius Schwirtz here against Zhavokis Sindarov. Okay, round 6 about to begin. 20 seconds.
And here we see Darius Schwartz against Sindarov. Well, Darius is a very seasoned grandmaster. He has been always very good in theory, very good in opening preparation. And here we see the top board, the two young gentlemen fighting against each other, Suleimanli versus Andy Woodward on the top board of the Naroditsky Memorial Round 6 handshake.
It's round 6, penultimate round. It's e4 from Suleimanli and some kind of Sicilian. Is it going to be an open Sicilian? There we go. He wants to go for it. I think Andy plays mainly the Najdorf, if I'm not mistaken. And okay, it's actually the classical Sicilian. Interesting choice there.
Rouser.
The Rouser incoming. That's going to be a rousing finale to this event. It's going to be a fun one. Okay, that's the top left board, the green board.
G6. And with G6, excuse me, yeah, really G6 is such an important game that I haven't seen coming for sure, because it was supposed to be slightly dubious, but it's a surprise weapon. Certainly Andy is hoping to catch his opponent by surprise, but yeah, Bishop B5, I think it's one of the key ideas for white.
And yeah, maybe we do jump into that one first. We see elsewhere there was some Spanish, some royal pairs, some queen's gambits, but this is the most important game. We could see one of these two win it. They've got their fate in their own hands. And Peter, like, this is theoretical stuff still. I know there are some forced draw lines if white wants to play knight d4, bishop d7, knight d2, bishop e6 and repeat. But of course he wants more Suleimanli. What do you know of this rare variation?
Yeah, well, basically in my time this simply did not exist. Yeah, so now we see some repetition after bishop e6, but I'm pretty sure that Suleimanli will continue to play the game. I do remember one top level game between Anish Giri and Richard Rapport from Vaikanze, and I think was trying to surprise Anish Giri, but Anish tried to surprise. Anish got the upper hand and then finally squeezed out a victory. And I think because of that game, this line never became really attractive on the top level. But let's see how Suleimanli will deal with the situation, because we know the young players are fighters, but there is suddenly a lot at stake. Yeah, they are sharing the lead. But I still don't see like white is risking too much by just continuing. Let's play chess.
Exactly. You can put a knight in f4, and like at some point you might even take that bishop, and opposite color bishops, you're never risking too much. I think f4 is also quite a key theoretical idea. F4 to try and play f5 to lock in black's bishop on g7. Black often plays a quick f5 himself. I mean, it's been a long time since I've looked at this, like you said, Peter, since that Giri Rapport game. But in the meantime, knight d4, could we see a repetition? He can choose it now. Knight de2, I think, would be a third time pretty much by force. Suleimanli has the power in his hands. Oh, the temptation is there. But you don't win many tournaments by repeating moves and taking a quick draw with white. I don't think Daniel would approve of a quick draw. I want him to play on. He should play on here. He goes back.
But he goes for knight d2. It actually signals me that the previous game against Aravind took too much energy from, or nerves. It's not just energy, but the nerves. Actually, if he wanted to offer draw, he should have stopped the clock, invite the arbiter and claim that I'm going to play the move bishop e6, and then you can claim it. Once you play the move, now it's up to Suleimanli to decide that you pick up the draw or maybe you will continue. And there's a handshake.
Handshake. Suleimanli taking a quick draw with white. He was the one who forced it. Like, I understand he was surprised and probably hasn't studied this recently, this variation with g6, but yeah, that is not what we want to see at the Naroditsky Memorial quick draw. And okay, that means the door is open for so many other players, Peter. These two will be on 5 out of 6, but there were 12 players in the chasing pack. That means another 6 could potentially join them, and that could mean we have potentially 8 players in joint first heading to the final round. That would be fascinating. Who do you think has the best chances, judging from the boards in front of you? Lots of very different openings here in round 6.
Yeah, let's go step by step. So basically, okay, Dario Schwartz against Sindarov is a very complex strategical battle, lot to play for, probably dynamic equality, but clock situation is also fine for Sindarov, so he's not in any trouble with black. Ponomarev against Dominguez. Okay, this is too technical from Pono. You're not gonna beat Lenier like this, which is actually good news for the two youngsters who drew their game, because they would very much want the chasing pack to make as many draws as possible. Then Gelfand against Sevian. Okay, white is putting some pressure, but black is rock solid with knight on d7, always protecting the c5 pawn. I'm believing that black should probably hold this position as well. So who will win? What about Ivanchuk against Aravind? Well, that's a double-edged position and all to play for. Maybe one of the most interesting positions. Or what caught your attention, David?
Yeah, you're right, Peter. Like, as you were going through them, I was looking at them. I was thinking, okay, these all look like classical chess. Looks like players are a bit scared of taking too much risk, and like you said, very technical. I do believe that some of those games will just fizzle out towards equality. On the bottom row of our bird's eye view there, I do see a couple of interesting ones. Aparin's keeping some tension in an English against Steven Ziek. I think on paper, like, he's the favorite with white, probably will try and win. We see some isolated queen's pawn positions as well. I don't know who the happiest is. I think maybe the Sindarov game is the one with the most potential, just because it's got the most tension. But yeah, Ivanchuk as well. I love these IQP positions just from a kind of pure fan standpoint. But yeah, they are hard to handle for both sides. I know I'm hedging my bets. I think I'll say Aparin maybe with some chances, and I'm looking forward to the Schwartz against Sindarov game.
Yes, and Oparin has just played the typical b3, b4 break, and we could see a nod on Steven's face like, yes, I knew it's coming, all right. But the big question is, of course, you knew it's coming, but how to react to it? Is there a good reaction? Because there is not only the pin against the knight on c6, but also the e5 pawn is vulnerable. So, for example, if black takes on b4, cb, ab, and the knight cannot take on b4 because then white simply takes knight e5 with advantage. So the critical line is bishop takes b4, which, however, runs into some queen a4 business. We might be seeing this. C takes b4, a b4 on the board. Let's try to understand what happens after bishop takes b4. It's a thematic move.
Yeah, the first thing I would look at is also queen a4, Peter, and it feels like bishop d7, there's immediately some knight takes e5 trick. I don't see how black defends the pawn on e5. Like, it feels like that one is dropping. I'm struggling to spot any tactics, like queen to a4, bishop takes c3 feels like it's just going to lose the e5 pawn in the very near future. Bishop d7, knight takes e5, I think is the key trick. So
yes,
yeah,
so
maybe he just
he took
felt he couldn't hold
with the knight on b4. He took with the knight. He did not like this, but okay, after knight takes d5, this is a horrible position. This is the dream come true.
Yeah, anyone who plays the English opening, this is like the hyper-modern dream, right? Like, you don't occupy the center with pawns, you fianchetto a bishop, you kind of expand with c4, b4, and your opponent's center collapses, and then your pieces have so much potential flexibility. The e and d pawns can advance later, but white's piece is super active, queen a4. Yeah, it feels like it flows. But okay, still, you need to act before black can get organized. Queen a4 I'm still expecting, though.
Just queen a4, yeah, hitting the pawn a7. Probably black will play the move a5, at least cementing that knight on b4.
And then, yeah, I guess the question is what next, and I don't really have an answer yet. What would you do here, Peter?
Yeah,
positionally nice, but what next?
Exactly. I also feel like it's clear that my automatic reaction is no, don't play like this, black. You shouldn't be ending up in this position. But then when you start talking about the position, then it is easier for black now to make the next couple of moves. Yeah, a5, bishop to f6, queen e7, rook f8, and you might get a normal position. Yeah, for example, So white has to be energetic. How do you do? For example, there is a setup that excites me to somehow play e3, knight e2, and try to get the knight to f4. But it's a little slow, so I'm not sure. Do I really have the time to do this? Can I afford myself? But that would be kind of my style.
Yeah, I've seen Vincent Keimer do similar things in some Reti like structures. Knight e2, knight f4. Yeah, that's very nice actually. Yeah, I'm struggling right now to see exactly how to break through. Tactically, I would look at maybe bishop a3, bishop takes b4 just to get a knight into c6. But yeah, I mean, if we're talking strategic stuff, then I like your plan. Queen a4 does come though. Maybe the most natural move. And a5. Almost guaranteed. It feels like this is the most imbalanced of all of the positions featuring the players on 4 points. Everything else looking
but I still
very level.
I want to see Chucky in action. Yeah, can we go back to Chucky just to see what he's doing?
Yes.
Because yes, he's playing against Aravind, and this is a very big heavyweight battle. We can also see that the players are spending quite a lot of time. It is move 16 and the last couple of moves. Let me just very quickly go back for a second. Rook c1, knight, queen d7, bishop f1, knight e4, and then Chucky played the genius kind of move. I love this kind of finesses. Knight a4, inviting b6, and then coming back with a knight to c3. Now after b6, black has weakened the c6 square. There is also a target on a6 against the bishop on f1, and then black reacts beautifully by trading the knights on c3 and then going bishop e4, and if that bishop lands on d5, there is again perfect harmony for black all of a sudden.
Yeah, really clever, sophisticated play from both sides. The bishop is going to retreat to d5. Maybe it just needs to get exchanged at some point. Bishop c4, or knight c4 first. Yeah, it's interesting because these IQP positions, the isolated pawn things, like they're so out of fashion nowadays, I feel. Like when I was young, everyone was playing them every opening. They were aiming to play with isolated pawns, but nowadays it feels like they're aiming to play against the isolated pawn in every opening.
Yeah, I also feel like if you ask me which color do I prefer in this position, I would immediately pick black, because I feel like black has solved all his problems. There is more pressure on white, because with white you feel like you want to do something. And actually, white has to be careful. And look at this. Chucky is trying to be super smart. Rook e2, trying to go rook ec2. But are you able to afford this to yourself? What happens after b5, for example?
The white knight short of squares has to go back to d2. And black just keeps going, b4? Or?
Exactly. That was certainly not the idea behind rook e2. So what is Chucky actually cooking after b5? There should be something. And Aravind, we have talked about Ramesh School of Chess, open-mindedness, looking at all kinds of direct concrete moves. He will be calculating this b5 option. No, he misses it. He goes rook a8. Okay.
Yeah, I think with a bit more time, he would have definitely played b5. Like we saw him play g4. It's basically the same, except here is much less weakening, and your king's on a different flank, so it's a nicer move. But yeah, rook d8. I think it was just because he's down at 4 minutes and feels a bit of urgency. So Chucky's idea is rook ec2, I guess. But then
or rook d2. Actually, if he's on defensive mode, then he needs to play rook d2, defending d4 pawn. But this is kind of very sad. It's not Ivanchuk style.
Okay. Maybe he'll do both, Peter. After bishop e4, then he'll play rook d2, and then he's saying, haha, my pawn's no longer blockaded. Yeah, sophisticated stuff.
Yeah, interesting. But I feel like Chucky has lost the control of the game. Aravind in charge. Maybe we can also get the bird's eye view just to be able to have an overview what's happening on the other boards as well.
Yeah, so not too much action. It feels like maybe the calm before the storm this round. I have a feeling Ponomarev against Dominguez is going to be a draw very, very quickly. It's opposite color bishops, and yeah, there's rooks in the fray, but black's a pawn up and we'll give it back to get castled. I think that should be far too solid for Ponomaryov. With white, maybe could have been pressing a bit harder. Sindarov on the board too. I think that position's going to come to life. I quite like what Sindarov's been doing. Elsewhere, Gelfand looks like it's going to be a draw against Sam Sevian quite quickly. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like a rook endgame where it's going to be level material. Okay, it looks like players unable to take advantage of board one finishing peacefully.
Yeah, because, okay, the strong players are playing against each other, but I go with you also that the Sindarov game has a lot of potential. The Evil Bar might be saying that it's kind of a slow affair, but no. Things are heating up. By the way, Darius Schwirtz is down to 1.5 minutes against 6. So practically, Sindarov has tremendous chances to create a mess here.
Mm-hmm.
We can go to that game, basically.
Let's do it. We saw Sindarov lose early in the tournament, but he's bounced back. And yeah, this position, I mean, you know me, Peter, I love squares and I love bishops. And black has both right now. Like f5 is coming next. It looks like he's finally ready. Opening up his dark square bishop. Like white's knight on e1, I don't really see where it's going. Schwitz, okay, he goes f4 and maybe he had to. Like that's what they say, right? Against the bishop pair, you accelerate the play, you fight for squares yourself, and the knights need squares, so that's interesting. I quite like f4. Normally I'm reluctant to give up the second bishop, 2 bishops versus 2 knights incoming, but white's knight in e1 at least now has some kind of way forward into the position.
Yeah, but the scary thing is not just the position. I think it's combined, the position and the clock. Down to 50 seconds in a position full of life and with so many complications to appear next.
Wow. f5, that's tactics. F takes g5 now. It feels like black has something there. f4, I'm trying to calculate.
f4.
Must be,
exactly.
right?
Yes, f4 and then get rid of that dark square bishop. You sacrifice the pawn, but you get all the action. So yeah, ef, gf on the board. And what do you do now? He takes on f4, but...
Yeah, scary.
This is just bad for white, because actually he's even losing the control. Yeah, if you have to fall back with the bishop to e6 to control the d4 square, you cannot take on h6 because of bishop d4 check or something will hunt you down. So, and if you have to fall the bishop low on the clock and... No.
Yeah, this is tough. Sindarov's doing what he did to everyone in the candidates. He's playing super quick, super sharp, and just letting them think, just reacting very confidently here. I mean, he could take that bishop on f4. He can, I don't know, develop queen somewhere. Queen f6. That looks very natural as well. Or knight e2 looks so shaky for white. He's going to get pinned on the f file. This is hanging by a thread already.
Yes, it is very scary. And Sindarov used to be a brilliant King's Indian player. Yeah, so this is, I think, a turbocharged King's Indian. You are having the position advantage and all the tactics.
Exactly. It's the best King's Indian I've ever seen, especially for the g7 bishop, which isn't normally alive this early. And okay, Svirt's just trying to bring his other pieces into the game. Maybe the black light square bishop can reroute somehow, like d7, c6. There we go. That's a nicer diagonal.
Exactly.
G2 is a target. Yeah, it flows. h5, h4 later. Like, yeah, it's horrible for white.
Queen c2 was played with 2 seconds on the clock because he jumped back to 7 seconds. It just shows that how scary this is. Bishop c6, continue the journey.
Yeah. White still can't do much. Like bishop takes h6 doesn't work because of all the exchanges on the f file. I guess white's planning to just move the bishop, like bishop d2, bishop g3 maybe, and try and trade off all the rooks. But even an endgame, black's got the bishops. Yeah, it just feels hopeless. Sindarov.
Yeah, then we will be calling it a dream Berlin defense for black once we get into the endgame, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop c6, continue the journey.
Yeah, I remember in 2000 when, bishop g3 double question mark, but I remember in the year 2000 when Kramnik was making the Berlin work with black against Kasparov. I started thinking, okay, black's just playing for a draw, but then every opponent, every time in the Berlin with white, my opponent's bishop would come down to b1, start taking my a2, b3, c4 pawns, and I lost so many games with white. I didn't know what was going on, but that could happen here, bishop e4 in an endgame.
Yeah, Schwitz played with 1 second on the clock h3. Now he could at least gain some time with bishop h2, but he's completely paralyzed. I feel like his pieces are not moving anywhere. Besides, maybe now black can already do some immediate stuff, but okay, he just sticks to a normal play, queen f7, opens up the bishop.
That's nice. Playing a waiting
2
move.
seconds.
Passing the move back to your opponent when they have no time is very effective. Bishop e5 now looks really strong. Tactics.
Yeah.
Overload.
And Sindarov looked the sides, like signaling that, wait a second, I think I'm just losing. I mean, I'm winning on the spot. Knight df4. Yeah, bishop h6 also wins the piece.
Even better. White's queen is hanging. Queen takes g6 also threatens mate on g2. I mean, everything wins now for Sindarov.
Actually, everything. Actually, there is even the fancy move, bishop e3 check, mating, probably. But okay, you don't need it, of course.
Yeah, beautiful.
He just takes on g6. White has to design. Double attack.
There we go. Sindarov takes the win with black. Powerful fashion, very impressive. Didn't look like Darius had much chance. Of course, the clock, Peter, but that was a powerful power play performance from Sindarov.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And a super important win because now he's basically sharing round, which is brilliant news for him.
Yeah, suddenly looking like he might be the favorite to win the tournament. Elsewhere, it does look like Gelfand against Sam Sevian that we see on the camera. There's the famous pawn twirl from Gelfand. He's going to be a pawn up, but it's 3 versus 2. Should be a draw. We might see that go on a little bit longer. Gelfand trying to squeeze water from a stone. Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk's the exchange up, but I'm not sure who's better. Oparin's better, that's for sure, on the bottom left red board. Big advantage for him. So it looks like he might be another one to join the leading pack. Where would you like to jump, Peter?
Well, I think the Ivanchuk game is very instructive, yeah, that basically despite being exchange up, we share the same sentiment that black has tremendous compensation. Based on the beautiful structure, there are no squares for the white knight to jump to. And also this pawn on h4 is beautifully paralyzing. Like now black activates the king. It's a little bit even fancy. And the two bishops, the pair of bishops are dominating the position.
Yeah.
Maybe knight f1, knight e3 is Chucky maybe transferring the knight to e3.
I thought
he goes back to
f3. Yeah, strange choice. g5 is what black wanted to play anyway. I quite like knight f1 as well, but I guess he wants to go active now with his rook. He wants to go rook e8, just trying to annoy black from behind, but black's got 0 weaknesses. Yeah, I think I would choose the bishops again, Peter. Like, it's just such control for Aravind.
Yeah, it is impossible not to choose black. Yeah, simply your heart doesn't let it. And the position is so beautiful, so picturesque.
I guess it's hard to win for black with the white knight just sitting on f3. Like, there's no way to get the black rook active without trading off one of your beautiful bishops. No passed pawns, 3 versus 2 down on the queen side. Aravind, if he tries to win this, he might have to take some risk, and then the rooks might come to life. He goes bishop to e4. The white rooks are coming, though. Okay. Forcing the white king back.
Yeah, but now if king g1, then you take on f3, you destroy the pawn structure, then you take on d4, and you massage this. I think you can just massage this.
Yeah, so it's now a bishop and a pawn for the exchange. But white's king will sit on g2 and still everything covered. Probably still level objectively, but probably more fun to play with black.
Yeah, but really hard to break through. On the other hand, the rook is kind of cut off. Yeah, that it's behind enemy lines, but it cannot retreat. It's kind of funny. I have never seen this construction that suddenly this bishop e5 cemento with pawn f6 is blocking out the white rook.
Yeah, the only question is whether it's a permanent separation or temporary. Rook e7.
Rook d3.
Yeah. Yeah, rook's coming to b3. Black can start pushing the queenside pawns. Oof. Yeah, the black king can never ever get checked. And Chucky sacrifices back. Double question mark apparently. Panic. He's trying to take pawns off the board, but he's a pawn down now, and this is suffering for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the king is cut on the back rank. It should be just lost. It should be lost, yeah.
Yeah, white's pawns are separated. Rook h2 later, long term, is going to pick up a pawn.
Well, even immediately, you can actually go after the pawn because the rook is never trapped because of rook g3 check. And also the king is coming. But yeah, black has so many possibilities. Yeah, he opts for it.
Okay.
Poor Chucky, his nerves let him down.
Yeah, and the problem is if the white rook ever goes for the b pawn, the black king comes in, runs in. Oof, it's going to walk into the white camp now. Surely. Does black take the pawn first? That's the only question. There we go. Okay, he's going to create those two connected pawns, Peter. He's going to play e4 at the right moment. It's going to be impossible for white to defend.
Exactly. Yeah, poor Chucky. But we could sense, yeah, I told you that this rook's separated with this bishop e5, f6 cemento, and then rook d3, rook b3, it just plays on your nerves. And it's so easy to crack.
Yeah, like totally understandable his decision, but I think it was mainly influenced by the clock and the trend more than any real belief this rook endgame was holding. King g2, this check, and now e4 gets the rook out of jail. The king can keep advancing. Okay, and now white's pawns are separated, blacks are connected. That's enough, Peter.
Yes, it is. But by the way, black can even include now rook f3 check and then ask where is this king going, because there are no good squares. King g2 runs into g4, I mean h3 check and extra tempo, and king e2 into rook e3, rook e takes e4, then we... But he goes g4 immediately. Does not even want to waste any time.
Makes sense. White tries to keep the e-pawn there. But Ivanchuk's facing the might of those two connected pass pawns. The black rook, yeah, it's going to come from the side at some point, give some checks. The black pawns are going to help. Rook a3. Do you push the pawns? King g3, h3 looks... Oof, so many plans. Arvind has time. 15 seconds. This is going to be huge for the standings. Arvind's going to join the leaders. Oparin has won as we expected. Okay. How's that pawn creeping through? Check.
Yeah, very unpleasant.
Arvind pushes. He can go behind with another check according to the blue arrow now. Is that the only winning move? It's also the most obvious follow-up to his last
it's the plan. Rook h2. Yeah, rook h2 check. And now rook e2. Get behind the pawn, yeah.
Yeah, white's pawns run so slowly. Black's pawns are so quick. Oof. Poor Tricky. The black king's got a hiding spot on h3 as well. That's really nice. If needed. This is... yeah, so tough. Tough to watch. Rook games are hard, but this one was always impossible. Started from a bad position with his king.
Exactly. Yeah, and enough to look at poor Chuki's body language to get the full picture that he knows that it is over.
Oof. Leaning back.
The nerves.
He's going to put his rook on a1 and push the a-pawn and hope.
h3, merciless. Alavin does not even want to give him the slightest of chances. He goes for... what is he going for? I know, king f5. I saw like he goes king f3, rook b3, rook e3. I don't do that. But maybe it was winning as well, move per move.
Yeah, looks like that would have ended in checkmate for black, but yeah, he's got time, does he, to take on e6 now? There we go.
Yeah, he
White
picks
has
it
to
up.
stop the checkmate. So it can go behind. And this is famously winning.
Yes.
Yeah, not much white can do. There's a few ways to win this, Peter, but yeah, one of them is to just put the rook back on the e-file later to block any checks on the black king from the side. Walk the king forward. Yeah, I've won and lost this exact endgame before. It's a very famous technique needed.
Yeah,
the one thing not to...
But basically you can also put rook to f3 and then threaten always with this rook f1 check as well. That's also one of those typical motifs. The king is getting out, but it does not matter at all. The white king has nowhere to run. The pawns are just screening the h2.
Check, blocked, handshake. Ivanchuk resigns. Aravind takes the win, joins the leading pack. That knocks Ivanchuk out of the running for first place. Aravind, looks like he feels guilty, if anything, but he shouldn't, because he played a really nice endgame, and it was Ivanchuk, like we saw earlier, Peter, just couldn't stand that tension. It was unpleasant already, maybe, but didn't need to panic and go into the rook endgame.
Yes, but you all know that when you have little time on the clock and suddenly you end up in a position where you feel like your opponent can improve the position and you cannot do anything, just sit and wait, then your nerves can collapse and you have drug from that you can. So from practical point of view, what Arvind has done was true mastery. Yeah, basically it was the logical follow-up that he created the scenario that his opponent can just follow.
And it looks like there's only one game going still in this round, Peter, and that's Dina Belenkaya. She's playing on home territory, of course. She lives in Charlotte these days. And she's playing against someone we saw earlier. And that is Shelev Oboroy, who is a very, very good speed player. Had great chances against Sindarov in the first round. But suddenly it's gone to opposite colour bishops. And without rooks, this does look like white has a fortress. Should be a draw, despite black's extra pawn.
Yes, it is a dead draw.
Yeah, it looked like she was doing quite well early in the game, but couldn't find the right winning plan. And yeah, this will be the last game of round 6. We'll recap the results in the meantime. Shelev shaking his head there, but should be relieved that he's defended this. Yeah, I'm so used to seeing Dina's videos, like her content from Charlotte Chess Club on these boards where she's playing against kids. And there's always something happening. Big crowd in Charlotte. Like you said, nice playing hall, Peter.
Yes, it is a brilliant playing hall. I just scrolled through the game to understand where this disappointment comes from. Well, in a couple of seconds I did not get the chance to understand, but now it is a dead draw. White is just sitting on the b2 a3 squares with the king. The bishop on g3 protects the only weakness on f2.
Yeah. This is the most dead drawn position you'll see. I'm not sure who's going to blink first and offer the draw. It looks like they both want to keep the game going beyond the 100 move mark. We're now in the 90s, and okay, it's going to be king versus... Oh, not going to be king versus king. It's going to be a draw either way, though. And there we go. Dina with a draw. And that means round 6 has concluded. Let's show those results then, especially at the top. Quite a few draws, but big wins by Sindarov, Aravind, and Grigory Oparin. Bortnik as well winning, but I think he's half a point off the lead going into this final round. And other results include wins for Wesley So, Andrew Hong, Awanda Liang, John Bartholomew winning a game, Eric Rosen as well. And Yeah, Julian Song taking a win. Draws for Levi Rosman and others. But that leaves us here. 5 players. Surely, Peter, we're going to see a playoff after round 7. How to separate 5 with 1 round to go?
Well, we don't know. We don't know. We will see what happens. But yeah, Aravind shows some true masterclass, some brilliancy, incredible technique against Ivanchuk, winning. He's playing fantastic chess. Well, Sulaimanli, normally they say that if you take a draw like this, that happened in a game, then normally Kaisa punishes you. We don't know. Because normally you have to fight with the white pieces. Andy Woodward has done nothing wrong. With black, he came up with a surprise, which kind of invited Sulaimanli to take a draw. So Andy, I think, is getting a lot of energy out of this easy game with black. Sindarov just won a very nice game, basically effortlessly. He just created, he improved his position, and it was getting, yeah, and there we see Darius kicking himself. He just cannot understand what hit him. How did I went down to lose like this without any fight? And Grigory Oparin is coming from behind. He hasn't, I think, faced any really strong player. He was fortunate with the pairings. He's up there as well, having a chance, a shot at the title.
And there we have it. We have 5 players in the joint lead, 1 round remaining. We might have playoffs if there are more than 1 player joint at the top of the standings come the end of round 7. But in the meantime, we do have 1 final break of the day, or maybe more if there are playoffs. But it's time to go on that break. But don't go anywhere, because in this next break, we will be hearing from Peter Giannatos, the director of Charlotte Chess Club. We're going to be hearing about the event, about his friendship with Dania, and about the Naroditsky Memorial Fund. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hopefully see you on the other side of this break.
Yes, so I'm very grateful, of course, to the players and creators who, for the most part, are purely volunteering their time to be here. So first and foremost, having players and creators do that is a powerful message to the chess community, and I'm very grateful for that. Of course, we also have our sponsors, right? So obviously, the Charlotte Chess Center and my staff has worked tirelessly on this event for the last 6 months. And it is not, of course, it is not something that we're being compensated for. It's pure passion and volunteer work to pull this off. Of course, Chess.com was the first partner that we had when we launched the fund, and we are working with them to get everything set up for this event, primarily on the promotion and broadcast side of the event. So we're grateful to all of our partners. We had many small partners that I'd be hard-pressed to name all of them right now. And then, of course, the family of Dania, who supported us from the beginning, and was very difficult for them at the time, supported us from the very beginning to carry this out in memory of their lost son. So we're very grateful to the chess community at large for supporting this event, and we hope to host this year over year. It's a difficult question for me to answer right now. It really depends how this year goes, but we hope that we can make it better as the years go by and make sure that it remains on the international calendar. I don't know why this just came to my mind, but you're putting me on the spot. So I met Dania at the Emery Castle Chess Camp, where, of course, Mike, you taught as well. And we met, and I didn't know him prior to that. I just knew who he was. And you never know how things are going to go when you meet a strong grandmaster for the first time. You don't know if they're going to be standoffish or have a chip on their shoulder or whatever. So we're in the staff lounge after the first day is over, and most of the instructors are kind of exhausted from teaching chess all day and working with the children all day. But he wasn't, nor was I, and a few of the other staff members. And he was playing Bullet on his trackpad. He had a Mac back then. He wasn't streaming too much back then. He was streaming a little bit, but not too much. He was playing Bullet on his trackpad, which of course was like I mean, he was playing at such a high level and playing from a trackpad. So I remember that, and I said, okay, this is my kind of guy, you know. And then that was when we met, and we spent, along with a few others, we spent every night of that camp until 3 or 4 in the morning, doing everything from playing chess, watching him play chess, playing chess against him, and of course long battles in ping pong and everything. So I don't know why I thought of that, but it was really the first time I met him, and I think that's why, that's where I connected with him just as a person, and that was the first thing I thought of.
Welcome back to the final round of the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. Still David Howell and Peter Svidler here taking you through all the action. And Peter, we have to talk about the tie breaks. There's 5 players in joint first, 1 round to go. It looks likely now that we will see some of those tie breaks.
Yes, and there is the Naroditsky rule in play. What does Naroditsky rule mean? Actually, it means, there you see that basically every single player who gets a chance to tie for first, he gets the chance to fight for the title, will be in the mix for the tie breaks. So no mathematics, nobody will be excluded from the chance of reaching what he has been fighting for, and whoever gets a shared first place in this amazing tournament deserves the title shot. And this is the Naroditsky rule, that it guarantees no crazy business, no calculation is required. You do your best and then you go on for the playoff.
Yeah, exactly. And there we see the rules. If there's 2 players, it's simple. 2-game match, 2-game blitz match, 3+2, and then potential Armageddon. 3 to 4 players will be a round robin. If it's 5 players or more, an Armageddon knockout, that would be very, very dramatic. It's still possible, and Armageddon will have bids for Black's time. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Naroditsky rule, Peter, that's because in New York, when Dania kind of shared first in the Swiss stage of the World Blitz, he was unfortunately knocked down on one of those mathematical equations. Wasn't allowed to play for the title just because of some strange quirk in the algorithm, essentially. So I think he would approve that we're giving everyone a chance, if they come joint first, to play for the title.
Exactly. I do remember that there was this FIDE World Rapid event in Warsaw 2021, when it was the young Abdusattorov, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Cara, 4-way tie for first, and then Magnus and Fabi was knocked out of the tiebreak, and we have only seen Nepo against Abdusattorov in the final, Abdusattorov winning the event finally. It just feels odd. Yeah, that, okay, we want to see more drama, and as a commentator, I feel like, okay, we are so privileged to be covering all the action for all our viewers. So the more drama, more chess, the more happy we are.
Exactly. And I think it makes sense to kind of give everyone an equal chance. Everyone gets there from different routes. Some might have had easier pairings at the beginning, but then harder ones at the end. Some might have dropped a draw, but then had to run the gauntlet and win all their games. It's only fair that they're rewarded for ending up on the same top score. Here are the pairings, though, and it's some big ones. Javukir Sindarov has white against Suleimanli. Will Kaiser, the goddess of chess, punish Suleimanli for that quick draw, as you mentioned, Peter? Aravind against Oparin, and Andy Woodward. He gets a down float against Bortnik, but that's not going to be easy. Those are the 5 in with a chance of winning it outright if they win their games.
Yeah, and then look at the other pairings like Lenier Dominguez against Boris Gelfand, 2 super solid guys. Sam Sevian against Ruslan Ponomarev. So how do you make a catch up against these guys? How do you win? Because if suddenly all the top boards are ending a draw, then suddenly all these players who are half a point behind still get a chance to also get into this crazy tie for first. So still so many different spots.
Yeah, we'll be here all night long. We could have a 10-player playoff. That would be a lot of drama, a lot of chaos and fun. And it would almost mirror that famous New York night of Blitz at the FIDE World Blitz Championships. But in the meantime, nice to see some friends sharing some smiles. Wesley in very good spirits. He won't win this tournament, but maybe the Blitz tomorrow, who knows? He's chatting with Ray Robson, teammates on the US team. And there we see Jolie shout out. It is apparently his birthday. So what a way to celebrate, surrounded by friends, playing some chess. Of course, a very well-known face in American chess circles with his own channel. I hope everyone's following. He takes part in some great initiatives on the American chess scene. And Eric Rosen as well, a very familiar face. It's a pity we can't hear some of their thoughts as they play the game streaming, Peter, because these days I actually put Eric on in the background quite a lot when I'm kind of just chilling or doing other work. Just he's got a very soothing instructional voice.
And look at the lady who is chatting with the female player. That's Kelly, the managing director of the club in Charlotte. She's doing incredible job, and she's a fantastic photographer. She takes care of everything. Just such a pleasure to be working with her whenever I'm in Charlotte. She makes me smile throughout all the photo shoots, which is not such an easy job, believe me. But yeah, she's just too great. And there we see Aravind against Grigory Oparin. that will be a very big clash.
That's a big pairing, or a pirate. No, I'm not going to do a pun on his name. Danya, sorry I let you down there. Big pairing for Oparin, and Aravind will be hoping to use the white pieces. Sindarov, though, will it be Windarov? Will he win the tournament? Big winning streak right now after losing, what was it, in round 2? And there we see Andy Woodward, who's been very, very solid. Bortnik, though, could play spoiler. The only way he wins the tournament is to win with black and to hope that the 2 top boards end in draws to force some playoffs.
And also the main arbiter of the event, Grant Owen, who is announcing the news before the round starts, is also an incredible chess fanatic, chess lover. I have spent with him also time, and Peter Janatos, the main boss in the Charlotte Chess Center. Boss is not the right word because he's so friendly with everyone. So he creates this atmosphere that you want to be part of the Charlotte Chess Center. It's truly magical.
Yeah, I've heard very good things. It's my dream to visit one day the Charlotte Chess Center. In the meantime, the final round of the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid has begun. It's an English opening, kind of an English/Resi from Sindarov. Okay, interesting choice on the second board there. Looks like a kind of offbeat Sicilian. And lots of Sicilians this round, it looks like, as well as a couple of Queen's Gambits. And, okay, where to jump in first is the big question. Maybe it is Sindarov, Peter, because it's been a slightly strange-looking opening from both sides.
Yeah, he's spicing things up, and he's playing this line with d3 and then knight e5. But the big question is, and Suleymanli blitzes out the move a6, which signals that he's prepared. He's 5, but also it's kind of a very useful strategical prophylactic move. In long run, black also very often wants queen c7, rook d8, and then also a6 come handy.
I must admit, I've seen the position with the knight on e5, but a6 is totally new to me. Just looks like a strange waiting move, but I guess he's arguing that white has to commit now, like knight c3, maybe there's d4. That's very committal. If white pushes the e-pawn, also committal, f4 committal. Okay, it is knight c3 question mark from Sindarov.
Wow, he's really asking for it, because d4 is a very typical way. And d4 will be played. Knight a4, and wait a second. Normally there are ideas where like rook a7. I'm playing this from the black side, this kind of lines, and I know this motive like a6, rook a7 with the threat of trapping the knight immediately with b5. Clearly white will play b3, but already white is going slightly on the defensive.
Yeah, and if the knight on e5 ever gets kicked back, I guess white has to support it with f4, but if it ever has to retreat, black can start expanding everything. It looks like white's playing a black opening, just gone quite wrong. So rook a7, very nice move. Bishop d6 as well, as you highlight, just very natural. Suleymanli, I'm going to start looking at this a6 move. I'm going to try and add it to my repertoire because it looks like it's worked out. Queen c7 instead, but still got all those options available.
Yeah, queen c7 hitting the knight on e5. It's horrible. I don't understand how Sindarov opted for this, because I think Yakuboyev tried to surprise Yesipenko doing a very crucial game. He was in a must-win situation to try to bounce back in order to fight for the qualification spot for the candidates. And Sindarov Yesipenko with the black pieces just beautifully outplayed Yakuboyev, and Yakuboyev lost without the slightest chance. And then suddenly seeing kind of almost 1 year later that Sindarov with the white pieces steps into the same river that already caused trouble to Yakuboyev, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I know these youngsters, they don't look at chess history so much, or they don't read too much into results or those types of things. But sometimes lightning does strike twice like that. So, okay, I'm expecting f4. Like, you have to make big commitments just to justify these decisions. But yeah, knight f3 would be an admission that everything's gone wrong. Even if black can't win a piece, maybe he can with b5. But what else could he be thinking of? Bishop f4 looks like it tactically shouldn't work. Bishop d6 would be a minimum. g5 would be a attempt to punish. Yeah, Sindarov burning time.
I think the reason why he's taking so much time before going f4, which is the only move, that he realized that, wait a second, this is not an unclear position. It might be just a bad position. And that's what shocked him. That was the reason for the pause with f4.
Yeah, and now I love your rook a7 move. That would be one way to kick white back a bit. Bishop d6 maybe. Knight to d7 can come later. Okay, Sindarov on the back foot. We see already his accuracy has dipped as low as 95%. Normally I wouldn't read too much into it, but it just shows that white is maybe taking some big risks. Rook a7. Good move, Peter. Good suggestion.
Yeah, rook a7. Okay, white has to play b3, but it's very sad. Yeah, b3, b5. And then black gets also bishop b7, trading off the bishop on the long diagonal. Then also white's king will become vulnerable. And black will not only have the upper hand on the queen side, but also can combine, exactly as you highlighted, slowly kicking away that knight, and then finally black will push e65, supported by the knight, and trade off the light squared bishops. Who will defend that king on g1?
Yeah, big questions for Sindarov ahead, and it looks good for Suleymanli. Maybe we can zoom out and check in on some of the other leaders, because it does look like the players with white feel the pressure to win. Like Aravind has kind of played a strange Sicilian, and yeah, I'm not so well versed in the opening theory here, but it does look like some risk is attached to what Aravind's doing on the top row, second from left. Elsewhere, Woodward maybe with a more classical way of approaching a kind of high-level white game with a nice standard fianchetto. This looks like more normal stuff, although pawn sacrifice now from Bortnik.
Yeah, this 96 business, very interesting, and it was not blitzed out. It was actually played after quite some thoughts. Interesting. So what's in store for us? So after queen takes b7, I'm guessing some knight a5 followed by c5. Could be the Grünfeld spirit comes to life again.
Yeah, I always think of the Grünfeld as like a cousin of the King's Indian, and yeah, that looks like potentially scary for the white queen. Not sure how it's ever getting out. Maybe we can show that, Peter, because after queen, let's say a6 or b5, b4, yeah, c5, let's go. And
yeah, and everything comes with a tempo. I'm very scared. Okay, queen a4 is possible, but then d takes c5, threatening rook b4, and we haven't castled yet.
Yep.
I don't know. I would pick black. Knight c6. Wow. A shock.
Okay, and yeah, it's nice to see Bortnik playing the King's Indian. I know him and Dania analysed a lot together. They're very good friends. They both play the Jabava London system, both play the King's Indian. They both play various openings. And knight a5. Woodward kind of, I guess, committed with queen b3. And after knight c6, it's like, why did you play queen b3 if you're not going to take this pawn? So he took up the challenge. Okay,
but yeah, now Bortik is taking his time.
Yeah, other moves would be
surprising.
queen b7.
Yeah, but you play knight c6, and then after queen takes b7, you pause, and he goes for a5. So he wants, wow, what? He lets the knight be captured. So I'm believing that he's counting on bishop d7 and chasing the queen forever. Wow. Let's just show this. Queen takes c6, bishop falls back to d7. There's only queen b7, and then rook b8, and the queen is boxed in. There is no escape. Wow, what a shock. And if you don't take the knight, then the knight is starting to jump to b4, and then you might get trapped there.
Wow. Peter, like, Woodward looked away from the board. He looked a bit annoyed at himself. He's like, oh wow, maybe I just have to bail out with a draw. And I'm confused because Bortnik needs to win, maybe he doesn't believe that he would win the tournament anyway. Like, he needs other results to go in his favor and then a playoff, etc. But knight a5 keeps the tension. A5, maybe it forces a draw, but that's not enough for Bortnik. And I don't think Woodward's happy with that either. He's got white. He's got a big opportunity to win. But yeah, it looks like this game might end with that repetition. And suddenly everyone else is going to be a bit happier.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, so exactly for Andy, if he sees that on the top boards things are out of control, so there is a potential that somebody wins, then a draw is not an acceptable result if he wants to win the title. But what do? You can take the knight, or you can calculate like he's calculating that, is there any way to continue? Let's just quickly show what happens if white falls back with the queen to b3. I think that just loses because of knight b4. And or at least it's very bad, it's horrible, because there's so much happening on the c2 square. I'm not happy with this. So for example, castles, I don't know, some knight c2 jump, rook b1. Usually black already has at least a draw, so that's bad news. Maybe black can even include some rook b8, so that's out of question. But what do we do then after a5?
The only other move I can think of is knight to h4, just so that the white queen can sometimes come back to f3, try to escape on that diagonal. But I'm guessing that black has some tricks
Bishop
there.
d7, and he takes the knight on c6. But wait a second, this is like a draw offer. Queen c6, bishop d7.
Let's zoom in. Oh, they're going to start repeating now. Bortnik has trapped the white queen. Can't win it, but yeah, can force this dance between the queen and rook. Oh, he doesn't look happy, Woodward. The very best he's going to get now is a playoff, and it is handshakes, repetition, draw.
Hikaru Nakamura appeared. He had a smile that, wow, Bortnik, and look at Bortnik is also smiling. And maybe he will reveal, wait a second, this is something I analyzed with Danya together.
It must be, right? He played a5 so quickly. He must have seen this idea before. Oh, they're talking about ways to avoid the draw, maybe. He was saying a4 is sometimes an idea. Okay, and then some laughter. Yeah, it looked like prep, but you never 100% know. And interesting that that Nakamura has entered the playing hall. Sharp eyes, Peter, because I've heard he will be playing in the Blitz tomorrow. So anyone watching today should definitely join tomorrow for Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah, he will be joining the action, joining the fray. And yeah, of course, we've heard from Nakamura how many Blitz games, battles he had against Danya throughout the years. So, okay, one game of the top few has ended. Sindarov still going, and Aravind still going. Aravind is a pawn up, but black's position otherwise looks healthy. And of course, lots of other action, but our eyes mostly on the top few boards, Peter.
Yes, and I would like to highlight quickly that what is Sindarov's problem? Yeah, because Sindarov seemingly has a lovely knight on c4, but that is not the only great piece in the position, because black is actually setting to go knight d5 and land the knight on c3 himself, supported by these monster pawns on d4 and b4. How tricky chess is. If the white pawn from e2 could jump to e4, we'll be calling like a strategically winning position for white, because then this eternal knight on c4 is just too much to handle. But black being able to set up this knight d5, and the last move was knight c6 to e7. Yeah, the knight is heading to c3.
Yeah, I guess that's why the en passant rule was invented, because someone saw the position with the pawn on e4 and saw it on e2, and they were like, wait, I can't allow that. I can't allow the black knights to be dominated like that. So yeah, e4 would run into en passant, and black would get a whole bunch of new squares, as well as c3 still for the knight. So I get the sense you're still picking Suleimanli here. I mean, it's such a monstrous knight if it gets to c3, right?
Yeah, basically if the knight gets to c3, one feels like in long term, white should not be able to defend this position. So that once again signals to Sindarov that I have to do something now before black gets this grip. But what can white do? Where is the tactic? Where is the jump? Is there some idea here for white to create some mess?
Yeah, don't see it. I don't see it yet. Like, G4, you can start just pushing, but black's going to happily allow that to happen. And as long as the knight lands on C3, black can just survive elsewhere on the board, right? Like,
Exactly.
I would
then.
Ooh. King H1.
Okay. Yeah, this is a move that signals that, oh no, I don't have anything direct, so I have to live with the consequence of the knight getting to c3, and then he already sidesteps his king from future knight to check forks because he will never take on c3. So I'm imagining that he wants to play some queen e1, g4, queen f2, rook c1, and try to put all the pieces on the king side and try to ignore that monster knight on c3.
Yeah, that's like living with a bone in the throat. Like, you know it's there, but if you can still breathe, you can still hope. And yeah, he's going to play around that knight on c3. Peter, this one looks very rich and delicately poised, but probably better for black. Can we go to the other game between some leaders, Aravind against Aparin, because that one's starting to heat up. The black king hasn't castled and might not castle. And rook h4... Queen c1, apparently, according to the blue arrow, the best move for white, keeping the bishop on h6. Trying to come in maybe on the c-file later. I would be scared here a bit as Aparin.
Yes. Wow. Actually, okay. Queen c1 is typical computer move because I did not even look at that direction. My first question was like, what happens if I simply play queen d2? But queen c1 is, of course, so much stronger because it also sets up the queen c7 threat of going after the weakness on e7 with the king on e8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. It's so unnatural, but that's because we're trained to put rooks on open files. Queens can be equally strong, if not better, on open files.
But wait a second, let me fight then. After queen c1, I'm going to go knight g4. Wait a second, because this is like a double attack on the bishop and on the f2 pawn. Yeah, and white plays bishop g7. You can't allow this in a human game in the last round. You just can't. But
I guess there was rook takes e7, bishop g5 check, bishop takes h4 there.
Exactly. Yes, that worked. But for the moment, since there was action, I thought like, okay, first we move to the game, and then afterwards we will highlight. So the point being that yes, white got rid of his monster bishop, which stopped black from castling. But after rook g8, anyway, black is not able to castle, and he wants to very quickly target the weaknesses and also activate the rook on c1 and then to c7.
Oh, that might have been the moment though, because the black king at some point is going to come to g7, it's going to hide, and even if black goes down a pawn, like if black plays like b5, a4 and just starts running with the king, it feels like that's getting closer towards a draw. White's b pawn isolated, d pawn isolated. I wouldn't be too scared.
Yes. Yeah, once we escape with the king, no mating threats, and white has weak pawns, they are not connected, then we will always handle that. So queen b3, a little bit too soft. Maybe rook c1, rook c7 was a more direct approach.
The way, yeah.
But okay, he opted for this.
Yeah, maybe if b5, still rook c1, still... Yeah, if black could only castle, black would be better, but still not 100% easy yet. Rook b5, rook c1. It does feel like it's Aparin fighting for the draw. Aravind won't lose this game, but if it is a draw, that's not great for either side. If Suleimanli, as we think, is better. What do you predict?
But there probably they kind of believe in Sindarov. Yeah, that okay, Sindarov will get away with this somehow. And then it means that if he gets away and people make a draw here, then everybody will be involved in a tie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, queen d6 attacking h2. Trying to get time as well for rook b4 or rook d4. Makes a lot of sense. So the big question is whether white
actually
can...
the principal move is to pick up the b7 pawn, and if Arvin had played the move queen b3, he's actually forced to take on b7 because g3, rook b4, and black solves all the problems immediately. Then why did he opt for this passivity with queen b3?
Mm-hmm. Queen takes b7. If he wants to win the tournament, he might have to go for it. And he does. Calculation over everything. Not fearing ghosts. The white king will walk to e2. The black king is suddenly the one under fire. This, yeah, I don't like this decision actually. Queen d6 initially, I was like, oh, that's clever, but oof, taking huge risks apparent suddenly with his king.
Yeah, well, the big question is, can you then suddenly give up the e7 pawn and still run with king f8? Is that a possibility?
Oof. Yes. I don't know who it favors, who it helps. I guess white, yeah. White's not fully comfortable with the king on f1, right?
I think we will be seeing it, so let's just show while Grigor is thinking. So we are thinking about this variation. So if white takes with the queen on e7, then king g7, we are fine because white is not even able to trade queens because at the end of the line he will lose the rook on a1. So basically rook takes e7 is the sharp line. When black can, for example, play a rook f4 move, protecting the pawn and keep on hunting the... Please evaluate this position. I'm out of it. I have no idea what's happening.
I have no idea either, Peter. I've been keeping an eye on the other game, and the other game's exploded, and Sindarov is back in business. It looks like he's totally turned it around, and I don't know if he's winning or if he's even better, but momentum is on his side. So here we're going to leave Aparin to try and figure out, okay, king f8, oof, a mistake. Now he's just a pawn down. But yeah, the Sindarov game has suddenly got spicy. Maybe we can jump to that one.
Yes, let's jump to that position. Wow, what? Everything escalated and there was some brilliant knight g5 move, I'm guessing, which maybe Suleimani has missed, or he missed already something before.
Apparently Suleimani was totally winning just 3-4 moves ago, and totally underestimated the white queen coming in, this knight g5 idea, as you say, and suddenly, like, the black on knight on c3 is doing nothing, and actions elsewhere, c5's hanging, f5's hanging, the white a4 pawn is passed, yeah, the rook on f8, of course, as well, and I think white's just going to be up material come the end of this. Although still so
maybe I
messy.
have to sacrifice the piece. Yeah, that maybe I have to play rook takes f6, can I? Because, okay, if we play rook e8, it somehow feels odd. It's too passive. So I would love to play principal. Yeah, takes, and if you take, I somehow take, and yeah, okay, he took bishop g2. First bishop g2, he postpones the decision, and after king takes g2, what is he up to?
He was reaching for his knight. Was he going to go knight to e4? That looks
Is
strange.
he coming back to e4?
There we go.
Yes, he opts for
plays
knight
it.
e4.
Big mistake.
Down to 22 seconds.
Yeah. And now what does white do? Does white take something? Does white just move the bishop? Oh, so many options. But Sindarov has time. He has nearly 3 minutes. Huge clock advantage for the World Championship challenger. He's going to take the black rook. Bishop falls. Knight back to e6. Wow, what's happening here? So much stuff is hanging. The bishop is hanging on d8. I think after knight takes f1, he's just going to take back with his rook. He's going to try and aim for a good knight versus bad bishop scenario. c5 might drop. And white's queenside pawns look very strong.
And down to 5 seconds. He has to go, and he sacrificed the exchange with bishop takes f6.
Ooh. Now g5 is apparently strong according to the blue arrow. But yeah, that's maybe findable because the black knight is otherwise going to take on b3 and the whole structure collapses.
But even just knight takes c5, anyway, one c5. And he goes for it. He just
Very
wants to
cool.
enjoy advantage, and this is understandable.
Yeah, we'll ignore the double question mark on white's move. Sindarov wanted a positional advantage rather than something messy. But now rook takes f5 is one idea. Rook to d1. That might just end black's resistance. Wow, saving the rook,
Exactly, it
hitting
might
the
just
knight.
win the game on the spot.
Exchange up for white simply. We saw Sindarov win like that against Robert Hess. It's going to be something very similar after rook to d1. He's going to find that. He's got 2 minutes still. Oh,
Wow, but he goes rook f5. Okay. It's also good. G6 bishop,
enough.
G6 rook d5. So bishop c5, rook c5, knight b3. There is a check. That is a problem.
Suleimanli attacks the white knight, but Sindarov can just move that piece. He can probably just attack the black knight on d2 as well. Rook c2 or something along those lines. He's so close now. Suleimanli is going to get punished, Peter.
Yeah, but he actually had a chance. Yeah, you said like even he was winning before. So in this regard, then one cannot really say that he lost because of that draw. Yeah, or he missed out because he had a chance to win the tournament.
Yeah, unless we fully play into the whole metaphor and say that the chess goddess is
Yes.
harsh like that. She's going to put the victory in front of you and then snatch it away. And there we go. Sindarov wins with a hit on the black rook at the end. Suleimanli, such a good tournament, but collapses right at the death. Sindarov has guaranteed at least a playoff for first place. Have a playoff, Peter. Aravind has taken down Grigory Oparin.
Wow. Okay, Aravind has played a brilliant event. He absolutely deserves to be in for the playoff, for the title. And okay, Oparin had his chance, but this queen d6 and then not grabbing the h2 pawn together, it was not working out. If you already say A, you have to say B. You cannot change your mind in the middle of it.
Exactly. So it will be those two new superpowers of chess, India and Uzbekistan, fighting off against each other here in the playoff at the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. And elsewhere, it looks like Boris Gelfand is trying to fight on in a rook endgame against Lenia Dominguez, but whose pawns are stronger? White's rook now advancing.
It's a fascinating endgame. And both down to 10 seconds. How do you actually navigate? It's such a mess.
So tough. I think it's easier to be white though, just because black has to create something before white starts picking up pawns. Boris is trying to deflect the white king.
Yes, he got to the b3 pawn, and that should give Boris great chances to liquidate everything. Rook takes e4, we are expecting.
We saw Nakamura do his famous frown. Walked into the camera, frowned, walked off.
Wow, Lenier played with 1 second on the clock. What are you doing, Lenier? Rook c3. Be careful, make a move.
Oh, rook e6. Panicky. If we see all the pawns.
Is better than losing on time, and knight should be a draw. Gelfand showing his tremendous endgame intuition and everything, navigating it to save draw.
3 versus 2, but this one is a very straightforward draw. I think Boris will be very confident to hold this one. As far as I know, you can even just allow everything here, put a pawn on h6, king on h7, and white can never really do so much. But yeah, pawn on h5 is the classical way of doing it. Lenia turning into Kasparov more every year, according to Puddin Snack in our feature chat. He plays Kasparov's openings as well. Naidorf, e4.
Yes, Naidorf and the English attack and everything.
Yeah, Kasparov spirit lives on here. Dominguez, of course, based these days in St. Louis. And okay, Boris can draw this. Yeah, I think in his sleep almost.
Touching the weakness.
Yeah, it looks like this is one of the last games of the round. A few more still waiting to be confirmed, and we'll update everyone shortly. It looks like Robert Hess is going to end the tournament on a victory. Nice to see. Okay, white can't do so much. Okay, f5 is the only winning plan. How does black deal with that? A bunch of checks to start?
Yes, exactly. I just keep on checking, and there's nowhere to run. You can only hide on h3, but that's not the place you want to hide, and you are not supporting your action.
There we saw the Charlotte Cam walking around the playing hall. Maybe tracking down Hikaru. Where is Hikaru? Rook a3. Nice. Move from Boris there. f5. but that can be captured.
Or you can even give a check.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also capture, of course. Anything is...
Yeah. His goal here, Dominguez, is to win the h-pawn and then reset, but yeah, checks. As soon as the king hides, you can go rook back to a3, threaten f4, and that should clinch the draw. Not much else to do for white now. Boris, yeah, showing his quality, as you said, Peter. Normally, when we think of players who are going to hold endgames like this, I think I would happily entrust. I could bet my house that Gelfand would hold 3 versus 2 this rook endgame.
Yeah, and many other things as well. Everything that is tough, you just put it on Boris and he will handle it. Yeah,
no
two
fuss.
Brilliant players. They were actually very unlucky facing each other in the last round, yeah, because they both have tremendous class, and then they neutralized each other. Look at the chat; they are kind of appreciating that we played. What a game we played!
Exactly, mutual respect there. Boris, one of the nicest guys in the chess world as well, and yeah, ending on a decent note there with some draws and results confirmed. Shavukid, Sindarov, and Aravind winning with white means that they land on 6 out of 7, 6-7, and they share first place. For now, there will be playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. We should, though, mention, Peter, the group on 5.5 played fantastically well. And yeah, we have the format of the tie breaks that are upcoming. It's 2 players in the tie. That means it's just a 2-game blitz match. Maybe a preview of tomorrow, the blitz incoming. But yeah, 2-game blitz match. If tied at 1-1, then it's Armageddon, and we'll break down the Armageddon rules, the bidding, etc. a bit later, if necessary. What are your thoughts before we go on a short break, Peter? Who's going to be the favourite in that playoff?
Well, actually, I would highlight Sindarov, after that early loss, came little bit from behind, but then towards the end of the tournament, he showed his incredible class, and also that he has great nerves, because Sulaimanli had everything in his own hands, but his nerves let him down. Sindarov jumped on the chance and made sure that he is in for the playoff for the title. Aravind can just rely on everything that he has been doing throughout the tournament, just continue playing great chess. I would say it's a 50-50 match, but probably Sindarov has more experience with all these tie breaks, so he might be a slight favorite, but Aravind is someone who can take Sindarov down.
You heard it here first. It's going to be a very close playoff match between Sindarov and Aravind for the Rapid prize today for first place. We're going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we return, it is that very close, almost 50-50 playoff. We'll see you very shortly for the tiebreak conclusion of the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid.
Have you made more than $10 million in your career?
I don't think so. No?
That's a truthful response.
All right.
Okay.
This thing can't get me. I'm just so zen. Just love chess so much.
Were you nervous meeting Magnus?
No, absolutely not.
I think he was.
I think he was. I think he was too. I knew he was.
Okay, but I feel like that one I like publicly stated I was nervous. I feel like today was better though. The second day I relaxed a bit. Danny, when I had to ask Magnus a question and I had them in my ear like Levy's got the next question and he was answering his question,
nervous, yeah.
My heart has never pounded that. I don't know why. I was like, damn, that's like Magnus. I've met all the top players,
I will admit, like I've gotten to a place I'm not on there, but we'll assume I'm being truthful, like where that doesn't happen to me anymore. But I think I've done more Magnus interviews at this point than like anybody, but I'll say it took a long time. He's an intimidating interview, and he's the GOAT. Do you think your YouTube content is too clickbaity?
Yes.
No deception there.
Oh, wow. Okay. Twitter trolls win, I guess.
Yeah, the ones that hurt my feelings, or didn't. I don't know if that question will make it, so.
Do you think you'd beat me in chess boxing?
With the right preparation, yes.
What we got over there, boss?
He's got a problem there.
You got a problem? Okay, I love that. Okay. I love how you answer the question.
Yeah, I did not think I could.
Good, so good.
Literally would not. No.
All right.
No. Small problem or big problem? Like is
big.
No, big. Yeah, I did not.
Do you like your own YouTube videos?
Like, do I physically click like on them?
Yeah.
In the beginning, actually, you know, like I go back 2 years, and sometimes I did like one of my own videos, but not anymore. Not anymore. Okay. No.
I think one of the things that maybe can be overlooked with Daniel's commentary is like the amount of empathy he has, like not only for his co-commentator and the way he's able to adjust and work with so many different styles of co-commentators, but also his empathy for the viewers, understanding that a lot of the people who have watched chess online are quite new to the game, are beginners.
Oh, he's go! He played it with 0.1 seconds!
Oh my gosh, he's getting a queen! But knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2! Oh my god, it's c2!
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard!
He wins again!
And he had such a great way of breaking down very high-level, complex concepts in a very understandable way for the general audience.
As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that White can do.
I've always appreciated him as a co-host, as a colleague, but I also truly enjoyed the moments when he was just the goofball Dania and he would do impressions.
And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes he could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, okay, not this exact position, but something similar, okay.
Also, he's one of my most favorite commentators. The way he uses the English language is just something I could never hope to achieve. Very beautiful to watch.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. Both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's...
That's not a word!
At only for one period, we were both commentators at the same time. I was looking forward to doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with Levy, and when I was watching them commentate, him and Levy, I thought this is probably the best duo chemistry that I've seen. But also his commentary with Robert, with Danny, I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just a very genuine love to talk about chess.
Okay, I can. There is a lot of traps I learned, but in the board, I think the first one which I used and won. I think this is it's from Italian game. It's a 6 and bishop 2. I playing it black, and I think I was only 5 years old, and my teacher was show me this 94 move. Yeah, yeah, it was bad move. I think if you take castle, it's already plus 0.50 minimum, but okay, I'm playing a 6 years old tournament, so everyone want to take this 3 pawn, yeah, and after takes 95, queen g5, and of course then they want to take f7 pawn also, and I take g2. Okay, it's already lose for white, and of course traps ends here bishop b2, knight f3 mate. This one the first trap which I really used in a board against someone. I mean, maybe there is also some traps which I used, but I cannot remember. So, but this one I for sure remember because I played in some national championship.
Skibbity?
It's Skibbity.
Scooby-Doo?
It's Skibbity.
I have no idea.
I don't know exactly what it means. I know it's related to the Skibbity toilet skits on YouTube. But I don't completely understand beyond that. I know it's connected, but I don't know specifically what it means.
Don't people just say that? I think they just say it when they don't know what to say.
6'7"?
6'7".
It's 2 less than 6'9".
It's not iconic the way 69 is or like 420.
I don't know.
6'7".
I just bit right on the highway.
Yes, Carissa mentioned this recently, but I don't think she explained it to me, so I don't know what it means.
This is from a song. I learned this recently. But I don't, and then some kid said it and it became a meme.
6'7". Like 6'7".
I don't think it has a meaning besides that. Chopped is bad. Chopped is just bad.
Chopped?
Chopped.
I don't know what that, I'm gonna assume that's similar to cooked, which just means you're done basically, but that's my best guess.
Chopped? I don't know. Oh, glaze is when you give somebody a bit too much praise.
Hey, I like your shirt, dog.
Thank you, bro.
It's fire, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Fuck with the pants, bro.
Hey, thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much, bro.
Yo, I like the pants.
Hey, thank you so much.
I like the jewelry.
Hey, thank you so much, bro.
I like the pants.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah, so glaze, this is one that I know. This just means basically to really compliment someone and basically go over the top with saying how great they are.
Glaze is to like adorn someone with praise to an extreme degree.
Time to find out who's going to win the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. It is tiebreak time, playoffs between Aravind and Sindarov. Peter, it's been a long day of chess, a fun day of chess, and it all comes down to this.
Yes, it is a spectacular playoff. Aravind and Sindarov. Well, there were many players who had the chance, but yeah, I find these two extraordinary players managed to separate themselves for the rest with a 6 out of 7. And I'm looking forward to it. In my mind, it is absolutely a 50-50 because knowing also the fanatism and the excitement of Aravind playing all these kind of things, and he enjoys challenges. The Ramesh spirit is with him, and of course Sindarov, the player who has basically shocked the whole chess world last year. And you know what? My feeling is that when all this run of Sindarov started, last year at the freestyle when he picked Nakamura, when there was absolutely no reason to pick him in Weissenhaus event, showing character and then winning the World Cup and then playing a wonderful Vacancy, winning the candidates in incredible style. And that's the Sindarov we are dealing with in the final here at the Naroditsky Memorial.
Exactly. Picking Nakamura, what was it, almost 18 months ago, and then beating Nakamura. If you make a pick like that and then lose, you look silly and you feel bad and your confidence is low. But if you make a pick like that, you win, you feel on top of the world. And he's almost on top of the world now, Sindarov. Just one big challenge later this year. But first, he has his eyes set on this event, the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. And it's going to be a 2-game match, 3+2. And Armageddon, potentially, if the score is 1-1. Armageddon would mean that both sides play with a 2-second increment. And White will have 3 minutes. Black will bid for a lower time, but get draw odds. We'll talk about that a bit more later, Peter. But 2-game blitz, that means they have to speed up, sharpen up, and kind of switch that mentality. No more digging deep in the position. It's mainly about instinct now.
Yes, I think like Sindarov will have the advantage on the clock because he automatically plays very fast. He likes to put the opponent under pressure, and Aravind is a player who definitely can play fast, but he likes to think, and he's also not afraid of time trouble. Yeah, we have seen him also in this tournament in action that sometimes with 5-6 seconds on the clock, he lets it run down to 2-1. And then still calmly making a move. So he has the nerves to handle any kind of time situation.
Yeah, nerves of steel. And you will need very, very good nerves here. And I was thinking 3+2, it's kind of my favorite time format to commentate on just because it's blitz, it's super fast. But at least with the 2-second increment, it feels like the quality is a bit higher. The time scrambles a bit more coherent. But I know Dania preferred playing without the increment. I know he loved kind of sudden death, so mixed feelings there.
Yes, well, the 3+2 always guarantees that it doesn't have a normal end. So basically, whoever gets the upper hand and it becomes a technical position, then the 2 seconds will help you to guide the game till the logical conclusion. But of course, if things get messy and it's completely chaotic, then the 2 seconds are not enough to navigate the jungle. And the blitz with 3-0, that's a completely different animal, yeah, because there basically once you are down to a minute, probably already have to kind of speed up in that fashion that you know that you are always up on the clock compared to your opponent because it might come down to flagging at the end. So it's just a completely different kind of mentality and mental state required by the players.
Exactly, very different skill sets with or without increment. But Dania, I played him so many times online. Actually, Dania is the one player I've played the most online games against, and it was always without increment. He was so good at kind of keeping tension if I was low on time, not letting me simplify, not letting me get to an end game where I could just kind of pre-move or kind of solve things quickly. And I think the fact that there is increment, of course, he can do that as well, Dania. He was fantastic at the World Blitz Championship. He showed that in New York. But I think that maybe gives Aravind a bit more chance today against Sindarov, having that little increment, because as you say, Sindarov's so quick, he could probably pressure on the clock, but 2 seconds give you that leeway. If you're winning objectively, you have chances to win on the board. without falling victim on the clock. And it looks like Aravind just waiting for Sindarov. It's going to be a last-minute arrival from him.
Well, there is still plenty of time. Our clock is ticking down. You have 1 minute 38, 37. Aravind basically, but every player reacts to this situation differently. He might feel very comfortable that I'm already there, I'm seated, I don't have to rush. And there is also the other aspect that maybe Sindarov feels like, okay, let me get to the board 30 seconds before the start. It's enough for me, but otherwise I just want to still rest or stay away from all this tension.
1 minute, the clocks are ticking. There's going to be a big crowd there in Charlotte, North Carolina. There we see Tony Rich just getting everything ready with the DGT board. And yeah, ready to go. I think some players are very excited about the Blitz tomorrow. I can't wait personally to see the likes of Nakamura in action. It's going to be a lot of fun. Players getting some rest, switching mindset. Maybe it's going to be a big advantage actually for these two, for Aravind and Sindarov. They'll have played some Blitz after this tiebreak. They'll have got in that mindset before tomorrow's action.
Well, but on the other hand, it also comes at the cost of losing a lot of nerves and mental reserves, yeah, because they already, if they are in the fight for the title, they want to win it at all cost. Whoever will lose this tiebreak will feel very disappointed, being so close. And there you go, 11 seconds before the start of the game.
Blitz playoff for today's Naroditsky Memorial Rapid event. Grandmasters Ivanchuk Sindarov and Ivanchuk are playing for the Naroditsky Memorial Trophy, as well as a $500 cash bonus. They will play 2 games of 3+2, followed by Armageddon if necessary. Hey, spectators, please keep quiet during these games. Good luck. Please start white spot.
And games have begun. Just confirmation there that they are playing for the trophy behind them, as well as a cash bonus. They'll be sharing the majority of the first prize. Of course, it's not about that. They just want the title. They want to, they want to play chess that Daniel would be proud of. 4 nights though, 4 nights Spanish. Peter, this leads to some potentially sharp lines, but also some potentially very equal lines, depending on what both sides
Bishop
do.
E2.
And whoa,
Bishop E2. I knew that Aravind will play Bishop E2 because Prag has played against Vincent 2 days ago on the Grand Chess 2 in Zagreb, and I know that they are kind of training partners. So now we can see that Aravind and Pragnanda had been preparing together, one for the Zagreb Grand Chess Tour and Aravind here for the Naroditsky Memorial in Charlotte. Big surprise, Bishop E2.
Yeah, I actually saw that game as well, Peter, but I didn't really pay much attention. I didn't look at it afterwards. I just thought that can't be a good move. White spent 2 moves with the bishop just to get it exchanged. And okay, we'll see. Modern chess, right? Everyone's trying anything in the 4 knights. They're playing h3, a3, a4, now bishop b5 and bishop b2. It's crazy stuff.
Yes, and Bishop d6 is also one of the computer top moves, because after the game with Vincent between Prague, of course, I checked it. I was very curious, like, what happened here? And yeah, d3, c6 is a very natural kind of way that whenever there is a knight on c3, you want to get the pawn to c6. Maybe you potentially planning some bishop c7, d5. The big question, when black will decide to capture and what he will capture, the bishop or the knight.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Peter, because we mentioned earlier the Naroditsky variation of the 4 knights. That's white playing knight d5. And if black plays bishop e7, it's the exact same position with the same tempo. And that's why you said earlier it was one of the main lines. But it's just so weird that now both sides, they're willing to play black openings with white and white openings with black. And it's just confusion in my eyes. But okay, white breaks the center first. Aravind strikes. And he's got a bit more time on the clock.
Yeah, he came with this surprise, but actually, still normal position. He did not want to try to defute white setup, and probably he succeeded. He has the pair of bishops. Yes, okay, one could argue that white got the center. That's basically the compensation for the light squared bishop given up. But now the question, where do you castle? And he opts for d, and will he play bishop c5 on the board?
On the board. So now black can't castle, white can't castle queenside, which is desirable, but rook to d1 is a bit of an annoying move to face. Black has to try and figure out how to break this annoying pressure that the bishop has on this diagonal. Maybe b6. Maybe you want to get your light square bishop out first to play knight d7. Okay, it's become almost symmetrical, so if the tactics balance out, it should be a level position, but yeah, there's a short window here of opportunity for both sides, it feels like, to actually turn this a little bit in their favor. Sindarov's playing slower than I expected, though. Maybe caught out by that surprise. Brings his bishop out, so rook to d1 will be met by knight d7, possibly.
Yes, I like this bishop g4 because, especially knowing how much is at stake in this game, playing a natural move and the developing move and then going for knight d7, you don't want to be locked with the bishop on c8. Maybe it works, but it is much more desired to play as simple as possible.
Yeah, it's a two-game match as well, so Sindarov can kind of play solid, and he knows he gets white in the second game. If it's a draw, that's fine. He gets white. If he loses, worst comes to worst, he'll still have white and a chance to strike back. So, yeah, knight d7, exclamation mark. The queen's coming out to f6, as you point out, Peter. And queen f6, black can even castle queenside in some positions. Looks very healthy for Sindarov suddenly, and first time in the game, he's up on the clock.
Yeah, and actually after the move queen f6, the bishop on c5 will be hanging because then we unpinned our queen. So h3, bishop h5, still queen f6 is kind of a move. So white goes energetically with g4, bishop g6.
Yeah, now it's slightly less attractive for white to castle kingside, although of course still possible. Queen f6 is likely to be played anyway. Is the bishop really going to hide on a3? Sometimes it can be really bad there, although it's maybe kind of the most consistent, most logical follow-up to what Aravind has been doing. Needs to speed up though, 30 seconds. Doesn't look happy.
Yes, his problem is that he feels that he has to be creative to continue playing, but you don't have time to be creative, you have to make a move.
Oh, it feels like he hasn't adjusted from rapid to blitz. 20 seconds. He's got to move his bishop at some point, so maybe move it first. He does exchange, trying to get rid of the bishop pair. Okay, there was a small glitch there. The rook takes d6 was played. But now black's got a very healthy position. The queen can come to b4. Knight can come around to e6, f4 later. As you highlight, Peter. Squares, they belong to black.
Yes, it's a very dangerous position for white.
He would love to
play. So maybe will we see some artificial castle, king d1, king c1, try to hide on that direction?
Exactly what I was going to say, Peter. He would love to play queenside castles now in one move. Yes. But king d1, king c1 that's the direction he has to hide.
Yes, because seeing that the knight potentially lands on f4, you just don't want to go to short castle because you will get checkmated.
And which way is Sindarov going with his king? That's the big question I think he's deciding right now. Oh, it goes long. And now
queen e3.
e3. Hitting the a7 pawn. Does black have to react, or can black bring out the queen to b4? No, he just defends with king b8. Sensible.
Yeah, now it's the tough call. Where is white putting his king? It's 5 seconds.
King d1. Oh,
and castles. Ooh. Wow. Nerves of steel, or is it panic move? I don't know how to judge it.
Rooks will come off, but Sindarov will keep the other set of rooks. f6, he's going to bring his knight round to those squares now. The players are speeding up. 3 seconds for Aravind. It's only a 2-second increment, Peter. He's going to be in time trouble for the rest of the game. Both of them are.
Yes. Rook d8, knight f5. Okay, at least the rooks are trade off. Then the potential kingside attack is not that real. That gives white stability.
But maybe the white king wants to be on the other side anyway, just to protect some pawns. There we go. Cover some squares. Sindarov exchanges the rooks and brings his knight back to e6. Okay. Oh, such a difficult position for white to handle. So many squares. Knight jumps. Oh, he's playing every move with 1 second left, Peter. This is so scary.
Yes. Crazy.
Oh, checkmate
Knight
threatened.
e4.
Okay. White is frozen though.
Somewhere
D1,
some
trying to
queen
come
d1 is
behind.
coming.
Oh, so scary. Knight e2.
Knight e2. Knight e2. Wait a second. Oh,
Knight e2
missed.
would have forced.
Missed the
Yeah,
winning
would have
move.
forced a queen exchange, and then the black knight would have come round to d4 to pick up pawns. He still wins a pawn, Sindarov. But counterplay. Oof. Okay, Aravind grabs the pawn. Ah, it's clear both players are super nervous. f5 is hanging. He gets it, Sindarov. Pawn up. He's going to create a passed a pawn. Oh, question mark, Peter. He's trying to get the queens off now. And there we go.
Yeah, but this is losing. The a pawn decides the game.
White's knight is going to be struggling. Knights are just famously bad against a pawns. Arvin's going to be essentially a piece down while the knight protects that pawn. He just has to get rid of all black's remaining pawns. Sindarov has to keep some of them alive. Oof. Where's he walking? Forward. He's protected his e-pawn. 2-pawn advantage now. It's got to be winning for Sindarov. He's going to strike. And there we go. The knight comes round to win the white knight. Handshake. Peter, that was very impressive. Sindarov, once he found the rhythm, he was always on the front foot and never let Aravind get any realistic chances of defending. It looked very smooth.
Exactly. Yeah, Sindarov has showed his tremendous class. Yeah, once he established the control of the position, he kind of automatically, almost without thinking, was making all his moves. But there is no time to rest because the next game is about to start immediately, which is, I think, always super tough for the players.
And they set up the board just with pieces on opposite sides because they wanted to stay in the same seats. That's what I would have done as well, but arbiters insist that they had to swap sides. I think that's for our benefit, Peter, just so that the boards don't get messed up, so that we get the moves transmitted perfectly. And yeah, the games will kick off very, very quickly. No rest.
Yeah, so now Aravind has to adjust his playing style that he's in a must-win situation with black. So I think it's super tough. Yeah.
Confirmation that they begin, and Sindarov plays e4. Aravind, therefore, it is the modern defense. No mainstream theory, no forced draws here. But Peter, this is provocative.
Yes, but what to do? Yeah, you have to gamble.
Yeah, and white plays the Austrian attack, I believe, with the pawns coming to d4, e4, f4. Yeah, there's lots of sharp theory here. Black can play for c5 with knight to a6. Black can play knight c6, trying to break with e5 in the center. Bishop g4 instead. But this does give white the bishop pair after just h3. He doesn't want it yet. And black breaks. Okay, it's going to be interesting though. Yeah, no symmetry yet.
Yes, black basically relies on very fast play because long run, of course, white is clearly better, occupying all the center, but black is hoping to use his lead in development. Yeah, h3. So what it will be? Bishop takes f3, queen f3, and then somehow try to put pressure on the d4 pawn, or what is the spirit here?
Yeah, it's either to, I mean, take on f3 feels the most natural, but it's either to play knight c6 or to take on d4, then knight c6, I guess. That's what he's done. He's got to play on the dart squares somehow. Knight to d7, maybe. Does white want to castle queenside is the big question. Like, if white were in a must-win situation, he might castle queenside and go h5, h4, h5. But Sindarov just needs a draw. So he castles short.
He castles short, yeah, and he can afford it because the pawn on f4 is now very nice. It's clear that black is fighting for the dark squares with the bishop on g7, and with f4, white got stability. Yeah, bishop takes c3, BC Queen F6, a very risky kind of strategy, but knowing that black is in a must-win situation, he feels obliged to try to change the character of the game.
Yeah, I like it. And in some positions, there are some variations nowadays of the King's Indian, for example, where you can take on c3 and target the white e4 pawn. It's going to be difficult, though, for black to find ways to attack white center. Rook to d1. The black knights need squares. Where would you put them?
Well, normally you would love to play knight b6 and then some knight a5 and try to get the knight to c4. But the problem is at the moment you move the knight from c6, white will answer it with bishop d4. And that's very unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Aravin's very weak on those dark squares. He's going for that plan you mentioned, Peter. Bishop d4 now very unpleasant. Sindarov might switch focus to a kingside attack. I guess bishop d4 does present a target, so black will try and play c5, c4 later. It could get very sharp.
Exactly. I mean, black has to go for this anyway, because this is the situation, match situation, creating craziness. And Sindarov has been playing very fast so far. I'm curious that will he show sign of nervousness? That's the big question, because his position looks good, but also black is making some progress.
Exactly. And yeah, I've very rarely seen Sindarov get nervous. So it does feel like he's going to be a favorite here. b5 is going to come for black. Cemento for the knight on c4. And okay, how does white make progress?
That is the big question. For example, okay, white can include a4 and then black anyway plays a6 followed by b5. We don't touch this bishop on b3. We want to lock it.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly a4, a6. Yeah, professional moves. Yes.
Okay. Sindarov, I don't think he's so comfortable. He probably thought that he'd have more of a control here, more of a grip. He does play bishop to d4. Queen h4. I would play bishop back to f2 in a heartbeat. Just say, where are you going?
Yes.
Queen f6, I'll repeat. Gain a bit of time.
Yeah, probably to e7.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f2, i4, back to e7. Rook e2.
Okay. Yeah.
So b5 would be logical.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh,
and f5. Wow, giving up the e5 square. This is a surprise. What's in store after knight e5?
Very committal by Sindarov.
Yes, and Aravind immediately jumps on this possibility. Wait a second. This is not everybody's game. Aravind is back in the match. Lot to fight for.
The one thing you don't give knights is squares. Like, he could have waited. He could have just played king h2, done nothing, and asked Aravind how he was going to improve the position. At least put a rook on f1 if you're going to play now, we need pass squares. On a trigger. See suddenly for Aravind. And much more time on the clock. Bishop for knight exchange. Sindarov all on some kind of attack, or is he trying to catch the knight on a5?
Yeah,
king b7.
Surprising.
Okay.
And also down to 36 seconds. The clock is ticking.
Mm-hmm. Oh, c6 is a weakness. d6 now, hanging, so he defends it by bringing his knight back. The knight's coming around to c5 later, though. Yeah, that white bishop could be very good, or it could just be a blunt piece. Rook f2. e4 is hanging.
e4 pawn? What's happening here? Did Sindarov just blunder? Queen takes e4, black can take, and king g7. Wow, the nerves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, super nervous both players. White.
But what does Sindarov do now? The e4 pawn is still hanging.
I think he realized, that's why he shook his head, that he could have just taken that pawn.
Yeah, f6 check, king g8. The pawn on e4 is kind of vulnerable. Actually, White's position is falling apart. What's happening here? It's just falling apart. Just move the queen back. Hide it somewhere because White's position is strategically in ruins.
Just don't take on h3. There we go. Don't open up the h-file. And this looks beautiful for black now. Full control. Sindarov's pieces just so poorly coordinated. Bishop on a2 not doing the work it should be doing. f6 should be weak. Can black go for that pawn somehow? Peter, he's done everything right, Aravind. Now he just needs to somehow turn his advantage into something material. If he gets queens off the board somehow, he's just winning as black.
Yes, he needs to stay calm. Okay, he goes after the bishop, rook a8. But bishop b3, it was a little bit of a nervous move. Rook a3, not sure about this direction. Queen f8 back.
Oh, rook a8 back, he should play. Oh, he's trading off, but that black knight was so strong.
Yes.
What's he done?
Oh no, these are nerves. And now suddenly he's losing. Queen d6, he got checkmated on the back rank.
Aravind, it's all gone wrong. He needs to win, but no chance he's winning now with the queens off. He's going to drop a pawn on c6, at the very least. And Sindarov doesn't even want it. He wants to promote his own pawns. You're going to see a check. The handshake. It is Sindarov who wins the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. A bit of a gift there at the end, but Aravind, after playing such a good game, couldn't find the way to strike back. And Sindarov, so many wins in a row. He's the champion.
Yeah, I mean, no, after like you played okay, then you don't find any ideas of probably just change queens, maybe make some sense. But I mean, it's something easy, but of course, the big advantage. Or you can play queen c5, knight g7. Because if I play now f2, then you can try to push d5. So this is a queen f8 is really slow. I got after this.
Congratulations, we'll do a very brief trophy presentation.
And there we heard from the players discussing the final stages of that decisive game. And Peter, I mean, it all happened in a blur. It all turned around so quickly. But yeah, it was clearly nerves and exhaustion. Aravind did so many things right. But yeah, Sindarov he's a hard man to beat.
Yes, I think we will revisit that position because the position will deserve to be revisited. But yeah, let's congratulate Sindarov for this incredible victory because he lost at the beginning.
There we see Sindarov getting his trophy. The presentation, the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid, is won by Sindarov. And like you said, Peter, he fell early. He lost an early round, but then pulled everything together. And there we see Mike Klein moving in. Trusty Mike. We're going to hear from Sindarov hopefully shortly. And yeah, the man of the moment, the man of the year so far. What an 18 months he's had.
Sorry, there's way too
Yes,
much.
and I think the lady should be the mother of Daniel Naroditsky. I think that's a very emotional moment. She presenting the trophy.
Yeah. And nice scenes here in Charlotte. It's all for Dania. This is all for Dania. And yeah, all of these fantastic players making the journey to Charlotte, to North Carolina, to honor him for his memory. To play some speed chess as well, Dania's favorite. And yeah, I know Daniel would very much have approved of the way Sindarov played. He plays heavy metal chess. It's always very ambitious, very decisive stuff. Very fast, very tricky, very tactical, just as Daniel played himself.
Yes, and I also would like to shout out to Sindarov that, you know, after winning the candidates, he still came because he felt that it is so important for him to come. That I felt like, wow, really true respect for. And there is the big hug. Amazing sportsman, Javohir Sindarov.
Yeah, and yeah, confirmation that is Elena Naroditsky, Dania's mother. I've heard many great things. Yeah, she very much has been behind this whole project, this whole event. So nice to see her present the trophy and to be there in Charlotte this weekend. And maybe we can just get confirmation of those final standings then, because it was 2 players atop the table, Aravind and Javikir Sindarov. It was Sindarov, though, who did the business, got the trophy and that little bit of extra prize money by winning the playoffs. There were 4 players on 5.5, Andy Woodward, Ray Robson, Ponomariov and Andrew Hong. And a whole bunch as well on 5. Fabiano Caruana did make it back to the top 20. Shout out to Robert Hess as well, one of Daniel's best friends, who came 14th. But joined 7th with a fantastic score of 5 out of 7.
Yeah, what a tournament. It was incredible. And poor Vasil Ivanchuk fell back, but he played a fantastic event, and I will never forget this Ivanchuk Caruana time scramble scene. That was really epic.
Yeah, and while we do see the final standings here of the Rapid, we should mention that for anyone who is directly looking to support Danya's legacy, to contribute to all of this, the official Daniel Naroditsky Memorial Fund is now accepting donations. Every single donation goes directly to supporting and funding the annual memorial tournament. This is just the first of many, and goes towards establishing fellowships to support young, talented chess players on their journey. Everything Daniel was passionate about. So if you want to get involved, hit !fund in chat right now. And no pressure, of course, but any little helps. And hopefully this is all celebrating Dania in a very fitting way. Just a pity he couldn't be here with us to play himself. And,
yes, I also find that the whole initiative is amazing. Yeah, that it's not only about the memorial, but also the fellowship, creating the chance for the young players in the United States to improve. I'm so much behind this project. It's amazing.
Exactly. He was the sensei. He was the one at Charlotte Chess Club. He gave lectures. He was teaching. He was very involved day to day, helping out the kids. I've met so many people who say that, like, personally, he's had an influence on their chess career, on their enthusiasm for the game. And it's been a nice first day. Emotional, of course, and sad, but celebrating chess. And talking of celebrating chess, Peter, I want to ask your highlight of the day, or perhaps your game of the day, from what we've seen in the Rapid event.
Well, the highlight of the day definitely was the Ivanchuk Caruana. That time scramble, I think that will just stand the test of time as one of those most epic moments. Chucky being Chucky, down to 10 seconds on the clock on move 20, and then playing that phenomenal endgame when he suddenly got a chance to fight. And of course, big shout out to Sindarov, not only winning the tournament, but really after becoming a challenger, still keeps board. Yeah, I want to support if honoring Danya's memory. I think that just shows everything that one has to know about this extraordinary gentleman, and that's why everybody is rooting for him. He feels, everybody sympathizes with him. It's just so nice.
Yeah, exactly. So many fans. And yeah, my own personal highlight was just seeing everyone kind of come together and represent, kind of try to honor Dania with their chess. Personally, seeing Robert Hess back at the board was fantastic. Seeing the likes of Levy, Danny Wrench, shout out, all of these players come compete and try to light some fire on the board, especially those who played the openings that Dania himself was famous for. There were a lot of those I did notice today, so doing their quiet way, their kind of their own personal tributes. That was fantastic. Probably the low light for me, Peter, was that quick draw on board 1 between Suleimanli and Andy Woodward. But that's why titles are decided by fighting players, and that's why it was Sindarov in the end who triumphed.
Yeah, I also felt like it was almost an absolutely perfect event that you cannot improve, but there is an improvement because tomorrow Hikaru Nakamura joins the battle yeah, that's probably the only way how you can still improve this phenomenal memorial. And I can't wait to see Hikaru in action in Blitz. And of course, Sindarov will be coming back after winning this event in the rapid section. He probably wants to get the double crown. Fabi and Wesley will try to show that. Wait a second, yeah, today we had a crazy day in business, so there is so much to look forward to tomorrow.
Exactly. That's the Blitz tomorrow, but don't go anywhere yet, because right now we do have an interview with the winner, Javokir Sindarov.
Thanks, guys. We are here with the winner of the Naroditsky Rapid Tournament, Javokir Sindarov. Javokir, congratulations.
Thank you so much. So tough tournament after a lose.
Yeah.
But somehow managed to come back.
You did. Now, you're not used to, when I talk with you, having to make a comeback. You're used to just cruising through and winning. So was that especially difficult for you?
Yeah, you know, like, I mean, first 2 rounds, I just thinking, like, I'm playing so bad. First round, I'm just saying very bad. Second one, like, draw position. And, you know, I start thinking, like, oh my God, what's going on with my chess? But then somehow I managed to play well. And yeah, happy to finish to won Daniel's memorial trophy.
What does it mean to honor him in this way?
You know, like, I mean, we have a lot of history with Daniel, and like, I mean, first, like human, I met him in. We talk, like, I mean, I saw in a lot of tournaments. We talk a lot in the Weissenhaus, and like we have a lot of histories. Like, you know, we played a lot of Blitz. I think like I played against Daniel more than 1,000 games, maybe even more. And he's a really good person. When I talk with him, I understand. Like, I have a funny stories with him. You know, like I think it's like back then, like 6 or 7 years ago. Like, we are playing online Blitz, and some moment he misclick and he write me, "Hey bro, like I'm completely winning, so that's why just misclick. So can we play draw?" And I said, "Okay, so I'm just completely winning, but I don't care for result," and I play draw. And then you know what he write me?
What's that?
I never play against you. I never play to flag against you. It's in my history. I just I smile after this. Like, I mean, we also remembered that when we are in Weissenhaus, he also remembers this story. Yeah, hopefully, how to say in English. I don't know, actually.
You're both gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, like, hopefully, so we will remember Daniel full time, of course.
Very classy act. Thanks for sharing the story, and congratulations on winning the first ever Naroditsky Rapid.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I will try to win a second one, to Blitz too.
Okay, good luck. Udachi. Back to you.
Thanks to Mike Klein there for that interview, and congratulations to Javokir Sindarov for that. For that victory today. And Peter, he's a gentleman, like you said earlier. He's got so many fans. He's got a very kind of mature head on his shoulders, and it's no coincidence that he is shooting for the stars right now.
Yes, it is always so nice when you see players who are so good at chess and still they remain brilliant gentlemen and incredible persons. And that's what also made Danya so special, that he was extremely talented, but he was always, back to earth, and he was always very sympathetic. He was looking forward how to help people, how to make chess look good. And this is the spirit that also Sindarov was showing. And basically, I think the trophy couldn't have gone in the better hands than Sindarov right now.
Yeah, fully agree. And I can also echo his words from the interview. I have countless kind of similar interactions with Danya, both online and in person. Just the kind of long blitz marathons we'd have, and then the kind of the nice messages after. Like, once I was playing a tournament, I was playing terribly. I just lost a really bad game. I was kind of tilted. I played online against Danya. He called me up. He was like, "Come on, you're going to bounce back. You're going to start winning." And just turned my whole tournament around. So Javokir, one of many, I think, who had great interactions with Danya. But I think that's the perfect note, Peter, to end today. Thank you so much for joining us and for keeping me company throughout this long day of chess. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Yes, absolutely. It was fantastic. But if already we are talking about Danya and memories and everything, let me just very quickly show you this picture. this picture that was taken in, that was taken last year in Charlotte, and you know, it was like this, that I had almost like a 20 hours trip, and then I'm just arriving to Charlotte, and I'm asking actually what's happening here, and they told me there's a blitz tournament going on, and Danya is playing, and I rushed to the playing hall, and I see him in action, so I'm standing behind him so that I don't want to distract him at all. But then Kelly, the lovely lady that I talked to, she's taking the pictures, and then Danya suddenly notices that, wait a second, something is happening here, and then he turned, and he had like 40 seconds on the clock. He got up and hugged me. We hugged each other, and then I just thought, okay, go back, play the game. And then it was a crazy time scramble. He managed to win that game, but this is the memory that I'm always gonna have with Danya together. And I'm so grateful that I got this picture after giving this special Danya tribute masterclass at the Charlotte Chess Center. So those are my very special emotions with Danya.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. He was, a fantastic person. We miss him dearly, but we're hopefully celebrating his memory in a good way this weekend. And the chess has been fantastic. There's more to come Saturday, Sunday. Thank you, Peter, for joining. Thank you to everyone who's been watching throughout today. The Daniel Naroditsky Memorial Rapid. And tomorrow it's time for the Blitz. So it's going to be at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Central European summertime. We'll see you there for more chess. Blitz this time, Daniel's favorite. Thanks, everyone, and goodbye.